Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to a very fine and a very grandeur evening because from today, here in the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, we are going to be seeing the national playoffs kicking off. My name is Lucifer, and join me here on the desk is going to be Raider back again for another brilliant action set here on this evening. Raider, how are you feeling, my friend?
Well, again, just as yesterday, I'm feeling excited to see how the Carnage will unfold and how the teams are going to build their strategies
Hmm.
and what new Pokemons are we going to witness is something
Oh,
I'm actually looking forward to.
yeah, today is going to be a very interesting day
Definitely.
because yesterday we saw the zonal finals where we got an idea about what teams and what are their strategies, how they like to play,
Yep.
how aggressive they are, and we got the top 6 teams from every region, every zone. But now they have to face against the topmost of the Indian teams that we have, who are already waiting for them in the group stage, and we will be seeing those matches happening live from today for all the audience. Wait for it, and also to add a cherry on top of the cake, it is
Okay.
none other than from best of three, we are shifting into a best of five format from today.
Wow.
So it is going to be a very intense matchup and a lot of wreckages as well as chaos and KO also happening today.
Well, definitely, I guess two matches were not going to cut the deal. Now you have to win three
Yes.
matches out of five so that you can move forward to the next stage. So definitely,
Hmm.
the competition is going up a notch, and definitely we are going to witness the carnage coming up soon enough. We are going to see that how these amazing, I guess, IGLs are going to put the skills into the play, and
Hmm.
apart from that, which Pokemons are going to play the role, which roles are going to be chosen. Because yesterday we didn't saw a lot of speedsters. In the last few matches, we saw the
Yes.
speedsters, but apart from that, in the first four BO3s, if I'm not wrong, there were no speedsters coming up
Hmm.
and Gardevoir, a surprise for us, Dotorio, a surprise for us. Quite a few things were as a surprise.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'm looking forward to see that how this day is going to unfold.
I mean, yesterday for six upon moon to close the match in that manner,
Yeah,
after showing us that they had great control and the
precisely.
Gardevoir being played, but then Dodrio on Illusion OP being
Hats off,
switched,
man.
we had questions. But then for that steal for which Dodrio is known for, but also he used the Unite move like a second earlier. But he took
Hmm.
down Garchomp. I thought maybe that was a risky move. He still managed to survive. So again, taking the right moment to attack, right, taking the right move to choose is
Right,
been very crucial in this Pokemon Unite India Open as of now. And that has
definitely.
given 6 teams a chance to move into the group stages, the national playoffs, where they'll be fighting in the round robin format from today onwards and looking forward to getting points. And whoever has the highest points will then forward move on to the next stage, which is going to be a tough one because from there on it'll be eliminations that they'll be have to be facing.
Well, definitely these eliminations are going to be quite risky because you have fighted your way up to the national playoffs. You have actually crossed the zonal finals as well. But
Hmm.
now the difficulties are not going to ease off. It. The competition is going to take up a notch. And the things that actually are known as strategies and the selections, these are few things which are going to take up a notch. But before that, guys, let's talk about the stakes for what these people are fighting for. So the prize pool, as you can see, is going to be massive. The first position is going to get you 11 lakh 25,000 rupees.
Oh my god, out of the 22.5 lakhs, a major
Indeed.
chunk here for the stakeholders of whoever gets the champions title of the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. But that
Yep.
is not the only prize. As we said, top 8 teams here in the India Open will be getting something to walk home with the runner up getting 5 lakh 25 and the second runner up
Mhm.
getting 3 lakhs. Fourth, getting 1 lakh 50,000 for themselves. Fifth, to sixth will get 50,000 each, and seventh and eighth place will be getting 25,000 each now. This looks interesting. As we said, top 8 teams. because of the grind that they'll be putting in the next upcoming couple of days, they will be
Mm-hmm.
rewarded in the manner. But Raider, those
Yeah.
rewards to even get to, whether you're looking forward to being the winner, the champion, or you're looking forward to placing yourselves in the second runner up or maybe the sixth itself, trying your best,
Precisely.
is going to be super tough because we have 12 teams today onwards.
Not just the team, glory, significance, I guess, let's say, experience is going to come for you guys in this particular
Yes.
tournament. And we all know this is India Open 2022. This year is going to end, but eventually the next year is going to bring back a lot more things. But right now, let's talk about the groups. Group A is going to bring you teams like SATL, Rippers, Truerippers to be precise. We have got August 5, Enigma Gaming, and then FSC Sports, Pride Official, Six Upper Moon. I guess we have seen the battle between these two giants. And
Yes.
apart from that, if we talk about the Group B, there we have Revenant Esports, Chemin Esports, God's Reign, Marcos Gaming, some of big titles, some of
Hmm.
big names coming from the Pokemon Unite world. And apart from that, if we talk about the zonal teams which have qualified, like Ryzen Esports, Zahir Team, Hyderabad Hydras, we have already seen that these teams can actually do a lot of wonders in the lobby. But now it's a best of five, so we have to wait for a clearance to be precise that who is going to win.
Yeah, my bad. I mentioned like 12 teams in total. It is going to be added on two more, 14
Yeah,
teams. Ah, these battle to get down to the top 8 itself is going to be super tough. And I said it's going to be a
super tough.
round
Yeah.
robin format and in a best
Hmm.
of 5. So every match is going to be super crucial. Now, again, we have
Definitely.
seen where points come into clash, where maybe a couple of teams have the same number of points after playing the
Hmm.
round robin format. What will be considered next will be how they have, I would say, defeated their opponent, whether it has been a clean sweep in the best of 5 or whether they have lost a couple
Oh.
of matches in between. Those factors might also come into play, but we will talk about it when the scorecard is there with the scores. But right now we will be seeing matches which you earlier already saw in your starting screen. I'm pretty sure the next upcoming matches, the timeline as well for it. But right now, to start things off, we are going to be seeing Revenant versus Marcos Gaming fighting against each other, and
Wow.
immediately after that in the schedule is going to be followed with Chemin Esports versus God's Drain and SATL coming up against Truerippers. And then, yes, we have seen all these 6 teams yesterday, but their matches, for all the viewers, if you're wondering why is there 6 matches, it will be offline. It will not be seen on the stream as of now because we will be seeing the teams who have been invited here in the India Open. But the other 6 teams who qualified yesterday, they do have a match today to battle, and it does
Yeah.
not stop. The grind does not stop, but their matches will be offline. But you will get to know the results as soon as it is done as well.
Well, definitely, guys. Revenant Esports is going to start off the day along with Marcos Gaming. We have to check out that how Marcos and Revenant Esports is going to play it off. Definitely, a strong battle is going to come forth us because these are the few big names. These are the
Hmm.
few teams which have made their legendary comeback in the Pokemon Unite world. So definitely, we have to see how this whole situation goes on. Apart from that, Gaming Esports with God's Reign, definitely a battle to watch for.
It's going to be an interesting battle. As we said, there have been giants here in the Indian gaming scenario, and in that, we have 8 teams in total who have come forth, and their battles will be seen today, Raider. And I think I'm looking forward to how it is going to be working out and what they can do next because it is going to be a tough one for everybody who is going to be right now trying to face off and fight because, right, at this point, they have no time to kind of dilly dally. They have
Yep,
to
yep.
immediately jump in and start fighting into the matches. And I'm looking forward to how their fights can work out. But right now, it's time to jump into the first battle itself in the
Oh,
draft pick, where we are going to be seeing the picks coming through, and you can already see your favorite players from Revenant as well as Marcus Gaming have
Marcos.
lined up. Crowley, Blizzard, Zishal, Swifty, and Nova. On the other end, it's going to be Vox, Noi, Mernum, Kiran, and Volk, and they each have one ban, and now they'll be jumping into the pick phase. Ban
Mm-hmm.
coming in for Marcos Gaming is going to be they don't have a choice to pick
Alex.
up Snorlax, but on the
Yep.
other end, Marcos picking Dodrio as a ban for Revenant. Let's see what the choices happen from here on.
I mean, Dodrio, we have already seen yesterday what wonders can this Pokemon actually make. So
Hmm.
definitely banning him out is absolutely amazing. Apart from that, for Revenant, Snorlax, that could be a big setback coming up because those shields are very important. Those splashing damage are something which is very important. But anyway, if I talk about Z-Sol, there comes a Mine. On the other corner, Dragonite comes in, Mew comes in for Team Marcos. That's interesting. They are actually picking up some good Pokemon. So, okay, the picks
Hmm.
are not here. I guess finally, Tyranitar is going to be the choice for Snowy.
Right now, we will see there is a little bit of a hint of a Gardevoir coming through, but Blizzard is
Okay.
thinking of locking the Delphox, and from there on, as we move to Crowley, thinking about the Greedent, but at the last minute changes
Oh.
to a Sizer. Noah, Interesting choice coming in, and Crowley immediately picks the Greed and coming through. Now it is chance for Miriam as well as Vox to pick up their Pokemons, and let's see
Right.
what they'll be picking up.
Well, definitely, we are looking forward to see that what these guys are going to pick it up, and eventually Swifty and Blizzard are also waiting for the moment. On the other corner, Mamoswine comes in for walks. That's interesting. If we talk about Miriam, they are also going to choose their preferred Pokemon. But Hoopa, once again, can this be a possibility from Swifty's corner?
I think so. Again, they
Okay.
have one supporter on Zishal who has played brilliantly. I have seen
Oh.
Zishal and his matches, but he changes to an Eldegoss. Maybe things that Hoopa, as I was a little bit surprised yesterday, I did mention that kind of fell out of the meta a little bit depending on the other supporters coming in where they were even more effective in doing damage. Now, that is done. And we see the next last two
Hmm.
choices as well coming in with the Mamoswine as well as the Serena. Brilliant
Oh.
picks from both the sides. One end we have double attacker setup, on the other end we have a double supporter setup. Very interesting. And Marcos, they've decided not to pick any supporter, so I want to see how well they can play with the Tyranitar as well as Mamoswine acting as the tankers here, along with
Right.
Serena, who's going to be kicking everybody or in the game as well as kicking them, trying to push them out of the match.
Right. Definitely, I guess a lot of tough tasks are eventually going to be there. Supporters like mine are actually going to do a dish out a hell lot of, let's say, support. Apart from that, when it comes to Eldegoss, definitely a great Pokemon to actually play with. But apart from that, we would have to see that how Sizer, Serena, and other Pokemons are going to work for teams like
Hmm.
Marcos Gaming. And apart from that, Revenant is ready to attack. Let's see how their attack is going to unfold because the match is about to start anytime soon. And there we go, as we were talking about it, the match has already been started on the orange corner. That's going to be Marcos Gaming. They're pushing from the, I guess, if I'm not from top lane.
Yeah, right now it looks like they have an even split. This is how we generally see. From
Okay.
one end, we can see the Eve right now taking the mid or the jungle area. On the other end, it is going to be the Delphox from the Revenant end. But look at this. Just exchange of some moves, but then get back into goaling it immediately. But Snowy, he's
Yeah.
getting stopped from the Eldegoss and he's not finding a chance. Finally gets a score, but look at how slow that Serena is. And very soon might be KO'd as well. And now with the Scyther also following it up, and that is going to be the first KO. Kyriam was there to help out, but it did not work out at all.
Well, of course, yes, Solar Beam came in, but eventually the damage is not that on point that any particular enemy don't have to take it down. Apart from that, they're also farming for the wild Pokemon. Let's see how the game goes on. Probably if we talk about that guy, well, there we go. He's trying his level best. The Mamoswine is also on the bush. Let's see how the attack goes on.
Great, this is one advantage that they can have. They can heal themselves and they also try to run faster with all the
Definitely.
drops that they're dropping. But right now, a 12 goal finds a way, walks and is also getting away. Delphox, who is leveled up to level 5, was a little bit late into the battle, but nonetheless, now it's a 3-man hold coming in from Revenant's end at the bottom lane. But the same thing on the opposite side as well. The Glaceon has evolved right now, making life very difficult. And you can see Crowley, he's being hit with everything at every time, and he's been forced to run back. They are exchanging the blows, and now look at how low the Glaceon was. But because they had both the Tyranitar and Mamoswine, who are yet not evolved, but helped Glaceon to get back towards their base or at least change lanes, because of which they will be recovering a little bit health.
Well, definitely they have to repass themselves, recover the health so that they can attack forward and eventually maybe goal more heroes energy. But let's see how the whole attacking situation goes on. If we talk about the other guy from Revenant, that's gonna be Noah. That's Sizer coming on the back foot. Let's see how this whole situation goes on for this guy. On the other corner, Curim New also gets attacked quite a bit. The damage is there for sure, but still the guy is surviving on the other corner. Look at that. If we talk about the damage coming up, that's absolutely amazing. But still Marcos is leading the charts with 13 points in the lead.
Let's see whether this lead is going to be continuing. Right now at the legendary pit, it was the side of Revenant who had the advantage of farming, but in the meantime, look at this. They understood it's the majority of the team who are trying to fight in the mid lane. Let's just push the top lane and get some goals in. And Marcos completely concentrated on constantly putting goals down one after another. And I think Revenant are falling short of that. Revenant are
Yeah.
right now in the game set of farming, but Marcos are doing best of both.
Yeah, definitely. They are farming when it is needed. They are out to posting the goals, and that is absolutely amazing. They are putting the pressure on the team. And if the actually point score is going to be much more higher, the difference is going to be way more higher, then the pressure is going to be there for Revenant. But I believe the experience from these two teams are actually going to put something new. But there we go. The KO's coming up. Who gets taken down? That's a beautiful KO coming up. Now this can be a game changer moment. Yes, of course. Revenant comes up with a 38 point attack. Absolutely amazing. 38 is the right amount of points coming from Revenant. Another KO comes in. That's beautiful. Revenant is trying to do much more distance.
Revenant right now understand that they cannot let go of the big advantage that they
100%.
had and immediately gained it back and kicked it to a triple century and from there on Their clear-cut objective is to get this Regieleki, but look at Furim. He's trying to get it out with what? It was a solar beam, but you saw what Revenant did. There's like we are not going to hit with our moves or basic attack. Waited until the solar beam was out, and now Kyurem was in a cooldown of that solar beam and immediately got that Regieleki, pushed them back. But in the same time, Revenant, most of the players were a little bit low, so their strategy had to change. So they let their Regieleki move on the top lane, but all of them have concentrated towards their own jungle or mid or back to the bottom lane.
This was like actually great strategy coming from the corner, because that Mew solar beam, that was absolutely damaging for that Regieleki. But what happened initially when they were when the players from Revenant were not attacking onto it, then they were not actually assisting at Mew. If they would have been attacking, that would have been an assist, to be honest, and eventually the Regieleki might have been in the hands of Marcos Gaming, and that is something you don't want to go for. But apart from that, let's see what happens on the bottom lane. As you all can see, already players of Team Marcos Gaming are trying to farm and mostly trying to take a lot of damage as well. And let's see how the whole situation goes on. Swan on the other corner is also finding a way to attack on Ruby.
Battle on the bottom lane starts the 4v4 situation, out of which Snowy might be the first KO. Brilliant play coming in from Revenant and quickly taking control of the bottom lane. And in the meantime, oh no, the Mime wanted to help, but they blocked that Mime, fought with it right in the tall grasses and KO'd that as well. Now here Swan is trying to protect. Tyranitar was a little bit too late into the fact that they broke the goal, and now they're moving to the second bottom goal zone, and they're not stopping. Delphox comes in with a Unite that does push them back. If they stayed in that pit, they would have clean sweep. Another KO would have been seen coming in from Revenant, but Serena comes in with her kick, takes a player on the top but does not get the KO still. Revenant playing so well with the team, and now it becomes a 5v5 situation here. The Marcos are pushing the players back one after another. They finally get the Delphox out, and once the Unite being used from the Tyranitar, he's trying to push every player back, and it is working out. They're getting their way into the goal, but can they get goals in? It is not happening. Tyranitar gets another KO here, and now they're trying to fight with Zshol, but in the meantime, look at Greedent. He was still hiding in the tall grasses and now annoying them. No goal scored. The KO streak immediately taken down, and whop, it comes back. Kyurem, unable to do anything, runs away from the whole bottom lane scrimmage, and now they have given it up. I thought Marcos had a good retaliation, but the widespread from Revenant, it gives them the advantage.
Amazing performance from Crowley, if I'm not wrong. This guy, particularly with the Greedent, is amazing, no doubt about that. But Reggie once again comes to the favor of this particular team. Apart from that, if we talk about the Marcos Gaming, they are focused on Regieleki. Can they actually fetch it out? Let's see what happens. Tyson is also coming from the backboard, but look at that. Solar Beam also comes in, and finally, Regieleki is in the favor of Team Marcos Gaming. That's absolutely amazing. Now, this kind of situation can be troublesome for the Revenant team, and we are already looking forward to it. And as you can see, the KOs are not here, but the damage that is being dished out from Team Marcos Gaming is absolutely on point. And there we go. Finally, a KO comes in. That was absolutely brilliant. Another good goal post as activated. And look at that. 108 points coming from Team Marcos Gaming. But if we're talking about Revenant, they are not doing that.
Blizzard as well as Crowley, they're here, and oh, nice one coming in from Blizzard, gets one KO, and in the meantime, bottom sneakily, still Marcos going in for a goal, making sure they don't lose the distance that they have in terms of the score, but does not matter. Revenant still seem to be under control. The Greedent coming in from Crowley is proving very dominating. Quick in switching lanes because of the endurance that it has, and also the berries that it keeps constantly dropping because of its move. It's putting the team on an advantage, and also some reliable supportive player. Again, it is a defender, so it is able to take up so much damage. And look at Crowley taking damage as well as trying to run away, dropping those berries. But this time he's like, oh no, this bottom battle is not working out because I don't have anybody to play with. He immediately teleports back to the base, and from there on he comes back to the bottom, recalling his teammates who are in the mid lane or at least the top lane. Everybody right now, it is going to be a 3-man fight coming to the bottom lane.
Well, definitely, I guess you have to have the support of your teammate. Otherwise, this attack is not going to be worthless. Not going to be, I guess, worthy. Apart from that, when it comes to the bottom lane, look at that. A lot of clashes there at that point. And eventually, this clash is going to get even worse at this moment. If I'm not wrong, the time period is looking forward to see where Rayquaza is going to form up in the mid lane. If I'm not wrong, in just 2 minutes, I guess, in just 30 seconds, I guess that Rayquaza is going to spawn.
Now it is the Rayquaza battle, and Unites have been farmed already from Marcos' end. We're talking about the end of Revenant. They have still to farm, especially on Crowley, who has been a major factor of the driving force of the lead that they have. Now they're trying to fight for the steal here, but it does not work out because Marcos Gaming, after the initial try that they did to kind of make sure they get the steal, it did not work out. Now all of them are ready here for the mid lane battle, but a brilliant attack coming in from that Delphox. It's burning away that graphic Pokemon Serena, and she's having a trouble, and she had to TP back to base, teleports, gets a full heal, and then will be back. And right now the responsibility is in the hands of the other surviving players from Marcos, especially this Mamo Swine, who needs to delay from the Rayquaza battle starting up, and that's what they're doing. And finally Serena is back into the picture after the initial scrimmage and the health loss that had come through, but Zishal gets it with a pretty good solar beam and then a quick unite to follow up, but he has a unite of his own to answer back, and he's chasing who? The one Pokemon that he knows he can KO instantly, that is Miriam, who's playing on that Glaceon. They tried it, but immediately chimes in the Mamoswine with the Ice Trickle Spear, takes him down. Unfortunately the mime is out for Revenant, but still Crowley is alive. He takes on Glaceon, he does not let it run away, and Blizzard now left with a battle along with 50 and Nova. They do the job, get another KO. Now it's all alone Mamoswine trying to hold this Rayquaza off, maybe for a steal, but it looks too tough. Mew is here again, Kyurem coming in, maybe looking forward to a steal with a solar beam, but they're like, let's take down Kyurem first, and Kyurem is super low. Another KO coming in, Revenant playing so smart, tactical, and with all the efforts. He tried to go for a stomp over there, but unfortunate walks, they were ready for you, and before he could do and hit his move to the Rayquaza, Revenant have it, and they're just going for all the goals that they can go.
They're going bonkers at this moment. 442 score. Okay, well, let's add 100 goals more. As you can see, only two, I guess, two last final goal zone is the only goal zone which is left at this moment, and even obviously they're just sunking down the goal. 656 is the right amount of score which we are looking up to, and if we talk about Marcos, let's see how they're going to deal with this particular fight. Marcos manages to knock out one F knockout after Cyber coming up as a downfall for the team Revenant Esports, but Revenant, they are finally going to the last 5 seconds, and I believe Revenant is going to get this one from the best fight.
Yeah, Revenant get this. What a brilliant play. Tactically well outsmarted their opponents, Marcos here. Marcos were ready. Marcos knew what Revenant wanted to do. But Crowley on that Greedent, what a
Yeah.
play coming in from him. That is going to be the first match. So this is the best of 5. It gives a chance for Marcos to answer back. But now you could see
Definitely.
what happened here. Having Zishal as the supporter and along with 50 also the
Mhm.
supporter. Revenant had a lot of support, especially in terms of taking damage as well as is helping their teammates to boost their attacks and try to
Yeah.
forego that advantage on top of Marcos and destroy them. And they made it use. But on the other end, Marcos didn't have supporters. They played with a double
Mm.
defender setup, which kind of hit back for themselves.
Yeah, definitely they were
Double
able to
attacker.
take it. Yeah, they were able to actually endure the damage, but eventually, when it came to actually dishing out that attack and eventually getting the support from the team, Marcos was at the back wall, at the
Mhm.
backstep age. But that is the thing, I guess, that Marcos Gaming has to recover in the next few matches that they're going to play, because 4 more matches are going to be there from this best of 5. And eventually, if Revenant goes in for the guns blazing and eventually gets the first 3 matches in their favor, this will be a victory for Revenant and they will be moving forward. And that will be absolutely an amazing win. As you all can see, guys, in the starting 3.5 minutes, the era was not that in the hands of, let's say, not that favorable for the team Revenant Esports.
Mhm.
But after that point marker, look at that, how their lead actually came in: 142 points, then 188, then 254, and after that, when they got the Rayquaza, it all actually got out of the hands, and eventually 656 points coming from Team Revenant. That's a huge jump for them.
I mean, maybe they're making a wrong move in the early 2 minutes that you talked about. That they're not
Hmm.
going for the goals. You saw Marcos were the one taking the charge, but what was Revenant doing? Farming, leveling themselves up. And once they leveled, you could see everybody has crossed the border of 100 goals each. One player was
Okay.
left, I think Zishal, but he was inclined to helping his teammate out. And you can see this is why I said having a double supporter gives you a chance to become a barrier as a Pokemon itself. Throw yourself in front of the opponent, let them do the damage to you, not your Pokemons which do the attack and do the damage. And that's what they
Hmm.
did. You could see both Swifty as well as Crowley, I mean Zishal, both of them took damage on top of themselves. 50,000, 50 or 70,000 on Zishal and
Right.
50,000 on Swifty. And then the attackers and the all-rounders, all they had to do is jump in, do the damage, while they were also doing the damage and taking the damage as supporters. So a brilliant setup coming in from Revenant's end, but that is still the first matchup. Now I am worried little bit for Revenant here, Raider, because they showed what they could do in that first
Yeah.
best of 5. Now it's the time for second, and it is Marcos' chance to adapt to it.
Well, definitely, they have to adapt. They have to evolve at this moment, just like their Pokemons are going to do in the game. They have to bring back some new strategies, or they are going to stick around their meta. Will we'll be able to talk about that perspective as well once we see
Hmm.
the Pokemons that they are actually choosing. Apart from that, when it comes to Revenant Esports, decent enough game, but it was not a game where we actually knew from the start that Revenant is going to win, because they had a shaky start. They had a start where I guess Marcos was easily catching up to them. And if I'm not wrong, Marcos was the one who actually scored the first goal, and they were the first one to reach
Yes.
out to 50 points. So definitely they had a great start. Marcos actually started out quite well. They were farming, they were
Hmm.
gaining the points as well. They were putting the EOS energy in the goal zone. These were the few brilliant strategies in the start that Marcos had, but eventually
Yes.
throughout the game, after 3.5 minutes of Marco, Revenant caught up to their strategy and eventually turned them, and there was a reverse sweep coming up.
Yeah, I mean, I love the grid and play coming
Yeah.
through from Crowley. It was just brilliant, and I really enjoyed it. Right now, I'll be
Mhm.
looking forward to how they kind of immediately move into the next one and what better they can do, Raider, because
Yeah.
Marcos. This is a best of five. As we keep talking about, it is a round robin stage, but again, only the top teams who stay in the scoreboard get a chance to move ahead in the scoreboard. Otherwise, they will have a tough one to forgo. So, right now, it is something that we'll be looking forward to at how the next stages work out. But in the meantime, I want to look at what they will be doing in terms of the next upcoming fights. But again, the previous fight was too damn good, so we'll quickly talk about it in the highlights and figure out what was done. Bursting towards the end, even when that Tyranitar came up with a unite on Marcos's end, it was able to push back the Pokemons for only some time. But immediately, once that goal zone did get destroyed, they were immediately answering back, pushing back the players from Marcos Gaming. The only thing that they were able to reach was close to 200. That's all. But immediately they were destroyed.
Uh, yes, sir. Many people have talked about Revenant Esports, whether that the way they were attacking, the way they were getting the KOs. It's not like Marcos was not getting the KOs. Yes, they were getting the KOs, but eventually not enough.
It was not enough for them. So I'll be
Yes,
looking forward to what they do in the next upcoming battles. But right now,
definitely.
as we get back to the desk, I want to see what Revenant make a change in, because
Yep.
we talked about it, right, Raider. It is not only that
Mm-hmm.
they Marcos try to figure out what will be the next move. It is also coming down to what Revenant change in the game after seeing their double supporter setup. Maybe Revenant come in and they say we will bring in a double defender of our own, maybe counter you even better, bring up Pokemons which can tank and take damage a lot more. Mamoswine over there from Marcus's end doing a good job and also waited for the steal. But again, Mamoswine, when it makes its move, it takes like a fraction of a second to activate that move and then start stomping on the ground, maybe Earthquake or a
Definitely.
horsepower, whichever it uses.
Yeah.
But it takes like a fraction of a second before it hits, and in that
Right.
fraction of a second, the Rayquaza was in the hands. So I think they have to figure out how to make that move, and that's the reason this is the time we talk about the speedsters. They're ready to
Yeah,
jump in,
definitely.
or maybe ranged attackers coming into the play. So maybe Marcos, they have the thought, but they have to figure out
Mm.
which Pokemon can do the job better.
Indeed, I guess at that moment, the solar beam coming from Mew would have been very crucial, but eventually Mew was taken down, if I'm not wrong, from Revenant's perspective. That was actually a great play coming from the corner. Apart from that, now, yes, you were talking about the speedsters. So
Hmm.
definitely we have to check out that Zorak or Trio, whatever speedsters
Yeah.
they are actually going to use. I mean, could be very crucial in the next upcoming games because opponent now have got the zest that how the fights can actually be,
Hmm.
and at the same time, Marcos have got the zest that how the fights can actually run out from their hands. So definitely they have to catch up on that strategy. And in the next match, we are going to see a beautiful tug of war. This could be the comeback fight for Team Marcos, or is it going to
Yes.
be Revenant once again bringing back the glory and once again repeating the best of scenarios coming up from the corner? We'll have to see. But before that, I guess the selections are the one thing I'm actually waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, also with the bans coming in, you saw, right?
Yeah,
They did tell that no Snorlax, no Dodri. And
yeah.
Revenant are like, it doesn't matter. We'll still play it really, really well. And I think because of that, they had to change to that Pillow Swine, Mammoth coming through from Marcos's end. Otherwise, I think that they had it jotted it down to Snorlax being their defender. So that last minute change also would have put him on a spiral. But Revenant look
Definitely.
well prepared. It looks like it doesn't matter whichever ban that you throw, everybody else is prepared from there. And so I'm looking forward to this next second matchup coming through of what will be the bans, whether it'll be the same in the draft coming through, and will they one of the ends keep the Pokemon same or will they go for a change?
I mean, that's pretty much important that you have to play with two or three different Pokemons and eventually learn their abilities so that you can perform. Because right now, coming up with these bans, it can actually put you at a very tough spot. And that's what happened to Team Marcos, I guess. So definitely, I guess these are the few things which can be quite crucial. But there we go, guys. I guess the ban phase is going to come in. Let's see which are the two Pokemons which are going to get banned. Marcos is sitting on the blue corner for now, and Revenant is coming up in the orange one.
Waiting for the initial ban. 15 seconds to go. I want to understand what both of them are thinking of which Pokemon they're trying to pick it up. And it's going to be an interesting choice of which ban, whether this time they'll be going in for oh, it is the opposite ends this time. Oh wait, that is actually the same. I thought maybe the orange and the purple are same ends of the teams, but it's going to be Marcos right now on the purple end and Revenant on the orange end, and it is going to be a Tyranitar ban coming in from Revenant because they saw what that Tyranitar did with the Unite move, did a lot of damage. They said it's okay, you get back your Snorlax, but not the Tyranitar. But Marcos still keep the Dodrio in their favor.
Works well. Dr. Mime is going to get selected. Snorlax is going to be there for 50. That's good enough. Tyranitar has been banned, and as we are talking about Marcos Gaming, there's going to be Dodrio as a banned Pokemon. Curem is going to go for the Eldegoss, and that's actually a great strategy coming up. Let's see how the strategy is going to get implemented in the game.
Now I want to understand what are the thoughts coming in the next few picks coming in for both the sides. As I said, there will be some changes. There are some changes. We did see Curem on Mew previously, so he's like, I want to play the Eldegoss and the same double supporter setup that they previously had, and it kind of seems that they have something written down. Walk on the other end, he's going to be switching up to none other than the Venusaur, and Snowy finally the Azumarill. I was thinking, like, where is the Azumarill? But on the other end, Magnums, after seeing what Revenant did on the Delphox, is like, we'll bring out one of our own and let's see how it'll work out. But on the other end, Zishal is like, your Mamoswine didn't work. We'll show you how to make it work. And also Swifty coming in with the Snorlax. Noah still keeping it strong. But Crowley, he switches to the attacker. That's going to be a Ninetales along with Blizzard also going with the Gardevoir. And we saw what Gardevoir can do. Oh, damn. This is going to be super interesting, Raider.
Appointment of Gardevoir, definitely the things can actually take up a notch. So definitely I'm actually looking forward to see that how the game goes on. Azumarill coming from Snowy's corner is also going to be quite interesting to watch it. Apart from that, if we talk about Ninetales coming from Crowley's corner, that's a different approach. But yes, of course, this approach can actually benefit them a lot.
It can benefit right now, Raider, but I want to understand what is the new thing that Marcos are coming up with. I want to understand if they're ready for it or if they're planning something new at this time. But as we are thinking, right, what are your thoughts? I want to get an idea about who do you think has the upper hand? Do you think there is a chance of a comeback coming through from either Marcos, or is it going to be still the team which is Revenant who are going to be kicking this off and getting 2-0 to this initial start in the best of 5? Right now, as we jump into the game, it's Revenant, same split. There's nothing, but one special thing is this mid push coming through from Swifty. He is wanting to annoy them, try to delay as much as possible from the farming scenario and wait for it. And once they're done and got their farm in their favor, let's make sure that our team have had a better chance to farm. And yes, KO has already been done. I mean, Swifty gives up his life. And that is, I hope, a very decided and well-written strategy coming through. In the bottom right now, if you want to talk about it, it's Crowley and Zishal playing together. Let's like the previous game with the Mime and a Greedent. This time it's going to be a Ninetales as well as a Mamoswine. Let's see how it works out for their end. It looks like Swifty is back alive. He is like, okay, I think I need to make sure that I start farming up because they are looking a little bit better on the level and they're doing a lot more damage. But Swifty's only one end intention is deny them from getting a chance to farm. And you can see Curem, even though was trying to throw down damage, it did not work out on that Eldegoss. Yes, it is not leveled up, but it is all the farming that was taken up from Revenant Esports, and Revenant, they're not looking forward to stopping. Bottom lane is still being contested from Vox, making sure they didn't push up along with the confusion coming in. I'm not too sure if he's picked up the barrier or if he's switched up for something. I think it should be the barrier, but on the other end, look at this. Azumarill wanted to breach in between and now has got Gardevoir. Gardevoir, as I said, it is a squishy Pokemon. The need to be worried about it, but immediately chimes in the entire team, start jumping in. Gardevoir, yes, gets taken down, but that was a 1-for-1 trade, but the bottom lane control, it has been given up here, Raider. Marcos, they will have to be worried about it.
The same thing happened. They had the lead, but initially the lead got away from their particular corner. But in the mid lane, Ninetales is trying to fight back, and with a bit of mines, that's Vox 2 also coming up. But there we go, another knockout coming up from, I believe, Chemine's corner. That's absolutely important. The knockouts are there. If we talk about Pillar Swine trying to fall back, trying to actually repass himself, and then again fight back.
Meantime, Vox was taking up the point. Can do something. But look at what Revenant decide as a team to stop, put goals in, and they enabling the bottom lanes to be also used as a goal. And they do 56 coming in, but it is not a huge one. And this is what I said. They made sure that Marcos have a tough time getting AOS energy for themselves when it's time to goal. Whereas Revenant constantly got wild Pokemons and also evolved themselves. Right now, Gardevoir, who was trying to fight and farm around the mid lane, did get punished, but not before punishing the opponent. So again, it is just a 1v1 exchange coming through. Zishal right now is helped out with not the Gardevoir who was previously there, but this time it is going to be Swifty on that Snorlax. But Reggie coming out here as the objective, they're trying to take it away from them. They want to make sure that Revenant don't get the advantage of the boost here in terms of the attack. But on top, the Sizer alone takes the Regieleki, and with the Regieleki taken, and he just pushed to the top lane goal base. But in the meantime, bottom is where the entire squad of Revenant decide fighting as a squad. And look at this, 50 does block it, make sure that Gardevoir survives and also buys time so that his teammates are also pushing up from the bottom lane. Sizer in the meantime, understanding who wanted to push to the bottom lane, understands his team is getting KO'd. It is not going to be a wise choice to push bottom lane. Try to push with the Regieleki, take top lane control, but in the meantime, top lane is also being pushed from the Venusaur right now, which makes life even more tougher. Man, Revenant are right now facing a little bit of a standstill.
They are unable to catch up the points, but still they are trying their little best to struggle around and maybe catch up to the particular fight. Coming up, as you can see, Revenant on the corner, Pillar Swine is there. Oh, knockout comes in, and quite a beautiful one as well gets taken down at that same moment. Other knockout comes in, I believe that was Ninetales who have been taken down. Apart from that, if we talk about the support system, yes, of course, Man is able to support quite a bit for the team, but still, if we talk about the goal post, well, they are not filled the energy, not filled with the energy coming from Revenant Esports. Let's see how Revenant is going to catch up to this particular sound, because for now, Marcos is taking up the lead.
You can see Revenant right now are scattered everywhere. They're like fighting in every direction. And I think Marcos have made that because of the picks that they have. Previously, that double supporter that they brought in, it played out really well. It forced Revenant also on hand to play together. But this time, because they have defenders coming in, attackers, all-rounders coming through, they're like, let's just push. Let's just try to fight it at all borders and all goal zones. And going individual is they're paying a hefty price. On the other hand, we did talk about Marcos have adapted. And yes, they've adapted. All the players are playing together, irrespective whether they're an all-rounder or an attacker who can do a lot of damage. They're like, we will play together and then do damage together where we get KOs rather than we getting KO'd.
And indeed, it is important that you actually maintain your safety, and apart from that, get the damage and get the goals in your favor. So definitely that is the game. But on the top lane, as you can see, a lot of clashes coming up. People are fighting. There is a trouble coming up, and on the opponent of Venusaur, there is double substitution coming from their corner as well. Apart from that, if I talk about Snorlax, well, the defender is actually going to be on the back foot. He's trying to defend the attacks that is actually coming up for Regieleki, for the taking down of Regieleki, and Sizer is actually coming up with the attack of his own. Apart from that, when it comes to unstoppable, he is actually unstoppable at this moment. He's trying to get the best gain the kind of, let's say, amazing points which is required for now. But if I talk about Regieleki, dominance still persists. Regieleki is still not in the favor of Regieleki, but fortunately, yes, it was Revenant Esports who was able to back out Regieleki in their favor.
The fight was too intense, but still it's Revenant getting in and finally getting a little bit of a lead. Ninetales immediately denying Vox here to get the Regi for himself, but also making sure he gets it as soon as possible because they're going in with basic attacks from both the ends. And Crowley, unfortunate, it was Vox who steals it away after Crowley doing so much, and now they're not happy about it. Revenant immediately jump into the battle with the Unite coming through. Vox, a brilliant one coming through. He KOs the Swifty along with Delphox helping him out over there, but he's not stopping. He's like, you guys took a decision of fighting fighting with us in the bottom lane, we are going to be forcing the battle towards your end. But in the meantime, you see what Gardevoir is doing. Even though has a lot of chaos energies and can go for a goal, is planning only to level up, level up, level up. And as you're a ranged attacker, great level, you can do a lot of damages with your Psych Shock coming through or any other moves that the Gardevoir chooses, and they're playing it together as they're farming as well.
Well, indeed, they are getting the points, they're getting the favor at this moment. They are trying their level best to retaliate the way they want to. Apart from that, in the bottom of Nova, look at that, trying to actually be at the back foot. If we're talking about Revenant Esports, 111 points, they're looking quite strong. If we're talking about Marcos, 86 points coming from their favor. Revenant is already having one match from the best of five. Definitely, it's quite important for them to actually go ahead and gain more and more points. Marcos coming up with 145. They are actually catching up to the score that Revenant is trying to set at this point, but let's see how far they can actually go. Let's see how far of an approach this particular team is able to build. But if we talk about MG's some of the players, if we talk about Zsol, the Bamboo Swan is here, and you can already see he's about to push in.
Look at this. Blizzard, he's trying to deny here, but still Snowy managed to score 5 at least, but gets KO'd. So I'm not too sure if it was the right decision coming in from Snowy. Nonetheless, we will be looking forward to Snowy in the next battle, which is going to be the Rayquaza battle. And in the Rayquaza, it looks like Revenant are ready for it. All of them have farmed their unites. On the other end, finally, Marcos also, everybody gets farmed. But in the meantime, look at Revenant quickly trying to grab the Regieleki, which will push to the opponent's base and cause trouble, and will also act as a distraction while Revenant are taking Rayquaza, and Marcos would have to defend the top lane. But look at what Marcos decides. They're like, we're going to quickly jump into the battle here in the Rayquaza, take it away from Revenant, and from there on win the battle here in the best of 5. Try to get at least the scoreline to a 1-1 situation, but a brilliant play coming in from the Ninetales. Yes, gets KO'd, but annoyed them, delayed them from continuing the Rayquaza battle, and now Rayquaza will be back in full health.
Well, the Rayquaza is back to the full health, but now the approach is going to be that take him down and eventually get the story of it in the favor. So let's see how it's going to be possible. I don't think so it's going to be a possible task for them, or the corner of the dependent on the sword. It is quite important, it is quite amazing to see that how this guy is particularly going to build it. Apart from that, if we're talking about the range attacks, but let's see who is going to get the KO. I believe if I'm not wrong, it was from Revenant Esports who got the KO.
Yeah, I mean, Marcos got the first one in Revenant, but then it is Rayquaza who have gotten. I mean, Rayquaza's KO has been taken from Marcos, and that was their intention. And look at them, they're forcing on all directions, and Marcos, they are the one who have 399 lead. And now, yes, here we can see Swifty annoying wall, but wall. He is an attacker, he's doing so much damage, and also with this Venusaur you can heal yourself, and that's what he's doing. He's reached the life out of them. Vishal immediately wanted to chime in, but there is also walks that he needs to be worried about. A supporter and an attacker can do so much damage, and their minute goals coming through is still effective because that is boosting their overall score, coming up to 451. Not looking forward to stopping, whether it's 30 seconds or whether it's the last 5 seconds. Marcos have decided that any single goal that we can force, we will try to put it. And look at that, Walt has 5 AOS energy, he's trying to put it in, but he's getting pushed, hit with all the moves. 50 is going in for slams, and Zsol is just trying to push them out of the base. And right now, Walks is also trying to go for a goal, but with again the Petal coming through, the lead coming through, they're just getting life and getting the goals in. And finally, directly going in for the sleep on the goals and trying to prevent it. Not for long, because Delphox also comes out with a unite and a brilliant play coming in from Marcos to answer back and get this second victory in the best of 5. So right now, scoreline even, Steven.
Well, of course, the scoreline is coming up to an even start, but now I guess Revenant has to be worried that how they are going to catch up with the next fight, because Revenant, they have to catch up at this moment. If we talk about Marcos, a beautiful victory coming for the corner. Indeed, at the last few moments, they were able to catch up onto the task, and that's what they were trying to deal for in the first fight, in the first match to be precise. But that's a beautiful comeback coming from Team Marcos Gaming. Let's see how far they can actually fetch out.
We will wait and watch of what can happen next. Right now, the main thing that we have to be looking forward to is what is the next move for Revenant. They had an answer back. They made a change in terms of their play style. You can see even in the graph that we are right now seeing, it does say the battle was neck and neck. But Marcos decided they want the Rayquaza at all costs. They'll be putting their everything. And that Regieleki distraction, Revenant, Marcos is like, let it go. It's okay. We might just give them a couple of more scores, but that does not matter. If we get Rayquaza, we are going to be destroying them.
Well, definitely, when you need the point, you have to actually catch up on the game, and eventually, that's what this particular team did. They were able to capitalize on a lot of perspectives, and eventually, finally, the game is in the hands of Team Marcos Gaming. Let's see how far they can actually go at this moment. If we talk about QRM, look at that, a beautiful strategy coming from the corner, but Vox is going to become the MVP through the minutes.
Vox, brilliant play. I mean, loved it coming in on the mime. We were talking about Crowley previously on the grid end, but this time it was Vox. Brilliant setup play coming through as a supporter as well. You could see 9 assists from his end as well. There were switch up which looked good from Revenant, but as I said, it looked more as individuals because of having the all rounders and attackers majoritarily compared to the supporters being nil. Look at Merriam as well, played really well on the Delphox, showed yes, can also play the Delphox, do a lot of damage. Same goes for Volk, 70,000 as well. Snowy took a lot in terms of damage on that Azumarill. I was hoping for a lot of damage to be being dealt. Nonetheless,
Mhm.
as a team player, did the job.
Well, definitely this job, and quite beautifully the job is done right now. For now, I believe the game is pretty much in their hands. But moving up ahead, I guess the next few matches are going to be very crucial for them to catch up with. And if they are unable to do so, then the things might not be that favorable as they are looking for now.
They might be right now. I want to see what they do next, Raider, because
Hmm.
I'm really enjoying. This is the best of five, and we did talk about it, right? It
Yeah.
might just go right to the edge, and we might end up seeing what is next, and that is
Hmm.
about to come here, as we are going to be thinking about what is the next move as teams are looking forward to, like uh, maybe getting a clean sweep. That has been denied, at least from Marcos for now, of what Revenant had thought of. But Revenant, they know it's not a done deal. They did make a little bit of minute changes, but that
Yeah.
change in the ban, I'm coming through. There is like, if you want the Snorlax, you can take it. But on the other hand, they wanted to make sure that Revenant do not get the Dodrio. They are worried about them getting that Speedster, and we saw yesterday. Even though the
Yeah.
Dodrio did not do a lot in terms of value, I'll tell you, it is from Revenant's game itself that I've seen that they do a lot in terms of the steals with that Dodrio. That pace that it has, the attacks coming through, especially with the Unite, the triple stab, they immediately run through, wait for the right opportunity, and when either the Rayquaza or you see the Regieleki, depending on the time and the situation, they use it at the right time and get those steals done.
Well, definitely, I believe they have got the strategy that how speeches can be an asset for the team. But
Mm-hmm.
I believe Marcos learned that particular strategy from the corner, and they were able to put a stop on that particular gameplay. And that's how Revenant actually was unable to deliver the fights. And they didn't have the range attack as well. They were trying their level best to actually maneuver and get the EOS energy in the goals, but at the last few moments, it was not that possible for them. And
Mm-hmm.
if I'm not wrong, they had the Rayquaza, but after that, still
Yes.
the defensive positions that actually Marcos maintained was on point.
Oh yes, a brilliant play coming in. I want to see how they'll be playing the next fights coming through because it's going to be very crucial, Raider. Because this is the
Yeah.
best of five, as you mentioned. Rayquaza is something that we always look forward to in terms of the last stretch fight of who can take it away. If they don't kind of do justice to it, and in terms of playing it to perfection. I wouldn't say like perfect in the terms of like getting a clean sweep, melting that Rayquaza, but it is in terms of how they play it out and do damage to their opponent as well, who's trying to stop them from getting the Rayquaza. So let's wait and watch of how it happens. Here it is becoming a chaos on both the ends, but as I said, Marcos were ready. I was worried that maybe a couple of them would not get their Unite moves, but they got their Unite moves at the right time, and as soon as the Rayquaza spawned, they were immediately able to take the final stretch head on, do the battle, and take out Nine Tails especially. That minute switch up, right? It might not look huge when the battle was going on,
Hmm.
but from Revenant's end, they wanted a distraction, and the Nine Tails was the distraction, which went
Yeah.
around the legendary pit, tried to do direct damage to them head on, but immediately Marcos decided, as a team, anyway, we are clustered together, let's jump on the Nine Tails, KO it immediately, and jump back to the battle with Rayquaza, and that's what worked out. Brilliant play coming in from Marcos, great decision making coming through, and especially showing us that you loved Revenant's team gameplay. Wait for us. We'll also show you. So I really loved Marcos's team gameplay as well coming through. But that does not give them the victory in the best of five. They don't get the point here in the round
Yeah.
robin. They still have maybe three more matches to play, or just two more if they get a clean sweep right now from here on.
Well, we started off as a best of five. Now it is coming up as a best of three because the scores are pretty much 1-1 and it's basically zeroed. It's
Hmm.
basically equalized for both of the teams. And now they have to actually win two good matches. Whichever team wants to win, they have to win two good matches. And eventually they are going to move forward as a champion in this particular Nationals playoff. But definitely that's going to be quite crucial for Team Revenant Esports as well as Marcos.
Hmm.
Marcos have showed their strength. They have shown that how they can deliver the fights in their favor. But one thing I'm actually worried about is they are unable to get the Rayquaza in their favor. So that is the thing. In the past two matches that I've seen, particularly, they are actually taking out the fight, no doubt on that. They're dishing out the damage, they're getting the supporters done. In the second match, we saw how beautifully they were able to maneuver the synergy of the teammates. But the only thing they were unable to get from that particular fight is the Regieliki and the Rayquaza quite a few times. Rayquaza only comes up one time, and eventually, if we talk about Regieliki, they were able to fetch out that also in their favor. So these are the few things which can give the bump, which can give the boost to Team Revenant Esports as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what will happen.
But we'll quickly talk about what happened in the second match,
Okay.
the best of 5. Highlights
Yeah.
coming through. You saw Gardevoir a couple of times did get picked off, but Ninetales played really, really well with the Avalanche and all moves coming through. But again, as a team, Revenant were still a little bit scattered. You see a couple of chaos coming through, but you can see how Revenant were also looking forward to playing together, but were getting denied. There are still chaos streaks that we are seeing, but in terms of these early fights, yes, it was Revenant. But when Marcos decided to start separating the players, look at this. There was a steal coming through where Crowley, even though he was dishing damage because he had exhausted and put his moves in cooldown, he had to just use his basic attacks, because of which that Reggie Ice was stolen. And from there on, I felt like the drive just went away. And again, this is the Ninetales fight that we spoke about. Immediately, that coming into taking the KO on that Ninetales just gave them the upper hand.
Well, definitely. That was an amazing highlights, which actually showcased that what actually happened in the brief span of 2 or 5 minutes. But moving up ahead, if we talk about another beautiful map, let's see what we are going to witness in this particular fight, because Remnant is going to sit in the blue corner. Orange corner is going to get occupied by Marcos Gaming. This is coming up as a ban phase. Let's see which are the two Pokemons which are going to get banned. Revenant Esports and Team Marcos Gaming, they are looking forward to it. The Tyranitar gets banned for Team Revenant. And if we talk about the ban for Marcos Gaming, it's going to be Dr. Mr. Mine.
Let's see how we will be seeing this match play.
Yeah.
Finally, they've let gone of that Dodrio ban that they've done twice. And look at that.
Mhm.
Nova immediately picks it up. This is what I was telling. Like, Revenant have that Dodrio player ready. And that's what
Yeah.
Marcos were ready for. Marcos finally, like, let's just give them that Dodrio. Maybe they coming up back on Zishal with the Mime can be troublesome. And they make sure that Zishal does not have the chance to pick a Mime. Swifty on their end switches back to the Eldegoss. And Zishal has to make a choice of what he wants to play. He plays a defender that is going to be a Blastoise.
Well, let's see how this whole situation goes on in the favor Swifty with the Eldergoss. On the other corner, if we talk about Snorlax coming for Vox's corner, three more people from Team Argos Gaming have to choose their Pokemon. And if we talk about Kyurem, well, there we go. The Pokemon has been chosen. Apart from that, one more Pokemon gets chosen by Miriam. But moving forward, if we talk about Blizzard and the other guy from Team Revenant, they are also ready with their own Pokemon. So let's see how this whole situation goes on. In this particular matchup, yes, of course, they are changing some new strategies. Dodrio is coming up as a new Pokemon for them. Apart from that, if we talk about Blizzard, he's also choosing Lucario. Eldegoss is there. And again, I guess we are waiting for Marcos Gaming.
Kyurem with a Blissey Walk. What does he pick up? Miriam did pick up that Sylveon, but it's going to be a double attacker setup coming through. Interesting. Walk played really well with the Venusaur coming through, and I think he wants to do a lot more. But Blizzard, I thought he will come back with a Glaceon, but him playing on the Lucario, I think he's feeling really good, and he wants to do a lot in terms of the damage. Again, Lucario is both punches and kicks, he's using all the arms, making sure it does a lot in terms of damage. But Crowley, we saw a Gradient, but right now picking up a Cramorant. I feel like Crowley is a very versatile player. He's showing us everything and anything that he has got, and he brings in this Cramorant and brings range into the battle again. And let's see what happens. With the Gardevoir, they did bring it, Raider, but it was not enough. It did put them a little bit on the upset side or a little on the offset. But now, with bringing back the Cramorant, let's see what they can do. Cramorant can take damage, but again, in the same time, it will also go down if they are hitting them with all shots and all corners. So Cramorant needs to be worried about. But again, just like Gradient who can run around, his fishes when are thrown right at your Pokemon's face are something to be looked forward to. It is both funny and also damaging to the opponent.
Well, now I believe the battle has been started. Let's see how the whole impact is going to be there. As you all can see on the backside, in top lane, the fights are coming up. The Pokemon, the wild Pokemon are also getting farmed. And Team Revenant is starting out quite well. Let's see how they're going to put the
Thought about maybe I'll just try to push the goal, but it should not work out. On the other end, it's going to be Snowy who gets the goal in, and finally Blizzard also has issues that he gets the goal in, and make sure that the top lane is just exchanging goals. Walks in the meantime understanding on this Snorlax that he's playing, he has 7 AOS energies. He's only trying to deny Revenant from getting the advantage and calls in Miriam as well, and they deny that from happening with Miriam taking away those 5 AOS energies. And now look at them, they're trying to again deny this 5 AOS energies, and this time they're unable to do it, unfortunately. So they will have to decide to go back and just get those citrus berries and make sure they heal themselves. And also, in the meantime, healing is going to be done with a Venusaur. Yes, still a Bulbasaur, very soon going to be evolving. But in the meantime, top lane battle still striking. Brilliant play with the Scyther as well as Truerippers. Chansey coming through. Yes, we will be seeing the Blissey soon, but they have to be worried. If he gets isolated, gets taken down, and not isolated, he gets 1v3 over there. Even though the chances is there, it's not enough.
Well, definitely it is not enough for the moment. If we talk about Swan is coming from MG's corner, as you can see, he's trying his level best to defend from the reaches of Revenant Esports. The goalpost is actually getting defended, no doubt that. As the defender, this is the job that this guy has to go for. And yes, of course, he's trying his level best to go for it. Apart from that, when it comes to the attacking scenario, yes, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Team Revenant to go out. And there we go, they're just trying their level best to take out the damage. Let's see how far they can actually go. Revenant with 65 points. If we talk about Marco, I think they've got only 11 for now. But still, they are trying their level best to struggle around and maybe get the point.
I'm not too sure why he's not playing with his teammate Scyther over there, and this is just getting tougher. He's healing himself. He decides, okay, I'll try to play with the Snorlax. Maybe his slams coming through can KO a couple of Pokemons, but in the meantime, Marcos, they're going in for a couple of goals as well. But what is Revenant doing as usual? Picking battles at this point. Now a 1v1 situation strikes. Let's see if Snowy can strike back, but looking at Blizzard on the advantage, maybe he can have a chance. But it is all comes down to the cooldown, and both of them on the cooldown decide that their basic attacks will be in a very tricky situation. So both of them get back to their goal zones, deal with those berries, and right now looking forward to the KO is going to be the bottom lane. And yes, they do get it with the Sylveon taking down, and now we have to look forward to the Blastoise coming back very soon, but it is still a water till we will see when the Blastoise levels up, but it will take time right now. Whereas Marcos, they're looking forward to getting this Ivysaur to Venusaur very, very soon.
Well, for now, as you can see already, the impact is mesmerizing coming from Revenant's corner, but Marcos is slowly but steadily catching up. This is the game which can actually turn the tides, which can actually put up the pressure on both of the teams. So let's see how the pressure is going to get the win. If we're talking about the Regieleki, well, I guess definitely trying to get the Regieleki in the favor of the Speed Trust is working very strong, and now finally the Regieleki is in the favor of Team Revenant Esports. They are going to move forward for the first goal post, and now as you can see, the backup still is coming up. The fights are still actually looking very strong. The Revenant Esports, let's see how they're going to fight in the favor. For now, we need goal post.
Sylveon comes to the Unite, is surviving, walks, now trying to take damage upon himself, being that defender, wants to deny that KO from happening. But in the meantime, the top fight where the Scyther came through, it did not work out. They were still able to goal, and that's the reason Revenant, we are seeing them at 86. But look at this, Zishal understands that he's super low, but actually wants to sneak up, get a goal in, but he sees his teammates taking a lot in terms of damage, makes a decision to fight. Yes, they do get the Sylveon out and also get walks down. Now it's all up to the Blissey. Yes, Blissey was about to go out, but immediately to save the life is going to be Miriam chiming in with this Venusaur coming through. They're just doing damage with the Petal Dance coming through, but the Water Turtle is also doing the exchange damage coming through. But the Unite, they managed to dodge it. Unfortunately, the Sea Bomb coming through, it does not connect and therefore does not find a lot in terms of value, but they're still constantly trying to push these players and looking forward to a couple more KOs, and finally a Cramoran KO comes through. But the Lucario is already here. Revenant Blizzard, he's not stopping. He's like, I want to do the damage, and he is doing the damage, and looks like Venusaur might be out, but Vox, he comes in between the battle, because of which immediately Miriam runs away, but Vox gives away his life, sacrifices it.
Oh man, amazing game coming up at this point. If we're talking about Marcos winning, William is actually over here. Venusaur with the Petal Dance trying to move forward and get their back damage under it. I'm going to talk about the Pauli, he's also trying his ability to go back forward. Well, if we're talking about the Registry, they have to get it so that they can get the boost from it as well.
Seal is gone. It is taken from Revenant. Revenant, this is how they play. Their team last moment fight, especially switching up positions very quickly where the opponent cannot figure out, is working out right now. Vox again about to be KO'd, but thankfully it is going to be wall switching, but it's also Nova coming into the play. And there are a couple of wild Pokemon which can act as trouble and also be distracting, and that's the reason they had to clear it off. They do take some initial exchanges coming through, but you saw Scyther sneakily also going in for goals on the top lane, and Scyther is keeping constant control of the top lane, whereas the entire Revenant team is switching positions. Lucario early on we saw in the top lane, but right now he's at the bottom. But look at this block, they're pushing him out, and Sylveon Walk wants to capitalize, but again having the chance of Blizzard to run with this. Lucario does get back to the goal zone and immediately heals himself in terms of using the goal as well as looking forward to the very as soon as it comes through. But back to a 4v5 fight situation between Revenant as well as Marcos. Revenant putting all their fights in here, whereas Dodrio is right now looking forward to any lurkers or anybody slowly trying to creep up, and he might find Sizer. So that 1v1 situation will also be interesting. Volk in the meantime, as he retreats, he's looking forward to getting some heal and also some farm. But in the meantime, look at this. They have all their eyes set on this Sizer. They want to eliminate it. And Snowy, even though he's trying to survive, trying to heal himself, he uses his Unite to do the damage. He brings Nova super low, but Nova is also running right now. Both of them fighting for their life, but Nova is going to be the one who's going to have the disadvantage, and Snowy makes use of that brilliant disadvantage.
The goal zone helped a lot with that particular grab, but only you want to look at that. It was a beautiful goal coming from the Warriors corner, and with this, other knockout is also coming up. So definitely they are trying their level best to take down quite a few Pokemons, and eventually if I talk about Snowy, well look at that. There is a push coming up on them. If I talk about Revenant Esports, 146 points from the corner, 195 for Marcos Gaming. Definitely a great strategy coming from the corner. They're building the points. Defender, the Snorlax is also working for the favor of the Marcos. Look at those thumping damages coming up, and he's trying to push him back. But apart from that, this also gets through.
With action swinging both the ends, unable to understand who has an upper hand. Now, you might say Revenant look on a disadvantage, but it is just a score of 50, which can be caught upon. And with 50 seconds on the clock, it is going to be highly dependent on the Rayquaza. And maybe on this Registeel fight as well. And again, it is going to be Registeel taken from the Revenant's end, and which gives them the advantage here on the attack. And now Snowy, this time he'll not survive. He's nowhere close to the goal zone, and he's surrounded by 3 players. But Sylveon wants to take revenge along with Box and blocks. Look at Zshol. He's cornered next to the wall and nowhere to run. And Venusaur, a 3 KO streak coming through, not letting anybody run. Takes down the Blastoise as well. Unfortunate for Zshol. Malco's answering back tight. Fights coming through right now with farming their Unites as well. They are right now holding around the Rayquaza pet. Let's see if it's going to be Marcos coming through, because look at this. From the 50 difference that we had on the goal, it's just come down to 20. So it's going to be a very crucial and a very interesting Rayquaza fight.
Well, indeed, that Rayquaza can actually turn down the tides at this moment. If we're talking about well, that petal dance is absolutely looking quite strong. Around the corner, Rayquaza has been appeared. Let's see how Marcos is going to actually get this Rayquaza in the favor, or is it going to be Team Revenant Esports getting it once again back to back in the 3 matches? But yes, of course, would have to actually point out one more thing, that even if the Revenant is getting the Rayquaza, they are not unable to dish out that kind of, let's say, advantage. But on the other corner, if we talk about Curium, well, there's definitely trying his level best. The petal dance comes in from the other guy from the Marcos. That's absolutely amazing. Sizer is farming while Pokémon as well.
Right now, it looks like nobody is taking action to the Rayquaza. They're just looking forward to eliminating players from Marcos' end. And Snowy again, he's just baiting their players, calling them, and then taking them to their goal zone where he can have a chance to get minute advantage on his health, heal himself. But on the other end, immediately find a way to KO. Lucario, he takes down Sylveon. Unfortunate for them, now they have to wait 15 seconds until the Sylveon is back. But look at Revenant, they're already jumping into the battle now. Blissey wants to go in for a say here with the bomb coming through. Does throw the bomb along with Venusaur on the petal dance. This is going to be a very crucial one, but the Blastoise with the Unite and the cannons coming through is going to be the one that will be getting themselves the Rayquaza. And now the fight and the tide will be switching to their favor. The entire top lane is crushed and destroyed. And now look at this. Oh, Snowy gets pushed up with the surf coming through. The block is there from Box to stop them and try to get back into the fight. But in the meantime, look at Nova and 50. They've already gotten into zones. Their only intent right now is to get goals and goals and goals and nothing else. And they're able to do it. While the entire team is right now trying to fight with just one Pokemon, they have already scored and gotten themselves to 630. And now Marcos just trying to find a way to goal one at least for themselves. But Swifty, being smart, got a goal at their base goal zone and immediately teleported back to the base. From there, jumped to their second goal zone. But look at the top goal zone still being goal. 100 will be got from Box, but that's all he can get.
Amazing takedown coming from Team Revenant. The way they caught up the match in the particular fight in the last few seconds after getting the Rayquaza, that was absolutely on point. And yes, of course, back to back, getting the Rayquaza for past 3 matches is something Revenant was actually trying to seek for. And finally, Revenant is once again coming back as the winners. The score is 2-1 in the BO5.
Revenant, it was a tough battle until the Rayquaza, but after that, they pulled it off. So it looks super good for them as of now. But what will happen next? Is it again Marcos taking another one and we push to the last match of the best of 5? You can see here Revenant coming in on a Crowley. He did not play that great previously when he's changed up the Pokemon, but coming back with the range and what damage that he can do has both chaos and assists coming through. But the super crucial player was Swifty here on that Eldegoss. Got 8 assists coming through. Not a lot in terms of goals, but that goal, I would say, responsibility was given to Noah with 233 goals on that Dodrio. And this is why I said Dodrio is very crucial. Maybe just trying to get some chaos here and there, but you making use of the speed, switching lanes, understanding where the players are, and immediately going in for goals, and made sure Noah at all times keeps that goal going. And on the other end, if you talk about the same supporter, Kurim, you saw does not have even a single goal, and I think that's where they fell a little bit short. Kurim was given an entire responsibility to support the team, play a little bit
Hmm.
back foot, and Kurim couldn't do something of his own.
Well, definitely when the attack is coming from Team Revenant Esports, it's not possible for one Pokemon to actually deal out or dish out all the damage and eventually take all the support in his favor. But at that exact moment when it came to, let's say, the final stretch time of 9 minutes, things changed for Team Revenant Esports. Because look at that. Before that, the score was pretty much at an equal 195 points coming from Team Marcos and 172 for Revenant Esports. But finally, what happened after getting the Rayquaza, they were able to dish out a hell lot of damage and eventually, finally, they were able to score a lot of EOS energy in the goal zone, and finally they had a score of 630, and Marcos was stuck at 301.
Now, I do want to give credit to Vox on that Venusaur. Played too damn good. But as we said, it was just not enough. Was able to do damage, get KOs as well. He did even get a streak in KO.
Mm,
But I'm sorry, it was Meriam. I got a little bit confused with both of Meriam as well as Vox playing together.
yeah.
So it is Meriam who did play really, really well. Vox as well played a very good role in terms of playing hand in hand, right? You saw with
Mm,
the blocks coming through, pushing
definitely.
Lucario away from his goal zone, holding Blastoise right to the wall, glued him there with the block coming through to find a KO on Zishal. Brilliant plays coming through, but Miriam, this is what I said on that Venusaur 92,000 damage. And on the same side, the Snorlax, the responsibility given is as a defender, take damage and try to save your teammate and buy time for them. And that's what I would say Vox did a lot of the times. Yes, did get a KO couple of times himself, but the responsibility mainly given to support his team, that one was done really, really well.
Well, definitely. He was able to support, he was able to defend his team particularly quite well. Vox did a brilliant job. And as you were talking about that petal dance coming from Miriam, and eventually Vox was able to corner the teammates
Hmm.
of corner the enemy of, to be precise, Revenant Esports. That was absolutely on point. The way they strategized the gameplay was absolutely on point. But moving forward, it's a 2-1 score coming up. And now Revenant have only one match to go with. And if we talk about Marcos Gaming, they have to win the last two matches. So let's see how that's going to be possible. Before that, get the brief of this particular match for the highlight.
A quick highlight where it initially seemed like it was Marcos because they were heavy hitters. There were exchanges, yes, that did happen, but you can see Marco's heavy hitting, pushing Revenant at all directions. But when both Nova and Blizzard started to function together, and Snowy being their all rounder, unfortunate with that Sizer, couldn't do much. And that is not because he was like trying to go alone, but he was given the top lane responsibility, and when he was playing top lane, it just got tougher. He was alone. He did get scores in, but you understand, not having a supporter trying to do damage, it did not work at all, and Revenant made best use of it. They understood that Marcos did one up to us in terms of playing together as a team, so we will try to do the same thing, play better as a team. In this 1v1 situation, you can see how prepared Snowy was. His mind game, as well as understanding the map and where he was, and calling in Nova, in pushing him, or I would say taunting him to get to the goal zone and see if he can get that KO on
Yeah.
Snowy. Did not work out for Noah over there. He did get KO'd on the opposite end. So this is the play that I would say that Marcos understood that they could kind of pull players away from Revenant, but Revenant stuck together as glues. Like just before the game, they decided, guys, whatever happens, let's not separate. That's what we did after the 5 minutes in the second matchup in the best of five, but we should not do it in third one. And they did the same. They did not make that mistake. Covered that up completely, and now it is time for the fourth match here in the best of five. But Raider,
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question. Do you think um, Revenant have got it to take it away in a 3-1 fashion, or Marcos, they're also going to be switching things up and making sure that the Dodrio is not taken this time and going for a ban again on the Dodrio?
Well, the thing is that Revenant is able to take the advantage of every single thing. Well,
Yeah.
in the second match, they were unable to take the advantage because they were separated. That
Mhm.
synergy was not being shown. But in this first and third match, you already saw that they're coming back with the synergy. They are going in the cluster. They are trying to fight back. They're trying to get the KOs. And even if the KOs are not in their favor, they are getting KO'd. They are able
Mhm.
to get the main elements of the particular fight. That is, Pokemons like Regieleki and Rayquaza in their favor. And that's how they are actually winning the match. Because from the start till the, I guess, that 8 minute marker, you saw that Revenant was unable to catch up to Team Marcos Gaming. But what happened? Rayquaza was in their favor, and then the dunking of those goal zones was absolutely on point coming from Team Revenant.
For all the viewers who were watching from the first match, I did not mention this, but yesterday we did see just no bans, just picks coming through. Well, that was the zonal finals. Now, with the national playoffs being kicked off with the round robin and with top 14 teams that we have, we are going to be jumping into these draft picks where we have the ban phase, pick phase, and the final phase where they make decisions of what they want to move further. And you see Revenant also come out with a Dodrio ban of their own, and
Yeah.
Marcos, they're like, okay, we made one wrong choice of banning Mime, thinking that maybe Zishol will be just OP on that, but it was not the case. It was Nova who comes in and with that Dodrio takes complete advantage of it. But
Hmm.
this is an interesting one. Both of them banning Dodrio. I didn't see this
Yeah.
happening, but I think Marco Revenant understood at the last minute here, Raider, that maybe Marco, some player, is going to be picking up that Dodrio and trying for the
Mhm.
steals as Nova was running around the map.
Well, that's great. Apart from that, the Ninetales comes in from Blizzard's corner. Seasol comes up with the Snorlax. That's absolutely amazing. Vox is there with the Mime. And if we talk about Sizer coming up for Snowy, that's absolutely important for this guy, particularly. Sizer also did a hell lot of damage coming up. If we talk about the other guy from Team Marcos Gaming, I believe Venusaur is going to be the choice of Pokemon for them. Apart from that, on the other corner, if we talk about Team Revenant, now it's Swifty with the Eldegoss, and Greedant is going to be the Pokemon for Crowley. Oh, things are changing.
It will. Right now, Crowley is like, okay, I'm gonna be showing you the best of
Helpbox.
all. I've showed you Defender twice. I'll show you right now. Attacker, which also I have played twice with the Cramorant previously, and now with the Delphox coming through. Interesting, but Miriam changes, goes to the Gardevoir, and Kyurem comes with a Hoopa again. Interesting one, but oh, I am worried right now. Nova, if he locks it Azumarill, I somewhere feel like this match is going to be Revenant's. I have seen Nova on that. Azumarill, but maybe he's feeling like we already have too much attackers. Let's not pick up another all rounder. At the last minute, he does. I thought he would come up with a supporter or a defender, but he immediately locks on, and now I feel like this game is going to go in the favor of Revenant just because of how much damage both Nova on Azumarill can take and do. I hope Volk is ready with his teammate to do a lot of damage because Volk, he's taken up that Venusaur from Vox this time. I'm sorry, from Meriam.
Yeah, definitely it's quite important to see that how these Pokemons are going to gel with each other and eventually perform the way we wanted to see them. Yes, definitely, I guess a lot of impact is going to be there. Revenant has already got the upper hand. They have got the
Hmm.
pressure on Team Marcos Gaming, and this is the moment where Marcos, just like the second match, can turn the tides in their favor. But I believe
Yes.
there is a slight, let's say, confidence which is going to be there from Revenant's perspective and the way they are actually synergizing after that 5 or 8 minute marker. The worst part is Revenant is trying to actually play along with the bonus Pokemons to be precise that the Rayquaza and Regieleki and Registeel, Regice, whatever is actually
Hmm.
going to form. So yeah, they're trying to play with those things. But eventually, if
Yes.
we talk about Marcos, they are well more strategic as compared to Team Revenant when it comes to the whole game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. But I think that is still also backbiting them. You can see just because of that objective being taken, it's giving Revenant more play field. It lets them do a lot more of whatever they want. But right now, wait, what is happening? Everybody from Marcos's end is out. We've already
Mhm.
seen the first score coming out, but Revenant, it looks like they have some trouble. Not all the players are yet out, but
Yep.
yeah, this is what I was worried about. I was like, what is happening all of a sudden? Revenant, most of the players stuck in their base, not moving, not doing anything. But then we see that I think there is just some small technical glitch. So we'll be jumping back into the match very soon. Don't be worried that that match did not happen. It will, because it's a best of five. Both Marcos as well as Revenant, they're not ready to let it go because they understand it's not a do or die situation, but it can come to a do or die situation because if they start
Definitely.
losing points from day one, that means that they're about to clash with one or the other team in their same group, having same number of points. And as I mentioned earlier, it will come down to the stats then to decide whether they're moving to the next stage or they will be moving out and bidding adieu today itself. So we still have to be waiting for this fourth match right now. I think we will have the picks, the Pokemon drafts being the same. But Raider, what are your thoughts seeing the Pokemon drafts coming through? Do you think
Mhm.
Marcos will come back? As you said, they are playing very strategic, but is that strategy enough for getting the objectives?
Well, I guess that could be the strategy, but I believe we are going to get the Pokemon selections once again in front of our screens as soon as it happens. We will see, and I believe there was some kind of disconnection.
Hmm.
But the player got disconnected, and that is why I guess we faced this kind of issue. But anyway, guys, we are going to witness. We are going to see how the whole match gets connected, how the fights are going to be there. Definitely, we are waiting for this match to actually go down. This is one of those crucial match where we might actually get our victor, or we are
Yes.
going to witness the fifth one as well.
Oh, I mean, to start things off on national playoffs and see all the five matches in the best of five tells us, right, Raider, that we are up for a long journey in this evening. And I hope our viewers are here with snacks because, yeah, like yesterday, it went a long day with sometimes seeing all the best of three matches, all the three, and sometimes clean sweeps coming through, dominating stomps coming through. But I don't think today it is going to be enough. You need to pack a lot more, and you might just get hungry in terms of understanding. Oh wow, this is also a style that they made use of, and especially the move metas that they kind of bring out in the move sets that they pick. Right? You would have played one, but they are also coming in with the new move setup, especially with the handheld items. I know all of you are unable to see all the handheld items, but I hope you kind of get an idea of when they're going and using it. Maybe it's a muzzle band coming through or a score shield that they're using. Even the newer
Yeah.
ones, the scarves coming through. So I'm not too sure what their metas or setups can be, but whatever they're trying to do, those will give them a slight boost, Raider, I would say. The potions, on the other hand, might give them a chance to run away or quickly goal, but the handheld items will give them the minute chance where we saw, right, Snowy, those minute chances is the reason that he was like regaining health a little bit and also was closer to his goal zone. And certain times, like the half-eaten apple, if you see, if you take it up when you're not having any damage being dished, slowly you recover health. So things like that do help you out in the battle when you're trying to run away from your opponent. So I'm looking forward to these I would say small minute decisions of how they kind of build their Pokemon and the choices based on top of that they make, how it is going to be working out. Now Revenant are the ones who are on the upper hand. Previously as well, when we started the day, Raider, the first match worked in the favor of Revenant, and they had the
Mhm.
upper hand, but Marcos immediately answered back. So there is a possibility of it happening 2-2 here, and also a 3-1. Viewers, I want to know your choice, but I'm coming to your end, Raider, right now, again
Mhm.
asking another question. We saw Dodrio being the only speedster being picked, right?
Yeah.
But do you think there
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
going to be finally a speedster coming in from Marcos?
Well, there is a possibility of that actually happening because speedsters can easily give you a buff at that moment when the Rayquaza and the Pokemons like Regieleki or Registeel has to be captured. So definitely, I believe yeah, the speedsters can actually come in. But eventually, in the last Pokemon selection, we saw both of the speedsters were banned. Like Dodrio was banned.
Yes.
Zorak, maybe there is a possibility that that Pokemon might actually come in. But we are still waiting for that Pokemon selection to come in. So yes, of course, I'm not going to coin out or let's say predict anything at this moment because I don't know what will happen and how it will happen. To be precise, if we talk about Marcos, I believe they have the capability to once again bring back the glory just like they did in the second one. But before that, as you can see, we have got the teams known as Marcos Gaming and the Revenant Esports once again picking up the Pokemon. So I don't believe I can see the banned Pokemon.
I mean, they both the teams know the bans that they already did, so I think we know
Okay,
it's just a Dodrio ban coming from both the ends. So we
got
will
it.
be jumping into the match, but I think yeah, again we have some small technical glitch. Apologies for this again. All of the players and the entire thing is happening online, so these kind of minute misconnections of for one of the players playing can happen. Maybe had just a Wi-Fi cut all of a sudden, doesn't know what happened. It does happen sometimes. The mobile acts weirdly because again it comes down to it being a
Yeah,
electronic device. So certain times you would have to kind of give us this benefit of the doubt to also believe in us and also give us an okay thing to go and move forward. So again, apologies for this wait, but I'm going to be letting you this wait is going to be worth it, that you're going to be witnessing
definitely,
something super interesting, and this
definitely.
being the fourth one. And you can see how much we are like trying to speculate. We're like, I think this can happen, maybe that, or wait, this is something that we think maybe it's speedsters all across. Things like this is something that maybe you are also thinking of what can come up next. But Raider, if I ask you, what might be
Mhm.
your favorite pick of all the Pokemons blindly that you would make a choice of, irrespective whether it's for the competitive or not, but which would be your best Pokemon that you kind of play with?
Well, after seeing the performance yesterday, I would go for Gardevoir by
Oh,
Illusion OP.
interesting. I agree with you. I mean, I know that is possible, but you
Yeah,
also need to have that, I would say, mechanical prowess in your playstyle, understanding when and
definitely.
how
Yeah,
to use it. I've played Gardevoir
precisely.
to an
Mm-hmm.
extent of not doing what Illusion OP did. I think that's going to be super tough for me, but understanding the powers that it can unleash. But my pick would be a little inclined towards Zerora, but
Oh,
before that, it was mine. I really loved Zeror. I was going on a rampage, running around. He being the speedster, you know that you have the chance of taking a 1v1. Again, that's the reason I say speedsters are the ones who can make that decision. Like, I want to go for a 1v1. I'm going to take a head on battle. And if that speedster is leveled up very good compared to
mhm.
all the other Pokemons, that 1v1
Right.
might just get extended, Raider. He can go
Yeah,
and take down a
precisely.
second Pokemon as well. So it's going to be very crucial. And that is the reason you saw from Marcos's end as well once, and from Revenant's end as well. They had the Snorlax. Let that Snorlax push from the mid lane towards the opponent's jungle, crossing the legendary pit. Why? To just act as a distraction and make sure that the experience is not farmed from one of their Pokemons.
Yeah, definitely. They were working on that strategy as well. Moving up ahead, waiting for the next one to start. Let's see how the next match is going to create an impact and how this whole situation will be in the favor of either of the teams. Because
Hmm.
definitely would love to see that how Marcos is going to build the glory for them. Because this is the match where the comeback might actually happen, or this could be the
Yeah.
match where Revenant is for sure going to move on the next stage, and Marcos will be sitting here learning something new. Because
Hmm.
as we casters always say that there is something to learn from every single match. Either you are a winner
Yes.
or you are a loser from it. You have to learn something. If you are the winner, you have to learn that what made you actually uh, become a winner, and how it was possible for you to actually
Hmm.
win this particular match, and what more can actually happen this particular match. And if you are the one which is at the back end, which is not actually winning this particular match, you have to learn that how the other team was able to capsize on you. So definitely there
Yeah.
are a lot of things which can go south for the teams. So looking forward to see which Pokemons are going to get banned, which are the five which are going to get chosen, how many attackers will be there, what is going to be that ratio of speedsters, attacker, all rounders, or supporters coming up. So
Hmm.
definitely, these are the few things which can be quite critical. It's not a, like, say, normal game. This is a MOBA, which is quite crucial. There,
Yes.
every player has got his own ability, and that ability, if the player, that the guy who is holding the phone, the guy who is controlling the character, is not able to learn it, it's worthless basically.
Yeah, it is very crucial. Everybody
Yeah,
have their roles and responsibilities to play. I mean, we might just say it's a supporter, defender, can take damage, can help teammates boost their attack and boost their speed, all these things. But if not played well, if not
only if,
placed
yeah,
like
yeah.
puzzles, right? Puzzles,
Mhm.
the exact piece has to go at the exact time and the position. If you miss that and you try to place it somewhere else in the corner of that puzzle piece, or what, puzzle picture, if you want to say, you will mess it up. You will not find the final
Right.
big picture. And I think it's going to be super crucial on how you lay down your initial roads, your blocks, your towers, or whatever you want to talk about. Your end goal to reach is going to be the grand finals, and also lifting the champions title in your team's name. That is what everybody is right now fighting with. And also, with the champions title, as we say, roles and responsibilities are there. With titles come great, I would say, more things that they can flex on. There's going to be a prize that is going to be 11 lakh
Definitely.
25,000. So that's something to brag about. With champions title itself, they have a bragging rights, but also taking away a big chunk of the prize tells that they were worth it and they've proven their worth.
Well, definitely they are actually going to prove their worth once they become the champion. But apart from that, being the runner-up is always going to give you another set of glory. But yes, of course, the champion is the pinnacle of this whole tournament. You have to be on that top level. That is the summit you have to actually go ahead and reach out to.
Hmm.
But definitely that journey is not going to be an easy one. You can
Not
already
at
see
all.
how, I guess, in the start we thought, yeah, Revenant is going to get this one in a PO3, in a best of five. They are going to get the first three matches and go home. Like, they will be happy and jolly good. But what happened in the second match? The tides turned. In the third one, once again, it's in the favor of Revenant Esports. Now we are still waiting for the fourth one to actually happen. So definitely in the fourth one, things might once again go in the favor of Team Marcos Gaming. So definitely we don't know
Yes.
what will happen, because every team has learned the strategies. Every team has learned their own kind of, let's say, skills, and eventually we can't say that these are the one which are pretty much experienced of with all the Pokemons, because we saw that how Marcos got stumbled when their favorite Pokemon was pretty much banned in that
Hmm.
particular matchup. But when they got the Snorlax, we can already see how they were able to corner and do a lot of damage to their
Yes.
enemies. So definitely they know how to play with the matches, but eventually if they get the right Pokemon, they can actually do it. But that's not the right strategy, I guess they are going to go with. Revenant, on the other hand, is a team which is actually having the advantage when it comes to dishing out the damage to the boost Pokemons. But apart from that, once again, we'll look into the third match.
Quick highlights coming through for whoever is wondering what happened. We did speak about Snowy. Unfortunate was always being caught alone, getting KO'd. Yes, there was earlier we were seeing the Tansy, which did not evolve to Blissey, and that also got KO'd. And once Blissey got KO'd at the top lane, it never decided, or I would say Curim never decided to show up in the top lane. It was left alone to Snowy being the responsibility on that all-rounder. It was not that enough, and then eventually Snowy also decides that I want to switch lanes. I want a little bit parse in the fight that is happening. Does get a little but not a lot, but look at when Revenant decided to fight. They went with all hot punches coming through, and Zishal, I would have to give credits. Even though he did not evolve to the Blastoise, he was still on the War Turtle. The one thing that he used to do was push back the players. And with his cannons, whenever they were there, it used to just do damage. And especially the last Unite move to get the Rayquaza. And that's the reason you need to save your Unite move. You shouldn't immediately start throwing your Unites out across, because if you do it, it gives the chance to the opponent to use their Unite move after yours. And just like you are a defender, there is a supporter
Mm-hmm.
and a defender that the opponent will also have, and maybe some of the players were outside your water cannon circle, so they might survive. They might do the Unite on you, and then you might be cured. So timing it perfectly to get that
Timing. Yeah.
Revenant's and Rayquaza was just super crucial. So these kind of decision making coming in from both the teams has proven both crucial and victorious, and also
Yeah.
certain times it has fallen flat on their faces of the battles. And that's the reason when we talk about MOBAs, it's always crucial of the battle that you pick, the battle decision that you make. If you make one small move that is wrong, especially in the last stretch,
Yeah.
you've lost it. You cannot do anything. You could see Marcos Gaming wanted to fight super hard, but it did not work
Yeah.
out in their favor. They tried so
Definitely.
goddamn, like it's till the last minute, but because the Rayquaza was there, this is done. But right now, let's jump into the fourth matchup, back into the pick phase here, which is first. I mean, the draft pick phase. Ban is going to be what we are going to be seeing. So no
Oh.
changes. It is going to be the same. It was just some minute glitch. So the rodeo
Yeah.
bans from both the ends.
Yeah, definitely. Trio is once again getting banned from both the sides, and Vox, if I talk with that guy, he's going to go for the mine, not for the Snorlax for this time. And Ninetales is going to be there from Nova's corner. If I talk about Elder Swifty is going to choose that. Venusaur coming from Marcos is coming, and along with that Hoopa. And when it comes to Revenant, Blizzard is going to go with the Delphox and Credent as well.
A double defender setup alongside a double supporter setup. Interesting one coming through. We saw with the Hopa yesterday on it was conclusion, who tried, but it was not enough to get that victory. But today we are going to be seeing it from Curran's end. But Miriam switching up to the Gardevoir, I was also talking about this previously, giving up that Venusaur. I'm not too sure what they prepared, but let's just wait and watch.
Definitely, we have to watch out for this particular fight coming up. Let's see how the impact is going to get pulverized. One thing I'm actually pretty much scared about, that even if Revenant is able to win this particular BO5, what happens in the next stage, where
Mm-hmm.
there is going to be another team which knows how to capsize on the Rayquazas, on the Regiliki as well. And apart from that, they are the ones like who knows how to dominate like Marcos Gaming. If there is going to be a combination of that particular team, I don't think so Revenant will be able to survive, because right now Revenant is always focusing on the thing that is going to be those Regieleki and the Rayquaza. So these are the few things Revenant has to catch up on. Well, let's see what happens. And eventually the next match, fourth of this BO5 has already started. And as you can see, from Marcos Gaming is going to be Vox, and that Venusaur trying to actually just go ahead and dunk down some goals.
I mean, all these supporters or defenders, they quickly go for the goals. I mean, everybody, whether it's an all-rounder or a speedster, whoever it is, they always look at the goal for the goal, and that's what Noah and Sufi are trying to do. Noah on the other end is just trying to farm, level up, and get to a better position, but he's still at 3. So what do Noah and Swifty decide to do? Just go and get the goals, and also farm the wild Pokemon near to the opponent's goal base, and that makes it even more tougher for them when they want to farm and get to a better level. Look at the Zishal again trying to unlock, and here Miriam has a chance which can be cured. Yes, one level above, but again, Snorlax is a stomper. He's a slammer. He might come in with the slams through. He can do damage, but Revenant, they're still not worried about it. Crowley, he showed us a brilliant grid end game, but this time, overextension, and he had to pay a hefty price. Does get KO'd, which gives access to the entire bottom lane, and what is Marcos going to do? Push it, score a couple of goals.
Well, definitely they're going to push for it and eventually go for the goals. At this moment, Marcos is leading his chance to find here amazing. This is absolutely one thing I'm actually worried about because if it was a good specifically Revenant Esports from the start, they look quite shaky and look at that. There are 3 knockouts coming from Eldegoss. That's actually the knockout came in, which was absolutely on the other point. But talking about the teleportation, yes, of course, I guess Kiram was trying to go for that. Miram was talking about this guy. So let's see how he's going to build the points in the other corner. Yes, of course, they're farming for the white Pokémon as well. Meanwhile, another KO coming from Marcos' corner. That's a Venusaur delivering the blow at his best.
Unfortunate over there. For Crowley on that gradient, he is not leveled up, because of which he will not have his moves set to get a lot more berries, and that's the reason he's getting constantly KO'd. He is now trying to back get that lane control, but in the meantime, it is the fight at the legendary bridge with the wild Pokémon are going to be forming up, and yes, they're quickly going into the fight. Vishal comes in with a heavy slap, immediately goes to speed as Blizzard chimes in, along with Gardevoir, who's just trying to do damage to the players of Revenant to push them back, but the Greedent finally evolves, gets all the berries, and now you can see Crowley, it feels like his wings are open and now running head onto all the battles, but again the Gardevoir is there with the Psyshock coming through, does damage and constantly gets stuck in that, and Crowley gets KO'd.
Well, at this point, I guess the Carnage is once again getting unfolded. If we're talking Marcos, they are catching up with the game. If we're talking Revenant, they are the one which have fought the victory in the previous one. But right now, as you can see, the catcher mesmerizing. But there we go from Revenant. Knowledge is trying to survive, but gets KO'd if I'm not wrong. Yes, of course, by Darkness, my put him down to the drain on the other corner. If we're talking about Sizer, he's going to go ahead and eventually get some farming points, who gets the AOS energy, which is pretty much important at this point. If we talk about Venusaur, the pedal dance was taking upstairs. This is very crucial. Nobody is able to touch him whenever he does the pedal dance.
And also he gets a little bit boost in the speed as well when the move is on. So a double advantage, I would say, whenever that move is seen. But right now it looks like it is still a bottom lane fight, especially with the Reggie coming in. But with the stop cheeks, you can see how much Crowley badly wants to go for a fight. But before he could, his teammates were getting KO'd. So his best decision was to get a couple of goals. And he gets 19 in, but Marcos still leading the charge. But right now, Marcos as well as Revenant, both of them trying to fight with Reggie. It is going to be very crucial. Oh, brilliant Nova. Psyshock's coming through. You can see Nova how super low is. Very soon another one comes through, which does damage to 50 as well. And Crowley on the gradient walks right into it, but he's also getting damage. Hyperspace hold put down to push his teammates back to the base and then get back here to the fight, but it does not work out. On the other end, Delphox comes up to the Unite and with a 3 KO streak, looking unstoppable. And this is the reason we keep saying it is very crucial to farm for your Pokemon, level them up, and when necessary, Unite comes out. It just gives you a big upper hand. Revenant, who looked very close to being in multiple KOs, receiving themselves, but with that big Unite move, they get 3 KO streak, and they're not stopping. They get 2 more right now. Send them back to the base, make it 3 more chaos. Marcos are just losing players. Vox just got respawned and he's back to the bottom lane, but he's getting pushed back. He's getting destroyed. 18 more goals for Revenant here to break the first goal zone on Marcos' end, and they're not going back at all. They're like continuing the fight, but right now, because there is no more Unite move, the fight is getting a little bit stalled and just going back and forth. But Wall, oh no, with the block, gets pushed to the opponent's goal zone, and now he has no choice. He's stuck. There's hyperspace hold put, but he's just damaged so much that he's unable to make any kind of moves. He's unable to use his joystick at all.
Definitely. That was a brilliant strategy coming up. And that's how actually Rolex can actually put up a huge amount of Leslie Carnage coming up. Let's see how does it go there, making more points to go. Can they actually push down the EOS energy in the field? That is going to be very important. But that is the hyper speed to actually build. Look at that. The KO once again is coming up. 120 points from Chemin. There's only knockout. Well, another knockout from that Sonic is coming up, but the petal dance from the Marcos Gaming is not going to stop anytime soon.
Petal dance will not stop. Once you've picked it up, and look at this again. Hit petal dance, run. Hit petal dance, kill. That's what he's looking forward to doing right now. But Crowley on the other end, he's very greedy on that gradient, looking forward to taking down this Regieleki soon. But look at Hoopa uses Unite to just get it, the Regieleki, but it does not work. Crowley is still better. He's able to get that Regieleki for himself, and now look at this. Marcos, they'll be feeling super bad, committing such a big move, Unite, and finding no value, not even a KO. And Marcos, they have to fight with Regieleki all on their own, but they're also getting pushed from Revenant itself. Regieleki goes down because it's a 3v1 fight on Regieleki, the legendary Pokemon, but does not matter. Marcos immediately trying to push lanes.
Well, definitely they are trying to actually maintain their space while getting the points, and there we go. The knockout comes in from backwards the corner. I believe that will be Dr. Mime coming up. Mr. Mime is absolutely doing a beautiful job. Not only that, if we talk about registration, once again, this is getting cornered by the two guys from the Marcos and the Box, and the other guys are coming up with that. The petal dance once again is going to be there, I believe, soon enough. Apart from that, the KO comes in with mine.
You can see they're pushing them to use their unites. Again, that seed bomb was used to you, and it didn't do any damage. It only pushed Crowley back. Kyurem has his hyperspace hold, TP's back to the base, heals himself. But look at this again, Delphox coming in with the unite. Gardevoir can be taken on. Kyurem is back to the fight, but what they wanted to do is gold, and they've done it. But in the meantime, they're right now super low coming through, and that's the reason taking complete advantage of it. And Marcos with Gardevoir coming of her own unite does a lot in terms of damage. This is numerous players back, and now finally Revenant also find a way to destroy one. Marcos find a way to destroy one goal zone from Revenant side. But look at this bottom as well. The fight has not stopped. Crowley, he might just survive with Eldegoss helping him out, going in for the heal, and then immediately Stuffed Cheeks coming out. And before he gets back to the goal zone itself, he gets too close to a complete team.
Well, look at that. Once again, this guy, the Venezuela is definitely going to go for the farm. Everybody from Team Marcos knows that it is very important to farm and get the Ocean and eventually level up and use the Unite moves at the right time period. And that's what is actually holding Team Revenant Esports to gain the point, gain the momentum. So definitely that is something Revenant Esports has to work on, but definitely this is the match where Revenant Esports, if they are able to catch up, if they are able to actually conquer this particular fight, they're going to move on to the next one. Regent on the other corner moves in. Crowley is actually trying to from the mid lane, if I'm not wrong, he's trying to just move forward. But look at that, once again, the shields are coming up. That's absolutely amazing. Knockouts, the KOs are still coming up. Right on the other corner, they're trying to team that high class, but definitely not getting the advantage. Gets again KO'd. That's amazing.
Snowy gets blocked and nowhere to go, and also gets united as well. Now there is a hyperspace hole which is connecting the top lane goal zone as well as the bottom lane second goal zone. Does not matter, they're about to break it with the Regieliki already used, and with the last stretch coming through, 100 being gold here, using the goal assist. Yes, they get a KO on the Delphox, but that's just one, and with that score difference that was there, this has been nullified, and now they're just fighting with every other Pokemon here. Ball was about to get eliminated, was about to get KO'd, and he's immediately trying to run away as his teammates have chimed in, along with Snowy also coming back. 50 needs to move back, but in the meantime, Unite coming in, going to I would say a big sleep here and a slumber on the Snorlax, is buying time around the Rayquaza. But will it be enough is something that we have to watch out for. 3 Pokemons are here from Revenant's end. Nobody is concentrating on the goal. It looks like Walk might just think about it, but using the hyperspace, Walks goes back, heals himself. He should be back into the battle very soon, and yes, Chase uses his Unite, doing damage to 2 Pokemon simultaneously, both 50 as well as the Delphox Blizzard, and they do get that KO on the Blizzard again. Unfortunate for Blizzard. Twice being KO'd before he could even reach the Rayquaza makes life difficult. Right now, there is still one Unite on the Hoopa, and it needs to be timed perfectly. And they're just waiting for the last second where maybe Revenant start using their I would say utilities of moves or Unite, but the Unite is out from that Hoopa, and now the Hoopa will be looking to do damage not only to the Rayquaza but all the other Pokemon. But look at what Zishal is doing. He's trying to go for a slap. He goes for a steal. A big one. Revenant gets the Rayquaza under control, and everybody else unfortunately was KO'd. Nobody gets the advantage of the Rayquaza, and I think Marcos Gaming might just lead this charge in their favor. Oh no!
Amazing at this moment. The way team is trying to play is absolutely
Wait.
Let's see how the game goes on. At this exact moment, 14 more seconds to go. Revenant with the
No, Rayquaza was denied, but still they're unable to goal here. Revenant, they're somehow trying to fight it out all back to back. They do get a 22 goal in, but that was just 22. It was not a goal zone destroyed. If they got a destruction of the goal zone, maybe Marcos could have a chance, but I think Revenant kept a hold. If that slam did not come through from... Oh my god. Revenant, they do keep it up. Not a big victory, but they do get that victory. Zishal. That was unjust. That was a nasty steal coming in from him.
Not just nasty, I believe that was actually a very important steal coming up, because that is the meta Revenant loves to play with. They love to steal the main boosters, and eventually that's what they did. Zisol coming up with that kind of perspective was absolutely on point. That Snorlax manages to... Yeah, indeed. Definitely a brilliant task done by Blizzard, if I'm not wrong.
A great one. I mean, from both Blizzard as well as Zishal. Zishal, 11 assists. Blizzard,
Yeah,
11 KOs. He was not
definitely.
considered to always putting the goals in.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw Blizzard at all times, at least 4 times I've seen his Unite come out alive. That tells
Yeah.
us how much he was farming and fighting with all the wild Pokemons as well as the opponent Pokemons. But look at how close this battle came. Rayquaza came, but it looked like it was like not even find it didn't even find any value. Zishal stole, but immediately gets punished. But while that fight was happening and Zishal was waiting for a steal, his entire team was vanquished. They were sent back to the base. They had to wait to respawn. And while they were getting respawned, the Rayquaza was taken. So they did not get the Rayquaza advantage. And that's the reason you can see scoreline just going up and down. What the change was the Regieleki. As soon as they got that Regieleki, last Regieleki, just before the Rayquaza spawned, and Crowley scoring 100, that gave Revenant the boost, and they're the ones winning this first best of 5.
Oh man, interesting fight, interesting and game, interesting type of, let's say, deliverance coming up at this moment. If we talk about Blizzard, definitely he did his part, but Crowley with that lead and manages to actually back out the merit in his favor.
Hmm.
It's no way on the other corner that Sizer actually helped a lot for Team Marcos Gaming, and from the start till the end, Marcos was one of the team which was looking forward to actually dominate and get this man in their favor. Honestly speaking, in the last few seconds, what happened? Despite of having the let's say Rayquaza, Revenant was unable to catch up on it, and eventually, if we talk about Marcos Gaming, they were able to defend it quite smoothly. And that's how the game actually went in the favor of Team Marcos for a bit, for a moment. But they were
Hmm.
also unable to post the goals, and that's how Revenant is the one which is at lead with 318 points, and I believe a lead was of 20 to 30 points in their favor.
Yeah, it was just 20, 30 points. Revenant thankful to Zishal at the same time that they also respawned. If they didn't, you saw Marcos were hitting with all moves that they'd got. If they had saved some Unite, they were throwing that to the faces of Revenant as well. But none of that worked because Revenant had the advantage of them being in the goal zone, constantly being a little bit healed because of the goal zone, and they could keep constantly fighting. If somebody got KO'd, a quick enough replacement was available at their base who immediately used the jump pad, jumped back to the top goal zone. There was a big tussle that happened. But
Yeah.
that is something that is interesting for at least this first matchup of the best of 5. But today is not done. We have 2 more best of 5s here in the live stream and 3
Oh
which is
man.
going on offline. So don't go anywhere. We'll just take a short breather and a break for ourselves as well and give you one to grab your snacks. See you on the other side of the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. Brilliant and a very interesting matchup that we saw between Revenant Esports as well as Marcos Gaming, where Marcos made it seem like they still have a chance to get into the game. Even after a Rayquaza steal in this fourth best of five that we saw,
Yep.
it was still Revenant keeping their game in, making sure they do not let Marcos get a chance to start getting their goals in. So, brilliant play and also composure shown from Revenant Esports. But on the other end, Marcos, nothing to be worried about. It was the first match here, right? They still have a lot more to go. But now we have a very interesting matchup, Chemin versus God's Reign.
One of the biggest teams coming up in this area. Let's see how the fights are going to be there. Let's see how the talent is going to showcase. Well, once again, I would like to actually go back to the first match because I'm
Mm-hmm.
actually literally worried for Revenant Esports. Yeah, they are able to actually move on to the next stage. They were
Yeah.
able to beat down Marcos Gaming, but how much of a gap was there? Because we all know that Revenant, the only reason that they are actually at the peak at this point is because of their ability to grasp on Rayquaza, Reggie Leaky, Reggie Steel,
Mm-hmm.
Reggie Ice, whatever comes in. But the thing is that teams like God's Reign, teams like SATUL, they can easily bounce back. And even yesterday, we saw quite a few teams were there with those Dodorios and Gardevios and some Pokemons like that were able to fetch
Mm-hmm.
out at that exact last moment in their favor. So definitely, I guess that is something Revenant has to work on because national playoffs is a great stage to actually reach out, but eventually becoming a champion is another glory that you can actually have.
Exactly. Getting to the champion spot is going to be super tough. So we'll be seeing what they will do, but quickly jumping to the schedule to give all our viewers, whoever has maybe joined in new, we just saw Revenant versus Marcos Gaming, where Revenant got a 3-1. It initially looking after the first
All right.
matchup, we
Yeah.
thought it could have been a clean sweep raider, but not the
Mm-hmm.
case. Marcos came back, hit really, really well, got goals in, seemed it possible to be a 2-2 and would have pushed it to the fifth. Did not happen. But we still have now, just as I said, Chemin Esports versus God's Reign. After that, to end the day, we have SATUL as well as Truerippers. But everybody will
Mm-hmm.
be wondering there are still three more matches. They have been written it as offline, out of which you can see Hyderabad versus Ryzen
Oh,
Esports, Hyderabad Hydras. Their match
3-0.
is done. It's a 3-0 clean sweep. Pride officials, on the
Amazing.
other hand, had a tough matchup against Six Upper Moon, and Six Upper Moon get that best of five with a 3-2 scoreline. And now it is up to Zahir and Hyderabad Hydras to fight against each other. Hyderabad Hydras yesterday did show us, right, that they were about to lose their footing, but they made their way back in.
And definitely, I guess today also that could be the strategy coming from Hyderabad Hydras. But Zahir team, the first match that we saw, first match that kicked off this whole India Open 2022, the zonal finals, it was the first match, if I'm not wrong. It was against Mutiny,
Yes,
the
and
team
Zahir.
which they faced. Yeah, yeah. Mutiny and Zaire was the first two teams which faced off, and eventually Zaire team was able to deliver a beautiful 2-0, if I'm not wrong, and that was absolutely amazing. But eventually, let's see how the battle goes on because Pride official they gave a strong comeback, but eventually in the last match, I believe Six Upper Moon was able to bring back their kind of charm that they did in the last day. But yeah, moving up ahead, the match that we are going to witness right now is going to be Chemin Esports versus God's Reign. Waiting for it, waiting for the players to join in, waiting for the ban phase to come in so that we can witness that which are the two Pokemons getting banned from both the sides and which are the five other Pokemons that these guys are going to choose and how many attackers and that synergy of attackers, features, or supporters and defenders are going to be there. So definitely these are the five like let's say type of roles that these teams can actually go for. But let's see who is going to be the one picking what kind of Pokemon and playing with what.
Yeah, very interesting in terms of what they can do around with 45 Pokemons available here. 46 with Urshifu also joining in. Again, Urshifu and Sableye are not going to be allowed because it
Yeah,
was released very recently. So they have
definitely.
to get used to it. And when Pokemons initially get released, we even talk about how dominating and very good they become. So until it get established and everybody gets familiar coming into the competitive, it'll take some time. But on the other end, we have all the other Pokemons who will be playing. But one such, I would say, recent addition was Cliffable as a supporter, and I've not seen anybody still picking up that Cliffable. I'm not too sure. Even when it was introduced, I was thinking about maybe they pick it, maybe they're not. uh, they did pick it for a couple of teams and players that I was watching, but
All
it
right,
did not play well into the meta of how they wanted to. I mean,
right.
now a lot of the viewers will be thinking that there is a standard meta for the game that maybe you can play around with. Yes, there is, but it is not a sure shot guaranteed victory for you. So you would have
Definitely.
to make sure that you have your own meta. A comfort meta is what all the teams would call it, and that's what we are seeing. That's the reason the changes coming in. We are not seeing Speedster constantly being locked on. We are not seeing only all rounders coming through. We are seeing attackers coming in through. No, sometimes they're giving up, I would say, support Truerippers as well. But right now, it's time for the draft pick as we jump into Chemin Esports versus God's Reign.
And there we go. The ban phase comes in. 25 seconds more to go, and then we'll witness that which are the two Pokemons getting banned from each side. And from Godstream, let's see who is going to be what the one Pokemon which is going to get banned. And from Kimini Sports, we'll witness very soon that which are the two Pokemons going to get banned. Apart from that, we all know that Thea Skyrunes is going to be the arena where these guys are going to fight. But still waiting for the Pokemon to get banned. On the other corner, if we talk about Gods, they're going to be Divine, Omen, and the other guys like Noxy, Vixen is going to be there from Kimini Esports. Well, they have got their own member, and I believe the
Ooh,
Pokemons which have been banned, Mew for Team Godsrain, and who is the one which is for Kimini Esports?
Serena.
Oh,
Interesting bans coming through here. I would have
you're
thought
right.
it will be mainly dependent on speedsters, but God's Reign understanding there is a very powerful Mew player in Kemen's end, they ban that for him. That is Skid. Deny him from picking up the Mew, so he has to change some other attacker. In the meantime, they let Alive the speedster come through, and that is going to be on Strix, the Dodrio coming out. Expect he's going to be picking up the Mime, but Divine starting off with the Tyranitar, a big wild Pokemon. I mean, when it growls, it is wild, but in general, it is
Mhm.
going to be a Pokemon of one of the trainers.
Well, let's see what happens. Tyranitar from Divine's Corner. The Snorlax has been chosen. Eldegoss is also there. Apart from that, Mime from Kimini Sports, Zibek, and the other Pokemon is going to be Dodrio. That's absolutely amazing to see speedsters coming up. But let's see which are the two other Pokemons getting chosen. We are waiting for them. Let's see which are going to be then Delphox, and I believe that's Blissey.
Yes, a Blissey, and after that, we are going to be seeing a Pikachu. Pika Pika
Amazing.
from. Oh,
Oh, no, no,
come
no.
on! You cannot do that! I was so excited to finally see a Pika Pika coming around, but it
Exactly.
is no Pikachus. There is going to be Lucario with a sad heart. I'm going to be saying that. Vixen, you baited me.
Mhm.
Noxy comes in with a Sylveon, and now we are waiting for Kiel of the pick that he makes. Is it going to be a defender or all rounder? They do have heavy hitters with Strix and Kid, and yes, it
Oh,
is an all
Izumarel.
rounder. Azumarill coming through. Ooh, again, looking at the lineup at least from Kemen's end, it looks
Hmm.
very well composed, established. But on the other hand, coming in from God's Reign, they do have supporters, so
Yeah.
it can swing either way.
Well, I would love to ask you that why Pikachu is not the type of Pokemon which people love to choose.
I mean, it is not a Pokemon that they don't love to choose. It again, as I earlier spoke about, it depends on the
Hmm.
meta of the
Yeah.
team. They either go
Okay.
for a comfort meta or they go for a meta where they know this will work out. So here, I maybe they did not feel it's comfortable. And also one more fact, just
All
like
right.
Gardevoir, Pikachu is squishy. He's a ranged attacker,
Ah.
but it is
Okay.
squishy. If it gets too close, you call GG for the Pikachu, and all the thunderbolts, thunder webs, thunderballs that you want to throw around will not work. And if that does not happen, it will be devastating because Pikachu can change the turn of the fight in the favor of one of the teams of wherever it is playing. So, with that out of the cards, we will be looking forward to who changes and brings about the tide as we jump right into the matchup between these two
Interesting.
gens, Kemini Sports versus God's Reign, as we start it off.
Coming on the orange corner, Costain on the blue corner. Let's see how the game is going to get formed, how the people are going to retaliate, and eventually what happens to them. Okay, that's what we talk about unstoppable. Well, okay, that was, I guess, Snorlax coming up. If I'm not wrong, carry along with that, Eldegos trying to move forward, trying to go for the goalpost. I believe this is the bottom corner.
Yeah, but there was a technical glitch,
Oh,
so you would have to see our faces for a little some time as we rehost the lobby and we are back into the game. Again, apologies. It's not something that we are intending to do, but because all the players and everybody's joining online, they are having some technical issues. That's all.
right.
So technical issues will be sorted. We will be corrected. It'll be getting back into the match, and thankfully here, Raider, it happened in the first matchup itself.
Yeah.
Previously, it happened a little bit in between, which would kind
In
of
the
turn the
third
momentum.
to fourth month.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like there would be momentum building, and immediately with this technical glitch happening, issue happening, then that team would have to figure out, okay, let's sort this out and make it happen because they have a match right now. They have to get back into the game. So happening in the first matchup, they will have calm mind and also time for themselves to figure whatever was the issue. But
Right.
right now, also have a chance to deep dive with already seeing the opponent's picks. Right now, they know that okay, these are the picks coming in from if you take God's Reign or if you take in Kemen's End. So both of them will be
Mm.
discussing. Now, this is the Pokemon that we might want to target. Which I think from Kemen's End they'll be targeting God's Reign's Lucario because Lucario, as you said, packs and punches very heavy hitter coming through.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk about for Kevin's end, they'll be looking out for the Delphox as well coming on the kid, on as well Azumarill, the last pick that we saw. So two big Pokemons. Delphox does a lot in terms of damage with his blazes and the fires coming in, especially the Unite move if it is there. Fireworks across for us to watch, but a sad firework for the team which faces it and gets a KO.
Well, definitely we have to check out that how the KOs are going to form, and eventually is it going to be Ghost Range starting it off quite well, or Kevin Esports trying to deliver their best. So definitely these are the few things we have to consider. Apart from actually picking the right Pokemon, you have to learn the meta, because that is absolutely important. Despite of having
Mhm.
the Lucario, despite of having a great heavy hitter, if you don't know when to hit and how to hit, I don't think
Yeah.
so it's going to be that worthy. So definitely, guys, these are the few things people have to work on. Even if you are as a new enthusiast want to actually play Pokemon Unite and get your glory, you have to learn the meta, you have to learn the abilities, you have to learn the right time period when to use. Because in the last one, if I'm not wrong, Marcos Gaming, they did it quite beautifully. But Revenant, when they were using the Unite moves, the time was not that optimum. And eventually, when they were about to get the Rayquaza, that was a moment where they were playing quite synergized. But eventually,
Hmm.
before that, in the past 8 minutes, that was something where Revenant struggled a lot. So definitely, these are the few things which will matter a lot. And despite of having your
Yeah.
meta in your hands, you have to have a great team in your back. Definitely, team is something which is going to matter a lot, because this is not another type of, let's say, battlegrounds or something, some of those games where you just have an ability to do a 1v4 or 1v5 and stuff like that. Here you have to have the support, you have to have the defensive position, you have to have the attacking right, and you have to have that synergy between these five giants.
Hmm. You have to play really, really well with your teammates.
Yeah.
And if you miss out one opportunity thinking that, oh, wait, I might be a little bit better in terms of the level that I am in,
Mm.
and you go for a 1v1, you thinking that, oh, I've only seen one Pokemon. There is scenarios. We have not seen a proper, I would say, bait and immediate stack upon fight coming through where they're hiding in the tall grasses and one acts as a baiter and he just tries to bring in them closer to the tall grasses and immediately everybody starts jumping in and turn the tides either at the top or the bottom lane, maybe even around the legendary pit. That has not happened as of now. Around the legendary pit, then do it, but all the players at this point know that they will be trying to hide in those tall grasses and they will first
Yeah.
scope it out and then go for the Rayquaza fight. On the other end, just otherwise wait it out. So proper bait in the top or the bottom lane has not been seen. Every team has right now gone for head-on fights, and also nobody is like wild enough to go around thinking that, oh, I have a level up compared to the opponent Pokemon, I can take an easy 1v1. They've never done that, never thrown their team in a disarray or in a disadvantage.
So yeah, these are the few things which have never happened at this moment, but eventually it's a long way to go. I believe 13 more
Mhm.
days, and eventually we will see who is going to be the champion. So definitely a long way to cross, and a lot of teams are going to get disqualified. A lot of teams are going to move forward. New strategies are going to get their reverent. Once again, I'll go back to them. Yeah, they have to learn something new. They have to actually strategize at how the starting 10 to last 2 minutes are going to play for them. And moving up ahead, once again, we are going to witness the ban phase. There were some difficulties, some technical glitches in the previous one. Once again, the ban phase comes in, and this is the Sky Runes. The top pick is going to be here anytime soon. So definitely, we have to check out once again if the Pokemons are going to be same, which were banned in the previous ban phase, or is it going to be a little bit more different, or what will happen? It will be a surprise, but let's see.
I think it should be same. Mew as well as
Okay.
Serena coming through.
Yeah.
Ban phase done. Germany
Mm-hmm.
the pick phase. Divine previously came up with a Tyranitar. Should mostly go for that. But he's like,
Small
okay,
legs.
they already saw the pick, so let's change it up. Comes in with a Snorlax. Now it's time for Strix and X-Pac. Strix did choose a Dodrio, X-Pac with a Mime, same as the previous time. And it is going to be same for them.
Hmm. Well, definitely going for the same Pokemon. So if I talk about Tyranitar, I believe that the guy from Team God's Reign, could be the one who is going to choose it. Apart from that, if I talk about Omen, I believe that's Sylveon.
Sylveon coming in on Omen. Interesting right now. And I've seen Omen playing even Glaceon, but I think he's just switched up and gotten better here on the Sylveon. Let's see how it functions for him. In the meantime, we are looking forward to Kemin, Niffy, as well as Kid. Kid, he will not have Mew to pick it up here. His solar beams are insane. Even when he goes for a change of the moves and gets that Surf, also does damage. But right now, Kid comes in with the Mamoswine and Niffy with the Hoopa. Double supporter setup coming in, and it looks like a double all-rounder setup coming in from God's Reign, where Vixen again picks up the Lucario while he played with our hearts on the Pikachu in the first draft pick. I'll still
Yeah.
remember that, but also wait for it. And Noxy, he will be the sole supporter coming in from God's Reign with that Eldegoss.
But let's see who's going to be the pick of Kyle. At this point, he's the last man standing for the team to pick on Pokemon. So yeah, we are waiting for it. Eldegoss and Lucario, that can be quite crucial to watch out at how Team Godstrain is going to play with it. But on the other going to come in chooses Sable, if I'm not wrong.
They do, but we have to look forward to how this plays out and how the teams can kind of push forward from here on.
Yeah, indeed, we have to look into it. Yes, of course, if we talk about the impact of this particular fight, it's going to be very important. We all know that eventually this is one of those moments where the battle is going to start. This is the
Hmm.
best of five. Three good matches have to be in the favor of a particular team so that they can move on to the next stage. And eventually, the appointment of the Pokemons is something which is going to be important. That meta is going to be important, and we have to see that how those five teammates of Chemin Esports, five mates of Gaussians are going to play with each other. And is it going to be a game where they're going to focus on the attack or the defensive point of view of the particular play games? Which team is going to focus more on Reggie keys and the poster Pokemons like Rayquaza? Which team is going to be a little bit more passive and farm around? So these are the few things which we have to look into. But these 10 minutes, well, it's going to be very crucial.
It is, and also I have a quick update for all the viewers. Again, it was a technical glitch, as I mentioned. Sableye and Urshifu, they're the newest introduction, so they are not right now going to be played, and we will be going in for another remake of this draft pick. Looking forward to what is going to be the last choice coming in from Kyle. I mean, they are right now playing with our hearts, minds, and souls as well, as we are still waiting for the match to start. But that's where it makes things interesting. Now,
Yeah.
we have gotten to a point where both of them are showing each other of what their draft picks can be.
Hmm.
Bans are same, which has not been changed, but the one thing that they're keeping a little bit, at least in I would say constant, is going to be the Pokemon choices that they're coming through. You saw Dodrio as well as the Mime coming in from Expect as well as Strix was same. It did not change at all. There were a couple of changes here and there, but there was still a Hoopa as well previously that we saw the double supporter. Coming in from God's Reign, they bought this time rather than going for one attacker and one all rounder, they went for a double
Yeah.
all rounder this time. So it is going to be a super interesting choice. Also, with Divine changing it up, he giving up the Tyranitar to someone else. So
Hmm.
I don't know, like they're playing with our minds, hearts, and souls, and like exchanging these Pokemons around. They're like, he's not the only one. I also play it, and we'll just try to play with the minds of how they're doing it with us on desk. I'm pretty sure they're doing the same thing for their opponents, so it's vice versa.
Well, definitely. At this moment, our opponents are actually going to scratch their mind that what will happen, how the ban phase is going to work. Is it going to be the same Pokemons once again getting banned, or is it going to be something else we have to check
Mhm.
into? Because right now, after getting two ban phases, I guess, and two pick phases as well, uh, God's Reign and the other team, Kevin Esports, know that which are the two Pokemons which can be banned and which are the two Pokemons which every time these particular teams are going to choose for. So definitely they can go for either banning Lucario or banning Snorlax and Pokemons like that as well, so that they don't pick this time. So yeah,
Mhm.
things can actually change quite swiftly.
We will be looking forward to what the choices are going to be, and choices kind of being limitless and endless.
Mm.
As I said, we in total have 46 right now, but counting two Pokemons out, it is 44. So with 44 Pokemons, they would have to make a choice of what they want, how they want to go forward with it, and what would be the best thing that they want to do as we progress. Is
Right.
something that I'm also looking forward to. If there are anything new in terms of how they want to play out, or maybe they're making a different choice, the different setup coming through, because again, there is a lot of attackers and all rounders right now in the entire Pokemon meta, or the, I would talk about in general, new the number of Pokemons that we see.
Mm-hmm.
Supporters are a little bit less with Sableye coming in through. Yes, supporter Pokemons are increasing, but again, I still look forward to a couple of more speedsters. Yes, there is inclination of speedsters as well. Zorak recently being added. Along with it, we did see previously. The other recent addition that I'm missing right now. I remember. Yeah, Dodrio itself. We were talking about.
Yeah,
It.
yeah.
It's like I saw him so many times. It's like Dodrio is already there from the meta. So one thing, yes, we saw Zorak yesterday once, but it was not that much of an impact because the
Yeah,
opponent was
definitely.
ready. And as I mentioned, speedsters are that Pokemon who can run and switch between lanes very fast and also do a hefty damage with their move. but they have to worry about their move going to cooldown and them just left with basic attacks because they do
Yeah,
not have great range to fight with. So they have to have a good setup. They either have to have a supporter or a defender or another attacker or an all-rounder who initially does damage, and Speedster just swoops in, does damage, and runs away. I mean, take Talonflame for example, is a really good Pokemon. I really like it, especially with the Unite, which kind of goes in an entire lane, creates a speedway for itself, and does so much damage and pushes Pokemons off, as well as doing damage, as I mentioned. At the same point, once its moves are exhausted, you
hmm
can KO it easily if you're around it, because it doesn't have chance to run, or even though you can just see it in the flying animation, you can KO it because it doesn't have greater range. So you have to be
yeah.
worried about it.
Definitely, these are the few things that the teams have to worried about. The players have to be worried about, because even if you are choosing a great Pokemon, you have to be worried about its cons. That how the
Mm-hmm.
impact is going to be there. If you are choosing a species, will he be able to be back in the secure area at the right time period, or is it going to be a KO coming up from the particular corner? Because definitely having a KO is not something uh, even a single player wants to go with. But definitely the
Yes.
KOs are going to go there, going to be there. Species is like, let's say an added bonus, but at
Yeah.
the same moment, I guess that bonus can go hand in hand with the chaos as well. So
Mm-hmm.
definitely these are the few things people have to be worried about. But apart from that, we'll have to see what happens in the buy-in phase, and we have to see what happens in the pick phase as well. We will be going in for it, I believe, the third time for this particular match. So already the
Yeah.
start is so much hefty for this particular tournament, for this particular BO5. I don't know what will happen all the way.
We have been discussing the numerous possibilities and outcomes that can happen with the changes that they've brought in terms of the small picks here and there in the Pokemons as well, and also what more they can do. And also with the bans coming in, we spoke about them as well. With Mew being denied and the Serena, they do not want another heavy hitter, where already Tyranitar and Lucario were there from God's range, and they do not want to them having another one which can just do damage. And especially with her kicks coming in, she also, like Talonflame, not a big one but a small lane, puts it where if Pokemons try to tread as she's swooping around back and forth with the kicks, they will be slowed down. And as I spoke about it when we were like in the I would say pre-stream as well, we were discussing in the backlines talking about the power swap for Mime, right? He slows the opponent Pokemon down if he is caught in that power swap, and it gives an advantage for your teammate to jump in and go for the fight in case maybe you do not have psychic move, or maybe you've just taken confusion ray. So certain times maybe you miss your abilities, but you make sure your teammates do it. So this as well kind of would have helped out for God's Reign, but understanding that that Chemin do not want to give them the advantage, they've taken it away from their end. So it looks like no speedsters compared to two all-rounders. As I said, there are heavy hitters, but speedsters'
Yeah,
objective will be looking forward to going for a quick steal where nobody is ready or predictive about it, and also swoops in for the last KO hit. And as I said, all the hits coming in from the speedster, if it connects rightfully, it does a lot of
it's
damage.
devastating. Yeah,
But one more thing right now, after talking so much of speedsters, I'm missing Upsol, and I thought it was a blind pick was Gengar. He's also not there. This
yeah.
tells us that teams are interested to pick Pokemons where they know they can survive rather just quickly swoop in for a fight. Because as I mentioned, speedsters, if they miss their moves and they get into cooldown, their basic attacks will not be enough to find a KO.
Definitely, and when I guess the other enemy Pokemon is going to get evolved, the levels are going to be much more higher. He can easily get squeezed. So definitely, that
Mm-hmm.
is something the players are actually going to be worried about, and not having Gengar and the other Pokemons which are a little bit more squishy. They have got the speed, but then endurance is something they're also looking for. Along with the speed, if they got the endurance like Dodrio and Zorak, I guess those are the two Pokemons which are getting favored quite a bit. But still, I guess some things can go south for these two Pokemons. Apart from that, when it comes to the all-rounders, Lucario, a great guy, no doubt in that. Apart from that, the damage that this particular player, this particular Pokemon can dish out is absolutely on point. But when it comes to, I guess, having that endurance, once again, you have to have the support, you have to have the defensive close
Mm-hmm.
void.
I mean, close cut battles, we saw a lot of it. Timing it in terms of Unite. In previous match, again, getting back to context, we saw Revenant baiting Unite moves. Three Unite moves were used of no value. We saw Hoopa first Regieliki fight when it started to happen. He
Yeah,
used that, he timed it, but as I said, a fraction of a second, which happened previously as well with the Mamos when we thought of going for a stomp. It did not work here. The Hoopa's Unite coming through didn't find connection. Unfortunate for him, even though he pulled out all the rings of power that he had, It was not enough. Then it was also Wall coming in with his Venusaur's ultimate, the seed bombs coming through. That was also not enough. And I think there was one other Unite move which I am unable to recall right now, but in total three were wasted from Marcos's end. I mean, it was not their wrong call. Their decision making was to deny them either the Regieliki or the Regiez,
Yeah.
Regirock, Registeel, whichever was spawning at the bottom, and find a way to find a little advantage. That's all Marcos
Yeah.
Gaming wanted. But by the time they found the little advantage, it was just a little bit too late. So both God's Raid and Chemin will be looking forward to making sure that if there is a disadvantage of any sorts, it's either to their opponent. But right now, with the draft picks done, as well as the time that we have gone through of discussion, we are back into the game.
Well, finally, we are going to witness the match. Let's see how the whole impact goes on. As we talk about Mama Swine coming up, so Dorios as well there on the other corner. Kid is there. Came in Zibek. Moving forward, let's see how the impact will be there. And yes, of course, Kid is going for the farming as well. Apart from that, they're trying to gain as much as EOS energy as possible, and then they are going to come down on the bottom lane as well. You can see already our good guy is trying to move forward. That's interesting. But moving up quite a bit of Divine. Divine, the HP is not that great for him.
I mean, both of them fighting defenders. So both of them tanking each other, fighting with each other. You deal damage, I will deal damage. You deal damage, I will deal damage. Waste time for some time because again, this is just the early minutes of the match. Once this match progresses after 5 minutes, that's where it depends. But look at this. The Eve from God's Reign is already evolved and we can see it on the Sylveon. But on the other end, I'm looking forward to the Eve here of what it is doing from Chemin's end. We see the Dodrio is there and the Dodrio is kind of circling the Eve. I'm not too sure if it is evolved. Yes, it has. The Espeon is out. So Espeon versus Sylveon is something that we would like to see and it is already happening in the top lane. Oh, Lucario pushing, wants to punish the Espeon, but immediately Dodrio also chiming in. Vixen was low, but the sights from Kid turn around towards Omen, which makes it difficult because Niffy also chimes in. The Confusion Ray takes a hit, but it was not enough. But on the other end, Dodrio got extended to the other end and gets cured. But a 2 KO streak found after that, the Sylveon being eliminated. God's Reign, they still have the upper lane control.
They have got the upper lane control, but slowly but surely on the bottom lane, as you can see, things are not looking that great for them. Divine on the other hand managed to fall back to the goal zone so that he can regain the HP, gets the berry as well. Apart from that, is also trying to farm around, but let's see how far he can actually go. But on the backboard, look at that. Team Chemin Esports is also trying to push forward. God's Reign, meanwhile, is actually trying to be in the mid lane and trying to deliver a good farming point. Apart from that, the clashes are still coming up. Dodrio manages to give a additional damage, but as we were talking about in the caster deck, after giving the damage, they have to fall back because the basic attacks don't get the
Now we can see Fox against their ball is right in the right direction. Same goes for Pillow Swine waiting for Mammoth, but in the meantime, they do get pushed. God's Reign are still able to score a couple more goals, push it to 82. Yes, there is not a big difference of where Chemin is, 30 more for them, but they need to time it perfectly. Icicle speed through and again trying to delay some time, but look at the top lane fight. This time trying to punish Niffy. Previously Niffy got some control of it, but he'll be able to jump back to his goal zone and look at that immediately. Kid trying to do some damage as they're trying to fight with this wild Pokemon. Farm themselves some experience as well as leveling up. They deny it, coming in with under Dodrio. And top lane, it is still Lucario holding it as his teammate has gone around to farm. That is going to be the Tyranitar still in the Pupitar stage.
Definitely at this moment, eventually, if we talk about Chemin Sensei, he is actually doing a lot of damage on the other corner. If we talk about this particular area, Strix is trying to suppress to gain the really in their favor. But let's see, is it going to be a possibility or not? If we talk about Phyllis Ryan, wants to fall back but gets killed with that snort legs. That's a huge comeback in the team has got Rain, and they are leading the charge already with 50 points in their favor as a lead. Team God's Rain is a little bit more strong.
God's Reign here thought they will punish Kyle, but in the meantime, Kid tried to chime in and they are making sure Regice does not go away from their end. And yes, Dodrio will be able to take it along with Niffy on the mime coming through. A brilliant barrier. They should be able to take him down, but the block coming through, he's trying to block the damage that is being dished on him as well as push the players back. But there is the Sylveon also trying to chime in from God's Reign end, but Dodrio understands that there is just too many players from God's Reign that have chimed in. 4 players and they have to back off, and that's what they do. They understand that they did not get any KO, but saving their life was more crucial than a KO.
Definitely they have to survive and eventually maybe come back with the strongest and let's say approve. But if I talk about this Lucario, look at that, he's constantly going for the goal scoring. Apart from that, he wants to fall back because Dodrio comes in with a push. That was absolutely on point. Apart from that, still, Goblins is leading quite a bit. Delphox comes in from the back foot. Sanitar is as well there. And now they're going to focus on the Reggie.
Yeah, previously Regieliki was not allowed to be taken when Delphox was trying to fight. It was Lucario who annoyed, but this time it is again a fight amongst the best of the best. But the fire spin coming through, a brilliant use of Delphox move. That is the most annoying move, and I hate it from Delphox. Here uses it, gets Regieliki. Another fire spin comes through, pushes the entire team back, and the first goal from God's Reign will be destroyed.
A beautiful strategy coming up. The game does absolutely everything now. Despite of having the lead, God's Reign is actually at the position spot because they won. Gozen is already out of equation. Apart from that, if we talk about Esports, now they've got the lead as well. But if we talk about Dortmund, well, look at that. The skills, the abilities that this guy is actually able to use absolutely on point, but he is able to fall back as well because he knows his boundaries. If he push too far, that thing won't be favorable for him. But Delphox is also doing a mesmerizing amount of damage.
This is what I said. Delphox as well as Dodrio playing in tandem together. One doing the initial damage and the other looking forward to closing it. But Snorlax, he comes in with a slam. End up being annoyed with the Delphox. Uses the block, pushes it towards God's Reign's teammates and gets that KO.
A beautiful one indeed. Eldegoss manages to actually put him down. Apart from that, the Tyranitar is also trying to push forward, trying to deliver the carnage, but still, look at that. Oh, one of the passive damage coming up. That's absolutely important. Let's see who is going to get KO'd. Yes, of course, the Mammothine also comes in, but HP is not looking that great. Again, trying to enable them to just deliver as much as possible.
Let's see how this is going to progress on this Sylveon. I wish for him to be on Glaceon, but still with the Growl coming in, he's doing damage along with Tyranitar, finds another KO. Make it a 2 KO streak here for the Tyranitar, playing it really well. Oh wait, it was a 3 and they're looking forward to making it a 4th. Yes, it is a 4 KO streak. Chemin survived by only one, that is the Dodrio, and everybody else was wiped, sent back to the base and respawn and fight. In the meantime, God's Reign quick to take this Registeel, boost their attack, but look at what Dodrio is doing. He's farming at the legendary pit with the wild Pokemon which is there as of now, but in less than 1.5 minutes, we are going to be seeing the Rayquaza spawn. But right now, their all intentions and eyes should be glued on to the Regieliki on top, which God Reigns have already set their eyes on.
Moving up ahead, let's see how God's Reign is going to look at the goals. Yes, of course, Divine manages to dish out a lot of damage. The shields are here right now. They're trying to push them into the corner, but yes, they were unable to do so. On the other corner, 235 points coming from God's Reign. They have actually managed to score quite a bit. The goal zone has also been destroyed from the team inside, but still, Team Esports is trying to move forward. They're trying to gain some points in the favor. Let's see how far they can actually go at this point. Because Divine and David, they're trying to push forward. Look at that. Clash is absolutely on point. Still, lead goes in the favor of God's Reign. They have finally managed to take down another goal zone.
Yes, God's Reign are also doing the same amount of damage that Chemin are trying to do, but Dodrio here takes down the supporter, which makes life even more tougher for God's Reign right now. It will be defended on Divine, and Divine, look at him, what he wants to do. He wants to isolate the players, and he's pushing them back from taking this head-on fight. Now, Mammothine is super low, especially with the Growl coming in a moment, and he will be taken. Unfortunate for the Mammothine. That is going to be the KO, along with Dark Pulse coming through. And God's Reign are looking unstoppable, but brilliant use of the range that Espeon had, gets Regieliki under control, and Chemin looking forward to turning the tide in their favor. But look at what God's Reign are doing. They're just immediately falling back to making sure while they're falling back do damage to Chemin Esports. And Dodrio, they've KO'd it.
And apart from that, they are farming as well, but on the other corner now Regieliki tries to devour all the Pokemon, but is failing to do so because the clash is absolutely on point. But the moving up ahead, yes, of course, Regieliki has been taken on. Now it's all about Rayquaza. Team known as the Gaming Esports managed to get this one in their hand. They can easily bring back the glory for the team, but at this point, if we're talking about Swine, tries their level best to actually deliver the damage, but still, damage is not dishing out the way they wanted to.
Now with the Rayquaza spawn, it's going to be a very crucial battle. Chemin have started it off while the players of God Reign still haven't jumped in. Snorlax is annoying them, but look at this. Chemin, all that they're doing is trying to scope out where the players are. God's Reign, majority of them are on the top. They're playing around the legendary pit. They're not right exactly in the forefront. But finally, when they have to be seeing where Rayquaza is in low, oh no, Mammothine comes in with a stomp of the Unite, but it does not work at all. Instantly gets KO'd, but Delphox comes up with the Unite of their own, along with Mind Shining in on the Digby, but they're still unable to find KO. Yes, Espion gets one, but that is the only one. Tyranitar changes, takes down Nefi immediately. Now it's up to Kid to survive here, but he's getting pushed with all kinds of damage. Tyranitar is still surviving, but look at what Godsrain are doing. They're splitting up, they're going in for the goal, they're attacking rightly, but Dodrio has understood this. As soon as he sees that goal happening, I thought he will jump towards Sylveon, but Sylveon gets a 46 scored, and then a 2 KO streak follows up for the two lay behind who were trying to fight with the Rayquaza, or at least guard the Rayquaza. Lucario is here, chimes in, tries to fight with all the players here. Kid is the one who's taking the barrage of damage is happening in, and finally with a big unite, but does not find any value. Finally this storm coming in from X-Pac is doing the damage, and this will be a very close Rayquaza battle. Somebody has gotten it, but who is it going to be? It is the Eldegoss who steals it away, and Chemin, after all the toils and efforts that they put through, nothing works. Espion is the lone survivor, 4 of them still on the timer of respawn.
Well, this is it for Team Godsrain. This is it for King Esports. The first match is already going on. The hands of King Esports is kind of having that kind of synergy. KO was actually there for promote from Dodrio, and just like that, Dodrio, the way he wanted to use the Unite move, he wanted to actually flee out from the scenario. He was able to flee out from that area, but eventually, look at the impact, look at the kind of dominance Godsrain's actually put forth. 639 points, 203 for Chemin Esports. The guy with the highest merit is going to be Noxy with the Eldegoss.
This was very crucial. We were talking about the supporters, and Noxy on this Eldegoss played a big role. I would say if Scepter, you see him doing 8 KOs, getting streaks, that is all because Noxy was there at all times. Even when there was unites, you saw there were loads and tons of unites being dumped from side of Chemin on Godsrain. Why was it kind of denied, or at least suppressed, or maybe not impacted in that much of damage? It was because of the Eldegoss surviving, making sure that the team is either with the moves available, make sure they are either not vulnerable or at least heal themselves a little bit, give them the little bit of the blue in their HP where they can recover the health and push them back. And you can see how close the battle was. It was back and forth. It was the Rayquaza to decide who will get the victory, and Godsrain, even after multiple unites, Delphox unites as well as Mimes unite coming through, it didn't matter for them.
Well, indeed, I guess the impact was absolutely on point. If we talk about Civic from his corner, he tried his level best with that Memoswine to actually deliver the damage. Level 12 was actually there. That finally, I guess from Chemin Esports, the heavy lifting was done quite a bit by Kyle and Strix as well. But apart from that, if we talk about Mime, in the initial stages, if I'm not wrong, Lucifer, we remember that Mime was able to deliver back-to-back 2 or 3 knockouts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there were where we did see couple of players from Chemin who found KOs, but
Yeah,
it was again 1 or 2 KO. That's all. Never
precisely.
followed up as a streak, as how we saw Scepter playing on the Tyranitar. He just went on rampages, using all his abilities, that person, whatever you name it. He made a
You're right.
good move set coming in from his end, but I really felt bad for the Mamoswine who came in with the Stomp, the Mash. While he was about to go on the monstrous stamp around the Rayquaza legendary pit, he immediately got stomped on himself with both, I would say, opponent's Pokemon, but especially
Right.
the Snorlax. Divine was just too damn good. But after seeing that, I want to quickly rewatch it, and you could see Omen. I was talking about him being on the Glaceon, but he showed us that doesn't matter. If he has a teammate to play together with, and how much damage he was able to do with that growl, oh man, that was lovely to watch.
Well, definitely, I guess in the highlights we can clearly see that how Divine was actually one of those great assets for the team,
Exactly, look at
particularly
the
for
block.
team. And yes, of course, all the damages you want to dish out, the guy which is known as Divine is going to just directly defend it for the team.
He will defend it, and in case the
Look at
team
him,
wants
look
to
at
do damage, he's like,
Yeah.
I'll bring a Pokemon closer to you. You don't worry, you just wait. I will push one Pokemon from Chemin's end towards our end, and look at this.
Once
That is what
again,
they're
look at
doing. Blocking Niffy completely. He has the goal zone
Amazing.
right there. He can go get a little bit of a heal, but they're like, no.
Look at every time whenever the enemy wants to actually dish out damage, this guy comes up with the heal, pushes forward, and eventually corners the enemy. So that's actually a great strategy coming up. I believe in the next ban phase.
Here as well,
I
look at
surely
this.
think that Gaming Esports is going to ban Sonic for Team Coldplay.
Oh yeah, they would have to. Divine has been too good. The Mammoth Mash coming through from the Mamoswine here. Expect he couldn't do anything. He got stuck before he could go for a stomp. he got put down right there with that block held. It was like an entire steel shield he was holding. I know it is kind of mystical, the block shield which was held, but it was just a fortress. It was not just like, it never felt like nobody could cross around it. They never found a way to cross around the Snorlax, because when he was using it, he was using when his teammates were around, and his teammates always found advantage of it. What a play coming through. But we'll quickly jump into a short break. This is again the best of 5 not done. First match taken in favor of God's Reign. We still have 4 more if it goes all the 5. Take a short break. See you after that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome after a short break here at the Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. We saw a first brilliant matchup where we ended up seeing Eldegoss helping out the Tyranitar so damn good that he did literally go on a rampage and streaks of
Amazing, man.
multiples and then got his team the victory. Rayquaza as well. Brilliant play coming through from their end, but right now it is not a done deal. It was not a best of one, right, Raider? It's a best of five.
Exactly.
God's Ray need to do it all over again two more times if they want a clean sweep, or they would have to go four more times.
So definitely, it's a tough task for Godrians at this moment, but eventually,
Mhm.
it's even tougher for Chemin Esports because they have to start it off
They
altogether.
have to
They
pull
have
it
not
back.
even got the start. They have not even got the head start at this moment. But eventually, yes, of course, that impact is going to be quite mesmerizing. The match is
Mhm.
about to soon. Match is about to start anytime soon. But we will witness the second match of the BO5. We have to see, is it going to be Godstream once again reigning on top of Chemin Esports, or is it something else that Chemin Esports is going to develop and maybe devour Godstream and get their glory back, just like Marcos did in front of Revenant?
Yeah, it was one match that Marcos were able to get, but it has been some interesting choices that we have seen on the back line, and we have info for you guys. The draft
Yeah.
pick has been done, and we will be jumping
Oh.
into the matches very soon. It is a Tyranitar as well as a Serena ban coming in for this matchup, where I'm pretty sure Kemin are like, oh wait, didn't want them doing a lot with the Serena, so what we did was like let them get other choices. So I think Tyrant are coming through as a ban. Kemin is like, you're gonna put a stop to it. We're gonna put a stop to it. He was just annoying, and I would say kudos for God's Reign to do that. You saw either in the Larvitar stage or the Pupitar stage, they never bought him ahead for battles or duels. They just left that player to farm, and get to the Tyranitar stage, level up, and once
Yeah.
ready, can be that tanker as just keeps going ahead, shooting missiles. I mean, in terms of the Dark Pulse as well as the Suns coming out, the Rock Tomb, it does not matter, but just as on a rampage of every move that was being used. So brilliant setup coming through, but on the other end, we will be jumping in very soon to the match as well. Now that we know the bans coming through, but Raider, do you think this Tyranitar switch up and a ban coming through will help out, or it's like God's Rain? That's okay. We have another Pokemon.
Well, we have to look into it at this moment. If I talk about God's Train, Dodrio, Mime, Eldegoss, a Sizer, and Azumarill, well, that's a great choice, but eventually
Hmm.
I'm missing Snorlax for now at this moment from God's
Yeah,
Train.
they didn't
Yeah,
ban
Divine.
Snorlax, so
But
Divine
not
will
even
have a fun
even
time.
after not banning that particular Pokemon, Divine and his teammates have not chosen the Snorlax. That means they are about to show us another meta that they are
Oh yeah,
actually
true.
good in. But apart from that, if we talk about gaming esports, now they are coming back with the Snorlax. They have
Hmm.
learned that yeah, Snorlax is very important. Those shields are very important. Those splash thumping damages are very important. And apart from that, Pikachu is also going to come in. So I'm excited for that moment.
I mean, from God's Reigns end, they did play with our minds and baited me, made me a little bit um, hit right at the heart with not
Hmm.
picking up Pikachu and just playing around with Lucario. But Kevin are like,
Right.
we are going to do one better for you. They played around with your hearts, but we are going to be supporting you, and you just support us. So here for this second BO5, at least here, I'm going to
Mm.
be rooting for this matchup for the reason of Pikachu coming out alive from Kemin Esports. So I would say that is going to be an interesting play set that I'm looking forward to from Kemin Esports' end. But Kemin Esports, as I already mentioned, we even discussed about this, like why is the Pikachu not being chosen? Where they had a choice, even thought about it, and went for a soft lock. Squishy. That's the only answer. It is a small Pokemon, can be
Yeah.
squished easily if it is not fought in range, and it will immediately be sent back to the base where they would have to wait. And as long as you deny that Pikachu from leveling up, it does not get its unite. And as long as you prolong the unite from happening, it is unable to do a lot more damage. So let's see if Kemini Sports will be able to actually level up that Pikachu.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the choices I've done right now, choices are actually over and they have chosen their respective Pokemons, but now they have to actually play with it, maintain their meta. In the last one, Kemin Esports was already struggling from the start till the end to actually score the goals. So, definitely having these kind of Pokemons, which are pretty much squishy, which are pretty much unable to, let's say, hold up to them their marker until unless they are at their ultimate form.
Hmm.
So, definitely, guys, I guess it's going to be quite important for them to actually witness that how the match will go on for them. Lucario definitely is an asset for the team. Snorlax, I guess that's what they are going to do to Team Godstrain once again that they were facing in the previous match. So definitely would have to see. But even if Snorlax is going to be there, even if those shields are going to get immorted, if the shields are going to work against the team, that will be also very risky for Team Kevin Esports. So definitely having Snorlax is not an asset until unless you know how to use it in the battle.
Yes. I mean, even if they know how to use it, how to play with it, but will that Snorlax be enabled? Because when we saw how the side of God's Reign were fighting, they always made sure whenever the Snorlax was using the block shield coming through, there was some other Pokemons to also capitalize from God's Reign's end. But right now, it's not the same team picking up Snorlax. So something in terms of speculation. But on the other end, one of the players make a wise choice and his decision to pick up Dodrio here and then say that Strix, you played Dodrio, could not do or find some much value. Let me show you. And also, very similar picks. Niffy was picked from side of Chemin Esports previously. So this time it has been kind of given up, or I would say traded, where Niffy's Mime has been taken over on the other side for God's Reign, but very one interesting choice of a Pokemon, the Speedster, that I missed in the first or the first day and the match as well now, is going to be Upsol being picked up from Chemin Esports. And then on top of it, as I spoke, Chemin's kid, I think most probably, has picked up the Mew, and that will make a lot of a lot. Okay, let's call it a lot also, because I've seen him play. I feel like Chemin Esports are ready to pack a punch here.
Well, they are ready, but right now in the lobby, we'll get to see in the match that how they are actually going to go through the particular fight. Will they be able to capsize on the top lane, on the bottom lane, and whatever the fight actually goes on? But now look at that, the match has been started from the start. Godson is trying to farm a little bit of the points with the wild Pokemon, and yes, of course, they're going to go for that. But apart from that, if we talk about Chemin Esports, they're also starting it off. Snorlax coming up on the mid lane, and he is going to stock out the enemies coming from the particular corner. Look at that, Snorlax is way too close to the enemy territory.
And now it will be looking for him to just push him down gold, and as you said, Snorlax is there just to buy time, play around with the players of God's Reign and waste Eldegoss from leveling up, and that is what has happened. Eldegoss is chasing Snorlax right to their own goal zone, but finally, yes, gets KO'd because they did already give a call out that I'm bringing a Pokemon towards your end. But look at Vixen, unstoppable, right at the forefront, fighting and fighting, going for goals. Eventually made a mistake, had to get KO'd. But on the other end, that gives up the top lane control, and you can see 3 Pokemons are trying to push up, whereas the bottom 2 Pokemons, which is Snorlax, who got KO'd, is back at giant hands.
Definitely right now they have to farm and get some good points. If we talk about God Train, 33 points, they are at a lead of 8 points, which is good enough. Moving up, let's see how far this lead is going to go on. If we talk about Vivek with the Sonic, he's trying to get this to devour and get the farming points as well. On the corner, but he's trying to just take the damage and deliver it as well. Vivek goes into the body, gets a health repatch once again. They're back in the team, gets a KO, and Rodrigo with a goal score of 4 plus 5 points, plus 5 points. That's interesting. He's coming back and forth at points.
You saw Mew taken down. That's the reason these squishy Pokemon ranged attackers, whenever they're there, you have to keep them in range. Right now, a quick exchange, making sure that the bottom lane is not given up even when the Mew went down. A couple more Pokemons from Chemin stepped in, but once the Mew has respawned, they're all back. But look at this mid hole coming through. They're waiting for when one of the players will, from God's Reign end, try to fight with the wild Pokemon at the legendary pit. They will immediately pounce upon them, and that has already started happening. They're looking to taking down the Mime, but there was Dodrio who quickly stands down, takes down Pikachu, make it Upsol as well. Speedster for another Speedster, and expect so super low. Somehow he's running, using the cool wind, and he's running, making use of the speed. He will be able to save himself along with the moves as well. He's just does not matter whether his move goes for cooldown. He's like, I just need to get back to safety, not give away my life. Kyle in the meantime does lose the bottom 1 zone, but Dodrio, he's just on a spree.
Constantly scoring the points for Team God's Reign. That's absolutely amazing. Moving up ahead, Zebek hiding in the tall grasses, waiting for the right moment. And yes, of course, the moment comes in, going for the splash damage. Look at the thumb coming up. That is absolutely amazing. Unstoppable. There's going to be the meta for controlling the guy at this moment. But if talking about the kill coming up, yes, of course, because
oh no, the barrier.
It's amazing, but Zebek not having the HP. Can he be taken down? No, he goes in for the goal. He's going to repack himself once again. It's talking about TP. Well, with that, let's see how far he can go.
Now with the Regieleki spawn, it's going to be a crucial fight coming in. The Azumarill is there along with the Eldegoss, but in the meantime, the Scyther, Scepter, who is just fighting at the bottom, and taking Regirock already in the favor, but this time it is looking over to the Regieleki, and this is the main intention of having a ranged attacker. Pikachu along with Mew did use of Solar Beam as well as the Thunder coming through, and they will be getting the Regieleki in their favor, but still the Regieleki is unable to push the top lane because the Azumarill, who knows to take damage and do damage, is doing, while this all attention is being grabbed at the top lane. Look at what Scepter is doing at the bottom. He just pushed gold and now he'll be backing off to help his teammates, especially after getting a call that, okay, wait, there have been damages which has been done, let me just jump in and capitalize.
Well, that's another beautiful strategy that lets you actually have, and that's what that also is like to go for. Let's see the players are coming up. Yes, of course, Pikachu gets taken down with mine. Interesting fights. Oh, one of the strike coming up. Lucario is actually on the rampage. Sizer also gets taken down. That's absolutely important, but the shields getting opponent by Zebek are not having any kind of impact at the moment. But on the other one, if we talk about Lucario, well, of course, farming gold points, farming for the EOS and everything.
I thought maybe it would be Kid who would be picking up the Mew, but it has turned out to be his playing the Lucario. But right now, look at this. So many AS energies on all the ends, but this should give you the idea that both on top lanes the control is too good. They're not letting it go, and that's the reason so many AOS energies are dropped. But on the other end, on bottom lane, one goal zone on Chemin's end has already been destroyed. So Chemin Esports need to be very decisive on what they want to do. And look at this. God's Rain quickly chime in, but thankfully to that Snorlax block coming in, and with the slams coming in, they're getting the chaos. Scepter immediately gets KO'd. That was an annoying Dodrio, and now they're trying to isolate the Eldegoss, but somehow will be able to run away, especially with the barrier coming through. And mine still surviving, but they're still not letting them survive because of the very over there. One player will be able to heal who was super low, and they will be still having the chance. But as this is again happening, bottom lane they're making use of this advantage and going in. Pikachu got a 30, and now Pikachu is most probably going to help Absol, but before they do it, they're going in for the Regi Ice, Regi Rock, or Regi Steel.
Well, of course, they're going for the bottom corner. That's Regi Ice coming up, and yes, of course, they're trying to do this to power him out. On the other corner, if we talk about Leo comes in. Now, Chemin Esports is going to get pushed with the Regi Lake, if I'm not wrong, and yes, of course, the push is coming up. It's actually going to be a couple of someone as well. Can see the goals are getting scored. 198, 238 points. Absolutely amazing. Chemin Esports are also trying to catch up. Sizer once again gets back from the spawning location. On the other corner, if we talk about the whole, look at that.
Oh my god.
They
want to destroy this Eldegoss. It's annoying. Along with the Unite also being used from Pikachu, so they get two players out from God's Range end, and now they're immediately looking forward to chiming and looking forward to getting a lot more goals. Chemin Esports are hungry for it, but Scyther, he's not letting them run away. Pikachu Niffy gets a lot damage, but the Thunder ball coming through does a lot in terms of damage, but there is a little bit range, and Scepter makes use of it and slashes and slices and takes down Pikachu and punishes for helping take down two of their players. They will be respawned, but eventually making sure he also pays a price for whatever damage he did.
Definitely, that's the corner, that's the call, but on the other corner, Eldegoss also gets taken down. If we talk about Zebek, how far he can go. If we talk about Kid with that, Lucario is also waiting for the right thing to strike on, but there we go. Mew with the Solar Beam manages to actually devour. I believe once again the damages are coming up. Zebek, look at that. This guy hiding in the tall grasses, that's absolutely amazing. On the other corner, if we talk about the goal zones, well, two have been lost from Chemin's corner, one have been lost from the Godstream, but still looking strong. Godstream have got the lead. I believe there is a lead of 410 points coming from the corner, and they are still moving up ahead. If we talk about Noxie moving forward, having the jump pad in the favor, let's see how far they can go.
Noxie just playing around, checking the grasses if somebody is playing around. Yes, they are. But on the other one, now why are they holding around the tall grasses? It's the Regis that is about. Top Regieleki, bottom one of the three.
So definitely that's going to be important. On the other corner, if we talk about God Soman at this moment, he's unable to go ahead and do what he was doing in the initial stages of this particular match. Where he went on sneakily and got
yes, Eldegoss.
Apart from that, one second, another beautiful takedown.
Kevin right now finding a way into the groove and fight again. Dodrio Omen understanding that he was low. TP's back to base and now quickly trying to jump to the top lane to help the team out. But Scyther comes in. He does not level up as a Scyther. He is already at level 10. Does not take the bullet punch. He just is playing on the wing beat and doing a lot in terms of damage. And with the wing beat itself, he did take down Pikachu previously. Now with Regieleki pushing on the other direction, you can see God's Rain. They're busy farming. They're busy taking control of the central lane and also getting their unites ready as Rayquaza is about to spawn in a second.
Definitely. Right, there we go. Rayquaza comes in. Let's see what happens at this point. You can already see this lead is something which is going to be quite important for both of the teams. If we talk about the kid, he's waiting for the right moment. If we talk about Infi, he's also waiting for the right moment. Mew is also there. Kyle with that Mew is trying to actually wait. And but the solar beams goes on. The damage is still coming up. This mid lane is something which is going to be quite crucial for now. If we talk about Divine with that mine, he's also trying to move forward to get the damage done. That's it. But the solar beams back and forth are coming up, still not having that impact which they want to actually give on. But Rayquaza still gets unbeatable.
But look at what Dodrio is doing from God's Reign, going for a goal. And now we should be seeing the Unites come alive as they're both fighting with Rayquaza as well as each other. And it is a big slumber. Immediately Unite coming in, sleeping over there, making sure they take damages and capitalize with KOs coming in. And the Unite from Pikachu as well. And now making use of the Thunderbolt for a quick KO on the Rayquaza.
Amazing.
But Eldigos is still alive. Scyther comes in, Dodrio runs in after getting the goal. And now he is getting streaks of KOs for himself. Niffy is going to be alive on the Pikachu, but for how long is it going to be squishy? Yes, it's the Eldigos who does not have a chance to do a lot in terms of damage, but the Dodrio is looking unstoppable on the Omen. He's got a 3 KO streak, and without the Rayquaza, look at where he is. He's ran all the way towards the Chemin's base, and there itself he's going in for a goal. He gets a 30 done, another 30 done, which pushes the total up to another 100 in total, and he's looking unstoppable. And look at this God's Reign. They're like, who is Rayquaza? We don't want the Rayquaza. We have KO'd the entire team, and we'll start destroying their goal zones.
Amazing. What an intensity coming from God's Rain. That is absolutely an amazing stance coming from God's Rain. I'm actually loving the way this whole thing is coming. Tries to move on. Once again gets a beautiful young move on. Let's see how this whole thing is going to go on. Another KO comes in. Dodrio once again backs out 12 points, and look at that. The damage comes in. This is a great game match. God's Rain is going to finish once again in the favor. It's a score 2-0 in the best of 5. We're definitely Chemin Esports, because now in the third one, if Chemin Esports is unable to catch up, that's it for them.
Rayquaza or not, victory is ours. That's what God's Reign show us. Brilliant play coming through. Omen on that Dodrio, man, I do love him in terms of that forefront aggressor for the team. I've seen a lot of Glaceons from him, but with all and everything that he can play, is a Sylveon. We're now with a Dodrio. Too damn good. And look at that. Again, concentrating on goals. 293, 5 assists, 5 KOs with a 3 KO streak on himself. Scepter as well. 7 assists on the Scyther that he played and 5 KOs of his own. Noxy, one thing that Kevin understood rightly was Noxy is an anchor. He's helping the entire team do a lot in terms of the
Right.
job surviving. So they always boxed in Noxy, but by the time they boxed in Noxy, the damage was already done, Raider.
I mean, at this moment, what more can you ask from the team, particularly Dodrio? Did the best that he could do. From the start, he was actually stealing the points and eventually going to go, went ahead and scored the goal. Look at that. Rayquaza is not even taken down, and still they have got the lead that they had in the last one. Amazing, amazing kind of deliverance done by Godstrain. That means I'm actually looking strong to this particular team. I'm actually looking forward to see that how far they can actually go in this whole championship, because the way they are moving up is absolutely on point. They are not actually focusing on the boosters, they are focusing on their own meta, and their meta is working for now.
Yeah, Kemin, they did make changes after they got a free reign that they were able to pick up the Mew. And God's Reign, they're like, it's okay, we don't have a Tyranitar. Just like Rayquaza or not, we are still going to make sure that we win. Great try
Mhm.
coming in. Expect we did see the same blocks that were used just like how we saw from Divine's end, but Divine this time with that mime with the barrier, he was just annoying.
Right.
He was putting down barriers at all positions where God's Reign couldn't. Chemin Esports could not push itself. The battle data gives us the idea. You can see damage as well as damage taken, not that great. But on the other end, coming here for God's Reign's end, damage was well spread, and in terms of damage taken as well, very well done. But look at recovery. Noxy takes 52,000. That is huge, humongous. Recovery is not that easy, but Noxy did that for not only himself but for the team as well coming through, and that's the reason right now God's Reign have a 2-0 sweep. Can they get a 3-0 sweep in the best of 5, because this is not a best of 3? If they need to close this matchup, they need to get this one match as well, which is going to be next, or maybe the
Mhm.
next two more.
Well, I believe, yes, of course, Guardians have got a beautiful buffer on this particular matchup, but eventually, Gaming Esports, they have to give their 110%, whatever they've
Yeah.
got, their best meta in this particular match. Otherwise, it's a clean swipe for them. And God's Reign, fortunately, is going to move forward. For Team Gaming Esports, is going to be an unfortunate defeat for them, because the team which is standing in front of them is leveling up every playing field. Be it Reggie, be it Rayquaza, they don't need Rayquaza. They are going to go with the
Yeah.
Dotrio and maybe get the points in their favor. I mean, I just love the way how this feature was at a use, because
Hmm.
eventually some we were for past few matches we were seeing that speedsters are one of those Pokemons which can easily help you and give you the benefit of having the last moment
Yes.
damage. But speedsters being used for the deliverance of the goal is something which was something absolutely amazing. So yeah, they did it quite well.
Oman played like there was no Absol on the opponent end. He made it feel like there was no speedster at all in this entire matchup. He was the lone speedster for both the teams to take it in a wholesome. So something as a point also being proven coming here from God's Reign of how well they are composed and how well they are able to switch the tempo up. It is not only that they have control in top lane, it's not only bottom lane, it's not just that they have something in the mid lane, but they are everywhere. Right now, maybe Kemin need a little bit of a breather and we will give them that breather. Hopefully after this breather they're able to come back with a heavy uplift. Let's see. So we'll meet right after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, where Chemin are struggling, but God's Reign proving who are the gods in this best of five, an interesting matchup which is happening, and also showing us the versatility of changing up their meta entirely itself. They're not
Definitely,
even
yeah.
playing it very similar, so I don't know what they have in cards for this maybe last match of this best of five.
Yeah, this could be the last match from this best of five because Chemin Esports, they are trying their level best to catch up to
Hmm.
the fight that Goldstein is trying to put in front of them, but they are unable to because of
Yeah.
the meta that the way they are actually trying to hold is absolutely important. In the first one, that Snorlax coming from Divine's Corner was absolutely the game changer for Team Goldstein
Hmm.
because he was able to push forward, he was able to capsize every single damage. But in the second one, it was Dotrio which actually did the heavy lifting, lead by Omen. But now, once again, if I talk about Divine, is going to go for the particularly mine. And apart from that, the bans from Dodrio is going to be Dodrio. From Cayman is going to be Serena.
Surprising, right? I mean,
Yeah.
after playing Dodrio and banning that Pokemon, I don't know what the choice was. But maybe
Only
they're
Goldstein
playing
can
with
do it.
Kevin's mind. Again, it is a MOBA game, as I said, it's a team game, but also it's
Yeah.
important to inflict, I would say, chaotic mind damage as well. And they're unable to
Yeah.
figure out what's happening. Right now, Divine needs to figure out that they're trying to corner him and find a KO. But look at what Kemin are doing on the top. Kid is like, I'm going to fight, steal, run into your flux, and try to fight with the wild Pokemon near your goal zone, get Chaos Energy, and go for the goal. Nippy, right time, he's here with a Chansey, making sure that the Lucario kid survives, and now they're going to be backing off, getting to the goal zone, and far more. But what an
Oh,
immediate hit
KO.
coming through the KO! Crucial. The Right now, it's still at the Larvitar stage. The Tyranitar needs to go up huge. God's Reign need to get that Tyranitar up again alive, just as we saw in the first one.
Indeed, indeed. In the last few minutes, I believe the game type of, let's say, situation which actually got Rain Sports forward was absolutely on point. But now, even Esports, they are at a lead, they are at a huge lead of 41 points, and they are trying to go for it. To carry on the other corner, that's going to be Kid. He's trying to wait a little bit more, farm a little bit more, and eventually then move forward. If we're talking about Blissey, that's Infi. Now, the Pikachu is not here. He's going to go for that Blissey, but let's see what happens.
Scepter caught in their own place, but we have Speedstar Zivag coming in from Genesis. And it's interesting. Previously, it was a Dodrio that we did see and an Upsot as well. Both of them did not find that much value. But right now, at least in terms of the goal here, Raiders, a little bit of an upper hand for Kemin. Now, they want to try and find a KO, but Kemin
Right.
are finding the ones KOs for themselves. Divine, no, he just has 5 AOs energy, so goaling will be very, very easy. But expect, look at him, he's being very cautious, not overextending, because he wants to be available to find and eliminate one of these players who are trying to fight in the mid lane. But there are just too many. Right now, Kyle as well as Expect, they regroup and they just play together. Oh, in the meantime, Delphox Omen thought he'll jump in trying to snatch away the wild Pokemon experience as well as Eos energy, but it does
Right.
not happen.
Well, it is not happening just the way they wanted to. At this moment, Quatrains is definitely struggling. Kimini Sports is having the, let's say, advantage of this particular momentum that they have built. But moving apart, when the Tyrant Dance comes in, I believe the things might actually change. Isomeral comes in, gives her damage. We wanted to actually seal out that XP and eventually DS energy as well, but did do so on the corner of the top lane as well. Can see the bottom lane. Yes, of course, impact is there. Snorlax comes up once again in that particular area. Well, there we go. The Bulls are getting appointed. Look at that, 53-78. Yes, the violence is actually coming from the corner. Yes, of course, they're trying to climb a bit. But on the other corner, if you talk about Kimini's post, they're also quite
What a brilliant barrier, and Strix I think is another KO. He just respawned
yeah.
and they're chasing him right now. And yes, he used feint attack as well as slashes coming through previously, but none of them worked. And this time all he
Amazing.
did was jump and get closer to the bottom lane and immediately gets KO'd. And Chemin Esports, they are losing little bit of the ground that they're made up, and God's Reign are catching up. And look at that, the resistance has already been taken. They're so quick on all these takes coming through, giving Chemin Esports no time or chance to react.
Well, definitely they have got the lead for now, but eventually we have seen God's Reigns once again turning the tides in their favor. So that's what I'm actually looking forward to see once again happening at this moment. If we talk about these shields getting delivered, that's absolutely on point. Noxy once again tries to move forward. Let's see how far he can go. And if we talk about Blissey and Lucario coming from Team Kimini Sports, Kid is waiting for the right moment. If we talk about Snorlax, there is, of course, he's waiting for the right moment. The pumping damage could come in any second. Yeah, the damage comes in. That was absolutely on point. Speedsters, Rock also works with some, but still the damage is there. Rising out of the deal comes in with the Snorlax.
Expect is not finding any value. He's going in for those slams, but he's finding nothing. And look at this, Noxy slows him, and Tyranitar catches up. And Scepter with this Tyranitar is going to be looking for doing a lot more damage. With the Dark Pulse coming through a barrier, not letting the kid run away. Somehow he managed to run away with the move coming through, but the Seed Bomb comes trying to do damage. They're trying to exchange the blow. Eldegoss is already out, and Scepter, you can see, is trying to run away. But there is the Delphox helping them out, making sure that there is no KO being found. Or actually, wait, there is going to be a KO, maybe from Chemin and being found. Petal Dance is what they're using, but the Eldegoss coming in is trying to help them out. Not the Eldegoss, my boy. It is going to be the Blissey which was there, helped out Chemin to survive here, and it does push them forefront to get that top lane control and get multiple KOs, and Godzilla will immediately go for scores and still keep the level or the lead up.
Well, definitely. Zorak is actually working his charm on the other corner. The Petal Dance once again comes in. The GDK is about to be here. The spawn is what they are actually gatekeeping. And yes, of course, once again the clash comes in. They are trying to devour him. And on the other corner, Azumaral comes in with the damage. They can easily steal this one. Let's see, is it possible for them? Well, of course it is. And yes, of course, they will go with Azumaral in the favor. And GDK in the favor. Once again, this goal zone is going to be very difficult to find.
Azumaral is just like too good. He keeps coming up with the Aqua Tail and keeps sending them all back, hits so much damage, and now look at this again with the barrier coming through. They're making Chemin have a tough time to fight, but Blissey is out, and now you can see Chemin are making a run for it. They know that having control of the top lane has become tougher because they don't have the Blissey alive, and they had to back off, give them space, and the goal zone gets destroyed. But Zorark's tricks, he was trying to farm, now he's caught. He tried a feint attack and he's immediately trying to run. Oh, the barrier was used, but it was not enough. But look at this, what Xbeck is doing. He's playing in the tall grasses, his position was not known. And Gods didn't think like, let him survive, it's okay, let them be. And we'll quickly jump to the Reggie, and they're fighting with Registeel to get the attack boost and make sure that Chemin, who are sneakily getting the advantage, keeping their close, I would say, treads near the goals. They want to make sure they create a huge difference, and finally Azumaral eliminating the Blissey, but Zorak had his eyes stuck on the Tyranitar. Finally eliminates him after doing so much damage, but expect the things that he could have chimed and helped his teammates survive. He went for a slam between 4 players and he gets KO'd.
Well, definitely. Only the gunner Tyranitar comes in once again trying to attack. Kid, yes, of course, Kid gets damaged quite a bit. Yes, of course, the impact is coming up, but initially, is it enough? That's what you want to check out. And yes, of course, the damage is quite a bit. Kid on the other corner is still surviving, but the HP is not looking that great difficult. With Zabekti is also trying to go ahead and move forward.
Kid.
But now this KO is for sure going to be there if I'm not wrong, because the push is there. Yes, of course, Tyranitar managed to back him out. The Petal Dance, well, of course, it's going to be there trying to farm good points for Team Chemin. He's already beating it out. Will I be able to right point?
Kid sadly could not go anywhere, gets KO'd, but right now Chemin's still trying to keep control of top lane because Regieleki is about to spawn in another 3 seconds, and then immediate fight to the Regieleki. Whereas God's lane have 3 players. Now Chemin also have 3, but they did wait for it until God's lane do damage and they want to immediately chime in. Make it 4 players out here. Xpec has already come close. He's looking for the slam and also Chansey is, but Azumaral quick coming in with the Aqua Tail again, taking down the Regieleki. This is just too good, and followed up with a KO on Xpec. There were 4 players, but 2 players get KO'd and sent back, and now it is again God's Reign keeping control of it. But in the meantime, you know what Chemin did? Went for goals, broke 2 goal zones. They are 262, but look at this trick. Along with Kid, they're fighting with Reggie. They were waiting in the tall grass, making sure that let's see if somebody comes through, but nobody came through, and that's the reason they got an easy fight. But all of this attention was just a distraction for Rayquaza. But look at what Chemin were good on. Chemin also sent a couple of players near Rayquaza, making sure the legendary pit is not given up. But quick on the fight is God's Reign. They're sending all the players, making the heavy hits happen, but Chemin finally find a way to put a stop. Chansey first with the Unite, then comes in the Venusaur, and then there should be another follow-up as well, but it's going to be Xpec before he could use his Unite. He gets taken down. Venusaur still trying to survive along with the Chansey being there, but he will also be taken down, and now it's up to the next 3 players. Make it the 2 players, make it just one. Zorak, who is nowhere near this legendary pit, will have to give up. Unfortunate that they will be losing this Rayquaza in this last stretch fight, and Zorak unable to do anything. He came as soon as his teammate respawned, but it is a little bit too late, and now he's being chased down. But Omen, he has other intentions. He's like, I would just want to get the ball out and then destroy it, run to their base zone and destroy them there as well. And with this, God's Reign finally rein in the control and the advantage in the goal.
make it as it as the Overwatch Collective. It's difficult, but eventually God's Reign, when they have got the lead power, they are going to be the one team which is going to move forward. In this one, we saw the meta coming up in the hands of once again God's Reign, and this meta was actually helping them quite a bit. Look at that. God's Reign, back on the Esports. The KOs from Tanitar once again comes in, Zorak gets
He's
taken.
not
Another
stopping!
KO comes in. Wow, amazing. Azumarill also backs out in the one.
With the Ancient, he's chasing Kid over there. Dark Pulse comes out and a 3 KO streak looking unstoppable. And now look at this. Scepter has called in Vixen telling him that you need to KO them. I don't have the health and there is no supporter for us who is up close. Eldegoss is just respawned, but still they're trying to go in for the goal. Scepter with the Ancient still has a chance to run around and still trying to do that with the Dark Pulse coming through. And Vixen with the Aqua Tail which he has, he's just trying to constantly do damage because he had a supporter which is the Mime. And they did try it as long as possible. Tyranitar jumps in again because there was just 2 seconds left. So he gives up the KO. Does not matter. But God's Reign. What a matchup in this best of 5. A clean sweep against Chemin Esports.
A beautiful one indeed, a beautiful attacking formation coming from God's Reign. The way they were able to deliver this whole BO5 was absolutely on point. Every single match they had the score upwards of 600. Vixen in this one is going to be the one with the merit that Azumarill. I mean, he did actually do a heavy lifting from the particular team.
MVP, brilliant play. This is what I said. Azumarill is just too good. I think I should call it a tank as well. A very mini tank which bursts very, very much on top of your faces or like against you. And he did do that.
Yeah.
But look at Noxy as well. Brilliant play. 12 assists coming through from his end. But again, Chemin kept it at par against God's Reign until the 8th minute. I mean, they did also have 70 goal lead, but it was the last fight that they had to take the right decision on. Unites started bursting first from their end, which gave God's Reign the advantage to immediately capitalize on their Unites and started getting the KOs. Zorak in the meantime, if he was anywhere closer, I think there would have been a scenario because we keep talking about it, right? Your speedsters can do immense damage, whether it is their moves or their Unites, but they have to be there to do that immense damage at the right time, which was not there.
Definitely. These are the few things which these guys from Chemin Esports have to learn, that the placement of their Pokemons are pretty much important, and when they are going to play and eventually how they're going to perform with it. Yes, of course, they had the speedsters, they had the defensive positions, they had the all-rounders as well in their favor. If we talk about Venusaur, that Petal Dance actually delivered quite a few knockouts, but eventually at the end of the day, it all comes down to the synergy of the team.
It does, and I would pretty sure say God's Reign had a big one. Scepter 92,000 damage, 76 from Vixen that he was dealt. Brilliant play. Noxy, all he had to do was support, and again recovery, 45,000 coming through from his end. Omen could not do a lot in this game, but all he had to do was annoy them and put a stop in terms of whatever the execution was. If they were coming in with the push, he was putting down his flames, and certain times, I think this time we did not see the fire spin being picked up. He had picked up the other moves, but still was annoying enough, had a little bit of a range, made use of that range, and made sure that whenever they were trying to push him, he threw flames on their faces or on the Pokemons, made sure they burn a little bit and they would have to run away. So brilliant setup coming through in terms of how they wanted to play and what they wanted to do, and also inclining towards whichever Pokemon can do the most amount of damage, which was their Azumarill as well as Tyranitar. You saw, right? When it was
Yeah.
Larvitar and Pupitar, it got taken down instantly. So
Exactly.
brilliant setup coming in from God's Reign. But this brings us to a break right before the next
Right.
match, Raider, which is going to be a showstopper for the day. It's none other than Team SATUL versus Truerippers. Wait and watch. Don't go anywhere. Get a snack if you have finished all of yours. We are going to be taking a short breather and a break and giving you one as well. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022. My name is Lucifer, but right now on the desk, it's going to be a new face. I'm going to be welcoming Mridul Kapoor as we are going to be jumping into a very interesting matchup between Team SATUL and Truerippers. How are you feeling, Mridul?
Well, thank you so much, Lucifer, for the warm welcome. Yes, I'm feeling excited and amazing at the same time because, again, we have seen two amazing matches where we know now is the time that we see today's last match that is going to be between SA Tuel and True Rippers. We already know that these are one of the best teams of India, and definitely it's going to be a great sight coming in front of us.
I agree with you. We spoke about the zonal finals yesterday where we saw the top teams from every zone fight against each other in the top teams of their respective zones, and then six teams have made their way across here in the national playoffs. But in the national playoffs, as we said, they will be meeting these brilliant teams, the top teams of India. So for the zonal teams to make their way, fight against them, reach to the top 8, and from there on try a hand on the champions title, it is going to be a tough journey, especially after seeing today's first two matches of these top eight teams. Yes, top 8 teams who have been
Yeah.
invited to the India Open 2022. So I'm looking out for what SATUL and True Rippers can do, because just like how we talked about zonal finals, these two teams are going to be showing themselves off, debuting themselves in this best of 5 matchup.
Well, definitely, as we see, because yesterday we saw some amazing matches. Well, those were the best of threes, and today is the time that we're going to see best of fives. So,
Mm-hmm.
definitely, Lucifer, there's going to be one thing for sure that you are not going to win just by winning those two matches in the front. You have to win three matches at any cost. Well, as you
Yes.
know, you have got five chances, and where if you get the first three, you are already set for the day. But again, that's too difficult because those are the two best teams of India. And if you talk about the picks are going to be way too different. We have
Yes.
seen some speedster, some speedster Pokemons coming up, and then the attackers being switched up. So the defensive Pokemons, and basically the players are too violent with them, actually, and too, like, I am not getting that word, but again, they're obviously switching up with those Pokemons, and definitely that's a
Yes.
good eyesight.
I agree with you. The way every player is now like switching from maybe a speedster, then jumping to an
Exactly.
attacker or an all rounder, they're just ready with it. And I think that versatility that everybody is showcasing, especially
Yeah.
how God's Reign, they showed us
Hmm.
that they can play on the Dodrio, they can switch
Correct.
another as well, they can bring anything that you name it. And they went even further of showing off how to play with the Dodrio and banning the Dodrio also the next time. But right
Correct.
now, it's time for the matchup between Team SATUL as well as True Rippers. We have the Pokemons as they are running out from their bases. On one end, it's going to be Mew, Gardevoir, Snorlax, Azumarill, and Blastoise. On the other end, I think it is either a Glaceon or a Sylveon, but we have the Serena and a Zoroark with Eldegoss and Mammoth.
Well, then again, the fire has already begun between these two teams, and as you see, we already see squatters on the ground, and meanwhile, there's a good eyesight where you see most of the Pokemon once again busy in getting those points and, just scoring the goals, and already the scoreline has begun. Truerippers comes the lead when they have 13 points in their hand, 13 goal points, and meanwhile, there you go, a KO. What is the first year of the match? And that's how the Pokemon will back to spawn.
Ego, a little bit of an overextension gets punished, and again, we always talk about this Mew having the
Yeah.
ranged attacker advantage, the solar beams coming in at the right point where he jumped into the goal zone but gets KO'd. But talking about Team SATUL on the top lane, they're keeping control over there, but getting only a couple of goals here and there. They
Hmm.
have to push further because, as I said, on top after the Eve has evolved, it's the Sylveon. But look at it, immediately the wild Pokemon spawn. They're making sure True Rippers do not get the advantage, but True Rippers are even smarter. They're still able to steal it. At least the bottom lane wild Pokemons, they work in the favor of SATUL.
Well, then again, as you see, the Snorlax is also doing his work. He's being there. And previously, we have seen in matches the Shields were not at point. But again, Lucifer, we are seeing some great work being done by the Snorlax. He's obviously there at the top end. And meanwhile, you see some mid grounds also being holders. So the mid lane is coming back into the play where the wild Pokemons are being beaten up and the points have been gained. And there you go, another chance. That's KO once again coming up. And a great side to come up from the side of True Rippers where they're aggressing towards the strong side of SHL. They have got the goal point with them and 11 points coming.
You tried to hold off until Water Turtle was here, but Yes, it was a little bit too late, and you can see Truerippers is finding the goals. But Gardevoir, a brilliant play over there, even though the Truerippers side got goals in, but chaos were dealt from SATULs. And then SATUL, because of that, they get the bottom lane advantage, and they're going into the goal. In the meantime, with the feint attack, Kyo here is trying to find a couple of knockouts, but it is not working out because as soon as they're goaling, a little bit of an health advantage, but they're again trying to block the water till here. But a slam, a big one comes through, and Mamoswan is also super low. Gardevoir helps out over there. Eldegoss exchanges the blow and takes out the Mew, and Snorlax is going down to the Serena. So immediate exchanges from both SATUL and Truerippers, so that bottom lane control, it's not properly distributed. It's just even Stevens hold off coming in from these teams.
Well, again, that's a good, that's a good strategy for them coming up because again, Truerippers have got that lead where they have got 3 points, and then once again, you can see that all the Pokemon are back in the game on the bottom lane, whereas you see a good fight comes up, and there you go, wild Pokemon again beaten up. Then once again, we can see they are going back to their base, but you know, even if they go back to their base, again, Snorlax is causing problems to them. Once again, a KO comes up. Sorry now.
SATL finding a lot of chaos, especially in this bottom lane. Everybody wanted to take on the fight with Registry, but they're keeping a hold on it. Tensai, along with War Turtle, is just doing so much damage. And look at this, finally the block comes in, and Kyo wanted to go for a steal over here, does try to use one of the attacks, swoops in, but immediately gets KO'd, falls in Gardevoir's spray, side shock attack, and that's a done deal. And now look at this, they're pushing safe back right into the hands of SATUL's members, Mew as well as Gardevoir coming in. Another KO. Mamoswine is still not there, it's still at Pillowswine, and using the goal assist boost right now, they're getting a lot more goals scored in. The entire team of SATUL on the bottom lane is just raking up AOS energy as well as experience and leveling up.
Then again, we already discussed about Mew, right? Mew is a good defensive Pokemon, but then again, the support you provide is also as important as for the defense, because again, throughout the whole position, Mew is going for that, and there you go, the Serena. As you talked about that, oh, that was so bad, Once again, happening to that Pokemon. Once again, we see now they're at the top lane, and top lane. Team SATUL is now.
Yeah, SATUL are leading by charge because of the advantage that they have in terms of level, and also the fights, the slams especially coming in. Serena swoops in with the kicks, uses the Unite, gets one KO on Mew, but there is Tensai still there, takes a nap time right in between, and because of that Unite, they are able to get the Regieleki, a brilliant move being executed over there, and a big advantage that gives it to the SATUL, because now the Regieleki is in their favor. It's become a new teammate for them. Out of 5, it has become the 6th teammate, and now we'll be pushing up top lane. But look at that, they're also still fighting for it. The top lane has been taken charge of. They want to find a way to burst it, and yes, finally Snorlax will be able to get it. Snorlax is still not stopping, comes in with another slam, gets Sylveon. Sylveon does exchange it on Gardevoir, but they're not letting Zorark also run away. He gets KO'd as well. A 2 KO stick to follow up a 3 on Might. On this Azumarill, he's proving mighty and worthy.
Well, then again, the Azumarill is doing its work, because you know the way it's just going in, getting those charged up points, and once again he's proving why he is in the team. Again, we see on the top end that the Blastoise will be coming up in the mid lane, and there you go.
No.
Fight again, he is going to be KO'd at any single time, and yes, that's a KO. Oh no, he just skips that part, and once again goes on to the bottom stage. Once again has to go back to the spawn. The Blastoise is doing the wonders, and Azumarill just going towards the goal post. Yes, he's present there. The goal points are going to come up. That's a two-way to do. It's a big lead for Truerippers to come back.
Only in the early 2 minutes got goals. After that, they're still stuck at 63. Regice they will get, but the only advantage in Regice is the health benefit that they get, not the attack nor the defense. So they have to be worried of what the next execution is, and they see 4 players pushing right, 5 players from the bottom lane trying to do damage, and Tensai gets caught up, and he goes in for a Unite again. A big slumber this time to completely heal himself, a full heal in terms of the health as well as any kind of issues coming in. All the damage, and a block to block off Serena from running anywhere right next to the wall at the legendary feat, and then to follow up is going to be none other than the Mamoswine. SATUL on rampage and wreckage here, and immediately Mind is like, my team is doing the job in controlling the aggression of Truerippers, not letting them do anything. He's jumping in on the Regieleki, going on a 1v1, and it's Darbari coming in again immediately to help him out, and Darbari and Might playing together, a defender and an all-rounder. So much damage, I would say tankers after tankers from SATUL.
Well, then again, that's the main point that they have got again, because Azumarill is also present in the mobility. The mobility that Azumarill has is totally different. He is there throughout the map of this position. In night game, he's always present there. And once again, that was a good cover up by Derbury. And you see that Mamoswine goes for a KO on the Blastoise, and it's a KO streak coming up. Truerippers trying to get some points back, but again, that's too late. S8 UL is on 342, where you see Doug trying his level best to go towards the goal post, but then again, is it too late? Okay, he will be getting but again, here Doug, how much he can do with this side, because again, S8 UL is coming back charged up, and there they are at the bottom lane.
10 seconds to go, and we are going to be seeing the Rayquaza spawn, and this is going to be super crucial. It is only
Correct.
Snorlax who doesn't have his Unite move. On the other end, it is Zorax from Zorar from Truerippers who doesn't have Unite. But look at the Safe as well as Dux. They're hiding, playing at the tall grasses. It is going to be Derbury who's going to be starting off with a Blastoise, but immediate Icicle Spear to follow to try and stop it. But Dux, he needs to survive. He's the supporter for the team. He'll be able to heal them, try to help them, assist them as well as they're progressing in the next battles. But look at what Truerippers have on idea. They're like, let SATL fight with Rayquaza, and as soon as the last minute HP is left, we are going to be swooping in, trying to take Rayquaza out. But after seeing that SATL are not doing anything, and SATL know they have the lead, they don't have to make a mistake trying to pick a fight. And Derbury, knowing that he's the defender, he's tanking all the damage on himself, and now understanding that he cannot take anymore, wanted to back off, and Guardian helps out with a big cannon coming in. He swoops, gets back some more amount of health. Guardian still here to chip in and help, uses her Unite, pulls everybody into a hole, stacks them, and now look at it with a side shock to follow up and a block to hold them off. A brilliant setup coming in from SATL, and then we can easily take this Rayquaza. It is a clean sweep. All the players from Truerippers thrown out.
Rayquaza goes on. SATL did know, because that Truerippers will be going for that strategy. The first 2 minutes mattered for them. The last 2 minutes will also be mattering for them. But then again, the goal post is empty. It's 608 to just 89 points for Truerippers. Again, the streak goes on. It's a plus 100, 708 on the board, and only 30 seconds left. S8 is just bombarding. The slams coming up from the Snorlax once again, and there you go. The spawn is the only thing that's left for S8 to conquer. The whole map has been conquered by S8, and it's 758. Lucifer, OMG, just to surrender to them.
Yeah, Ego wanted to go for a goal, but look at Derbury. He's just like, no chance. I'm not going to be letting you go back or even trying to have a chance to goal. Ego comes back after taking a TP to the base, only most probably to her death. Again,
Yeah,
this
exactly.
Unite that Ego is using is only working on Mew. Anybody else? Not at all. And SA12 with a huge victory and a stomp here to start
Yeah.
things off. I mean, it's the last match, but damn, it is a showstopper.
Well, again, it is a showstopper, and again, to be honest, for me, a show started because how exactly SATL performed today. It's like I just joined in, and I have a great thing for me. Like
Yes.
an icing on the cake, as I say, because again, S8UL, look at them. 125 by Goal, 178 by Cursed, 198 by Tensei, 201 by Might. It's like just Derbury was there, to help out all of those Pokemons and get those points. And again, Might was the one we always saw whenever there was a fight going on, even at the top lane, even at the mid lane, and even at the bottom lane. That's because of the mobility this Pokemon has got. And look at that, the craft never stopped. For the first
Yeah.
2 minutes, it was a slight lead for, Truerippers at a point, but again, that was just to be broken by it at time. And at any given time you saw SATL, they were just going up and up and up. And when it was about the Rayquaza, the last 2 minutes, they were just so amazing. The rocket of SATL always goes up, and this time it stopped at 788 points.
Huge credit for all these efforts to Tensai. That
Yeah.
block he used at all times, somehow he always had a wall adjacent to him, and he used to push the opponent player there, and either Cursed or Tensai or Derbury, one of them were available, and immediate KO to that player, whether it was Ego, whether it was Q, whether it was Daksh, irrespective of the Pokemon in the opponent end, they
Correct.
were able to destroy and wreck them. And look at Cursed. 111,000 damage along with Ghoul as well. Mew is a ranged attacker, should not be able to get so much damage dealt, but making use of the right, I would say, move at the right point, They get this
Correct.
damage done. Brilliant play and setup coming in from Team SATUL and showing us that they are
Mhm.
also team to be worried about for all the other teams, not only the top Indian teams here, Mridul, but also the
Correct.
other zonal teams who are about to face
Mhm.
them off very soon in this round robin format.
Well, again, as you saw, Lucifer, that was a great eyesight because again you saw how SATL performed. It was some amazing, amazing performances coming from all the players. But again, if we talk about Daksh, uh, at a single moment in the game when I saw Daksh going towards the base of SATL, it was a time that Team Truerippers could have made a comeback, but then it was too late because they were already 7 minutes into the game. Only 3 minutes were left, and then the whole point of the match lands on Rayquaza when it's only 1 minute left for the last 2 minute timer. There's nothing to be, nothing to be recovered, nothing to be done. All you can hope for is that you can conquer the Rayquaza. And then again, the Rayquaza was also not conquered. SA12 was not doing according to their strategy. They thought that SA12 would be trying to conquer the Rayquaza, but that was not it. Yes, they never went for it, but they went for it when True Rippers actually started it.
They did, but now it's time for Truerippers to make a comeback. Will they get the chance? We'll be waiting. It's all after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, where SATL are off to a great and a blistering start, where they've just blasted their opponents off, not even given
Yeah.
them a chance to react. Now, Truerippers, they have to calm themselves down, and that's the reason they had a break. I hope they've calmed themselves down here, Mridul.
Well, again, it was a break to calm ourselves down to, because
Yeah.
as we saw how brilliantly SATL was performing in the first match, again, we were too shocked, we were too
Mhm.
amazed, and it was a great match to see. But then again, we're all set for the second match to come in front of us, because again, all the teams are ready. The both teams are working on what they're going to see. And then again, when you know that the Guardian is not going to come and Dodre is not going to come, you know that some more of the things are also going to come again, because Snorlax was the star maker of the match. The
Yes.
first match, the Snorlax always, even if it was the attacker Pokemon, all the all-rounder Pokemon, the Snorlax always stopped True Rippers from coming onto their base.
Yeah, on that defender, he knew he had to tank and take the damage. Took the
Yeah.
damage, and also when it was time for him to hold off, making use of the defensive moves to stop the Pokemon in terms of fighting with their teammate, he's like, no, no,
Mm-hmm.
I have a better advantage. I'll just block it off. And that's how most of the players are using right now Snorlax, that block shield, making sure they stop as well as sometimes push the players towards their goal zone where they can easily KO them. And it has happened now. But
Correct.
quickly for our viewers, after seeing what Gardevoir was able to do on the help of Tensai, yes, on that Snorlax, what True Rippers have done is banned Gardevoir. They're like, no,
Yeah.
no more ranged attackers coming through from your end. Figure out another ranged attacker, but you are not going to be getting Gardevoir on board. And they've banned that. But on the end of SATL, they're like, we get an idea that maybe you look forward to steal, because until now we didn't give you a chance. So they did right out ban the Dodrio. So there is no Dodrio coming in terms of True Rippers, and now
Yeah.
True Rippers should have to figure out what would be their next one. Not like they picked Dodrio, they had Zorark, but again Dodrio has a lot better chances compared to Zorark for steals.
Correct. Exactly, and that's the point, where that most of the farming was done by Truerippers, and SATL was not focusing towards it. They were always focused, to get their Pokemons into the ground and score those goals. They were never even focusing on, getting those farmings. But
Mm.
again, when you see that on the northern side, they were always trying to block the goal post. Yes, there was Legislake is still present. And when you talk about how they were fighting throughout the map, top lane was always focused for them, and then they always went to the bottom lane. So again, they already had it sorted up, and the Blastoise always did the work. Even if SC12 didn't have much of points from his side, but then again, the work done by Blastoise was always shows on the map. And how
Yes.
Might throughout the game covered it up with Azumarill,
Yeah.
it was just amazing.
I mean, they thought all the damage was done from Gardevoir, but I would say that you have to ban the Azumarill because
Yeah,
Might
exactly.
is too good. I've seen him. It's not only this match that we are seeing. I have seen him play previously as well. He just plays Azumarill, and top lane is like an anchor for him. He
Yeah.
doesn't let anybody get close to it. He doesn't let anybody try and snatch away the Regieleki. We saw at a point he was like, I'll take 1v1 on the Regieleki. I'll take that. I'll make sure it pushes to the opponent's end. And True Rippers had to deal with it, not me. It's going to be an ally for me. And that's how he treated it. Brilliant play coming in from Might. So they have to watch out. That top lane is going to be a very hard contest if they want to do one. And you saw,
Yeah.
if they did even think of it, Nrudal, as soon
Mm-hmm.
as Might understands that there is a force, numerous players coming in from True Rippers to top lane, he gives one single call, and the entire side of SATL is also there. The supporters are there, the defenders are there, everybody jumps in, and then it is True Rippers who get surprised, thinking that they were targeting Might, but it is not the case. You are the ones who are getting surrounded.
Well, yes, exactly. Azumarill was always present by Might. Even it was the top lane. I already discussed in the map too, right? When we were, seeing the match, exactly. Azumarill was always present at each and every fight, and I
Mhm.
don't know how Might actually thought that he was like, I'm being targeted. No, 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 no. Exactly as I said, he was the one targeting the whole team, and
Yes.
then the whole Pokemons were there for the backup. But as you see, the match went through on. It was a sight of just 2 minutes. The first 2 minutes were like, SCDUL were like, you go, you get your farming done, you get those points. Again, we are coming bashingly for you. And then it was a streak going on, going on. Then a pause stop where they got from 63 to 93. Okay, you got 30 points. Well, we again start the train, and we again stop it when it was 708 points.
Mhm.
Nothing done for them. And in the last 2 minutes, they were like, you spawn, You spawn, you come, you die, you go to spawn. You come, you spawn, you
Yeah.
come, you die, you go to the spawn. That was the
we
thing going
we
on.
saw like Ego even decided to take a TP, try to help his teammates out, but did not work
Yeah.
out. But right now,
Hmm.
it's time to get back into the match to see if anything new has been done. In terms of the Pokémon, yes, we see that just because the Gardevoir was taken out, there is a Decidueye pick coming through from SATL. Along with that, Durbury is the one who has switched up to the Snorlax. He's like, I'm going to be playing the Snorlax as a defender this time, not the Blastoise. Look, there's Durbury on the chairs on Ego. Ego this time taking up the Azumarill, making sure that he has an even Stevens fight to fight with Azumarill on Might. But look at what Might has done. He's not playing Azumarill this round.
Yeah, exactly. And Mike is already going up for some different chances. And once again, you see that Team SATUL and Truerippers already starting the score line. It's a slow start, but then again, you know that what SATUL has got for themselves. Again, a good pick by Ego, I must say, because we already saw how well might perform with that Azumarill. And well, once again, you see some good evolutions coming back.
Might playing on the Scyther can be a little bit questionable. Cannot tank as much, but yes, damage is going to be good. But thought of taking a small nap, but who thought Kyo will be there with the Glaceon after leveling up on the Eve, and which caused trouble. So they will be losing Turfari for some time, but he will be making his way back. Until then, it is going to be Decidueye as well as Scyther, the two players to hold it off. And as soon as Durbury is here, Decidueye can go back to farming, because first, until this Decidueye has evolved, gotten to a good level, you will not be able to do a lot in terms of damage. You will be the one who will be first, and as all ranged attackers we speak about, it's very pushy. So that's the reason he needs to make sure that the bird becomes bigger. But in the meantime, it is going to be Lucario from SATL scoring a couple of goals, you knowing that it cannot be blocked but safe. He's raking up AOS energies. For him to go and get a goal against SATUL, he needs to either take control of the bottom lane, take a couple of KOs, and then only he'll be able to do it. A brilliant solar beam comes through. They take down Tensai, who switches up to a mime this time from the Snorlax, but that is the only KO that happened because Durbury is here as a Snorlax to defend the zone.
Well, then again, you saw how Mr. Mime was trying to get to the goalpost, but then again, a good strategy coming from the side of Truerippers, because they know how exactly SATUL is going to go this time, and then, just predicting those strategies, and obviously the strategy is landing right for them. That's the best thing that Truerippers can do at this time, because again, SATUL is always not predictable, because you see that now it's no lag coming up to the bottom lane, and there you go. You already see SATUL coming up with the power, and again there you go, some goals are coming back to back. There you go, the slam from Snorlax, and that's once again a good KO coming up, but then a respawn comes up and he's back.
Trying to hold off this bottom lane, trying to make sure it doesn't get destroyed. But looking at SATL, they're just bursting, gets another KO. Pillowswine is here, still needs to evolve. Ghoul on the other hand understands Super Rope, using all the moves to even run away this time, not to deal damage. And Cursed, he's like, he's just back up. I have my arrows ready and I'll be looking for doing damage. And Snorlax as well pitches in along with Mime coming in, and Pillowswine looking at a very tough spot. Thankfully, he gets met with the Elder Gods, and also Devesh will be back. But in the meantime, SATL quick to switch upon, jumping on the Regice. They want to quickly take it, but look on the top. They get Regice. Scyther will switch to right now. The wall to Scyther is already fighting and also bowling, and will eventually get to, I will think, Regieliki, but he's still figuring out, like, let me just put down a couple of goals. Ego on the other end, push to the opponent's flush. Unfortunate and brilliant use of this Decidueye. This is what I was talking about. Once it's leveled up, a 4 KO streak to follow up, and this first goal zone should be bursted anytime soon from Truerippers, and make sure that the life is difficult. But Eldigos, quick, I would say, respawn, and is back into the game, making sure Tensai pays a price.
Well, then again, Lucario also did his work. He was present at the moment. He was going towards the map, and once again, whenever a fight was going on, even it was top lane or the mid lane, he was present at the perfect moment. Again, a KO streak by SATUL goes on. Even if they did take a respawn, he comes up to the game once again, back to the battle, and back again into the action. Here you go, once again, some good fight going on. Azumarill doing his work, but then again, for how much long he can do that, because he's alone at the moment, where some backup is also needed. And there you go, the electricity coming up to the side of Regieliki. Again, absolute speed enough, it can cause a lot of damage, and present.
Another ally joins SATUL's forces, and Pillowswine is trying to survive. but he'll be taken down. But quick on the change is going to be Ego on the Azumarill. He gets a player knocked out. That is going to be none other than the Mime, the supporter, very much needed. And look at that. Immediately
Correct.
SAT will stall for some time, but as soon as all the players have regathered, look at this. Ego is trying to run away. Sizer gets in the crosshairs. One KO is yet exchanged for a 1v1 situation, but right now it is Lucario who's stuck. Helps out is Regieliki to at least destroy the top goal zone, but immediate exchange coming on for destroying the goal zone is giving away the life of the Decidueye. But still, SATUL on charge, leading it. Tensai in the meantime, who had respawned, he was hiding in the tall grasses, and Truerippers thought, oh, we took control of the top lane. No, Tensai is there, he guards, and no more goals allowed.
Well, yes, again, because Tensai was there as, like the magic moment at that given time, because he was present at any given moment. Any Pokemon would arrive and he would be there to just bash it up and just like allow the Pokemon to go back to space. And once again, we see some good fights coming up on the bottom lane, where most of the Pokemon are busy among themselves, and there you go, the flag comes up inside of no lag. Not much of the damage done, but then again, a huge area being conquered on the bottom side. When they again, once again, sent back to the top side, and there you go, still might quite vulnerable at this moment, but then again, the fight won't stop, and then the bashing goes on. The KO comes up from the side of Truerippers, with the mic has been sent back.
Azumarill is also gone, unfortunate. And now look at this, Sizer on the chase, and he's looking for not only getting one, looking two as well. Devesh is super low, but he realizes there should be another Pokemon trying to target with the basic attack, gets a hit, but again the Solar Beam is going to be through, but the sneak comes through from the Decidueye. And again, Mammoth's yes, is now fully evolved, but look at it, he's again getting damaged. He gets pushed out of his zone and safe again, goes out. Brilliant play coming through. Ego was knocked out, but he's back again, but 2 KO streak. That this Decidueye is looking destructible, but Curse is super low and Ego is on the chase. The Aqua Tail will finally finish off, and Ego will come up with a 2 KO streak of his own, but there will be a chance to put a stop to him with Tensai as well as Sizer trying to play together, but they both are getting crushed and pushed from Truerippers player, and the bottom lane finally taken control. Truerippers, after so much fight, both in the top lane and the bottom lane, find a way to destroy the bottom lane goal zone. That is the first goal zone being destroyed for SATUL, and also trying to get closer and immediately switch to the legendary pit to fight with wild Pokemon.
Well, then this time, as you see, the attacker doing all his moves, because again, he's being ranged. He knows his range. He's always going for all the attacks that Decidueye has got. And again, the work being done, coming back to the battle, again respawning, coming back to the battle and getting those points once again. And a chance for SATUL, once again have that base in their hands. Yes, the Regieliki is being captured, but this time it's Truerippers on the top lane trying to get that Regieliki. Can they get it? Is going to be a bigger question. There goes Mew again with the Solar Beam and gets the target as
A steal coming in on the Lucario, and now with another sneak, Ego is haunted, and immediately he gets taken down, and back on control is SATUL. And what they're doing with this Regieliki is just buying time for themselves as a distraction, but Truerippers are smart. They take quick charge of the legendary pit along with Rayquaza spawning. This is going to be a very crucial fight coming through, and look at this, the Unite being used along with the help on the Snorlax to find a KO, but in the meantime Kyo is busy trying to help his teammate out. Eldegoss is out, the supporter is out, so it's all up to Safe right now to stop these players. He finds one KO on Decidueye, a super crucial ranged attacker, but in the meantime Mime, he takes down the very crucial Glaceon. Along with that, the Rayquaza itself gets taken out from the Arbori, and from there on they are not stopping. SATUL are just going to get more and more goals. 585, and it looks like it should be a done deal. And Ego, he's trying to fight with 3 players, does do damage, but it is not enough, and they get more AOS energy and right heading to the base goal zone now.
But then again, it was a good chance by their side. Again, they saw that SATUL is coming up with those pointers, is trying to go for that, but again, Lucifer, it's too late. It's the last 1 minute where SATUL has already got 300 plus points of lead, and some good kills once again coming in. So this time, SATUL focused more on those fights, and that was a chance where Truerippers got to that point. But again, it was too late. Once again, Team SATUL coming back to the barrel, and Mew, I think, is the only Pokemon who's getting those kills, because again, as we see some kills coming up, it's Mew, always Mew. And there you see some blocks coming up on the side. Some goals can be conquered, but there is a block in the wall.
Yeah. And Snorlax comes in from the jump pad. He immediately takes control. Look at what he's doing. He's pushing them towards their plus zone, making sure they're corner. And if they try to push up, they will be KO'd. And Mike takes one on Mew. Now there is no long range solar beams coming through. Safe has to run. He has Suns for help. But Ego, look at him. He's also getting cornered with the block coming through. Ego is being hammered with all moves coming through. Seth trying to cause some chaos coming in with his storm, but it is not enough. Again, back on the slam with Snorlax and Tessidia just spamming the arrows that he has and also using the Unite, but it was already done. It was a game written for SATUL, again getting the second round in the best of 5. And looks like SATUL are ready. Even if Truerippers were matching the strides here, Mrudal, SATUL knew how to answer back right at the end moment.
Well, then again, with the Decidueye, Curse knew what he had to do, right? Because he was always going with those attacks. He was always present. It was the Azumarill, if I remember, by the side of Esituel in the previous match.
Yes.
This time, yes, Azumarill did it for Ego, but not so much because when it's Esituel in front of you, you can't do much with it. It was Might once again, some amazing power once again coming up from his side. Even if he was present there with the Azumarill, or he was present here with this Scizor. Might is might. He will always be getting those points for SATUL. Again, Tensai did his work. He was amazing with Mr. Mime. But then you saw how Mew did his work, right? Because Mew was that Pokemon who was always getting those KOs, trying to stop SATUL, but SATUL was always unstoppable. There was a site around 8 minutes where we saw they were close to SATUL, but then the graph always shows up. They were trying to match up SATUL, but still didn't match up SATUL.
The bottom lane push that Truerippers decided got control, destroyed the goal zone, but then immediately had to switch up to Regieleki, which they did. Eventually started the battle, but it was still Ghoul who came in with his move and immediately hit a punch to Regieleki to get that Regieleki as an ally. And I think these kind of decisions just worked out better. And Tensai, who could not play and do damage as or kind of take damage and corner players, he's like, I'm still an assister, I have barriers to play with. He was using those barriers to stop the players, and you can see here he's also taken damage in the meantime. But Cursed here on that Decidueye, we saw Gardevoir doing 111,000. Here Cursed was close. He did not reach 100,000, but he still did enough damage and got so many chaos that Truerippers eventually had to falter.
Again, the chaos streaks we saw near about that 4-minute or the 6-minute timer, it was always Decidueye coming up with those chaos. As I talked about, Devesh, yes, it shows up in the damage he has dealt to the Pokemons, but then again, it was not too much, not too less. It was the thing that Mew had to do, but how much, for how long he could do that. Again, the only Pokemon can always not win the game. It's always about the teamwork. The teamwork was always better by the side of SATUL, and that's why they got that victory. Again, Lucifer, it's a time that we take a break. And we go to the short break, and we'll be right back with the third game. Again, can it be a 3-0, or are we looking up for some more games?
I'm not too sure right now, Mridul, because we have to kind of figure out if Truerippers are ready. Because Truerippers, yes, they are in a situation where they're like, we did put up one hell of a show. Our team game was good. Our switches were also good. But SATUL, just that keeping one player who's ready to fight, farm, and unite moves coming at the right point worked for them. So it's a do or die situation. Let's see if it'll work right after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite India Open 2022, where SATL are relentless. They're not letting Truerippers even get close. At a point, it felt like when they executed the bottom lane push, oh, there is a chance. But SATL,
Mm-hmm.
like, put a stop to it right there.
Yeah, exactly. There was a chance for them, but then again, it was the Snorlax always sleeping at the right moment, blocking as we
Yeah.
discussed. Because again, he was there for the blocks at the right moment,
Mhm.
and when SATL knew that they would be coming back for it. Yes, two Rippers tried to come back for it in the end of the game, but then as we always say, it was too late for them to come back.
Yes.
Again, is the chance where SATL can go for a 3-0, or either it's a chance for True Rippers to, get that scoreline to 2-1. But
Mhm.
again, is that possible? Because, it's now a Snorlax ban by True Rippers as we
Oh,
see.
yes.
I don't know how exactly Snorlax is a problem for them, because again, might even with the Sizer always goes good. He even went with Azumarill, he was always good.
Mhm.
And the Aqua Tail used by Ego was good. But then again, that was not much of damage done by Azumarill. How much damage if, damage was given by the side of Azumarill of Might.
Mhm.
Might was always good with the Pokemon he has always got in his hands. And again,
Yes.
if SATL conquers in this match, with any set of Pokemons they have, they know how exactly to conquer two Rippers.
I agree. I mean, especially of how they've been switching the Pokemons on different
Correct.
players. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It has never been that one particular player from their end plays this particular Pokemon itself. They've readied every player to switch
Mm-hmm.
Pokemons when it is necessary. Who would have thought Might would leave Azumarill such as an all-rounder and then
Yeah.
switch to a Sizer or Scyther? I mean, him picking that up tells us that there is versatility not just in like the Pokemon but also the roles and how they want to play it. This time Might was not the lane holder or the anchor. He was there as a guard. And yes,
Correct.
whenever he got pushed, he did give up chance because he knew he couldn't take a lot in terms of damage together. And that's the reason he was also concentrating on farming and at the same time switching lanes so that whenever there is a battle against True Rippers, he could head on, take it, and use his unites also at the right time as well as get the bullet punches in and make sure they get, I would say, KO'd and eliminated. But
Yeah.
True Rippers understood one thing that they have to
Mm-hmm.
go in as a force of either the four players together or all the five
Mm-hmm.
players together. But by the time they figured it out, they were close to Rayquaza. They were close to like the timer running out from their hands. So I hope True Rippers, this break and the fight that they put out, and Snorlax being banned from their end, may be a good decision. They can have a chance to push it to the fourth match.
Well, as we talk about Might being the defender at this time, he was always there as a guardian.
Mm-hmm.
Not being the defender, but again being as a guardian for the team. And when you talk about Decidueye, Curse took all the responsibilities in his
Oh.
hands. Even if Might was not present, it was Decidueye coming up with KO streaks back to back in the game, and that was the game changer at this time. We
Mm-hmm.
thought it was the Snorlax in the game number one. Yes, we were right about that. But for the game number two that we saw from SATL, it was the Decidueye always causing the destruction. Whenever Turipus tried to charge up, with all the or like all the four players just mashing onto one side, it was Decidueye with the attack and the range it always has. Even
Mm-hmm.
if the Pokemon is far away, he knows how exactly to conquer that Pokemon. Again, he was good with it, and yes, Cursed got that charge into his hands. But again, it is about this match that we're going to discuss right now. Again, I'm going to be amazed by the lineups being used by both of these sides, because again, it's going to be a different thing where you are not going to see any Snorlax from both of the sides. So I don't know how exactly they're going to go for that, because SATUL, I think for me, as far as I have seen them, you know, sometimes if they lack Snorlax, it can be a momentum loss, but again, it's SATUL. Any Pokemon they go with, they are going to go for that. And oh, but see, can Eve from side of SATUL? Yes, they're going for an Eve. But again, it's going to be a bigger question. It's a Slivion or the other one.
I think it should be a Sylveon coming through, but also they have a speedster, which is Zorark, right now farming
Yeah.
around the center jungle. But look at that. He's waiting sneakily, thinking that he could stop that initial first goal from happening, but it's not going to be happening. The mighty and the beast itself gets one first goal for his team, four scored. And now Daksh is trying to follow up. He wants to find a way to corner him. It's not going to be happening. He's too close to his goal zone. Ego, in the meantime, he's right now on the Larvitar stage, but this Tyranitar is something to be feared of. And especially with Slowpoke right now going to be helping him out,
Yeah.
I want to see how it works out.
Again, if it has not evolved into being a slow bro, but then again, what is that choice by Daksh? I really don't exactly understand that, because again, slow bro is that defender Pokemon where not much of damage can be done. And then again, yes, it is the range one where the attacks can work for the team, but then again, for how long? Because again, you see the side of SSL, they're just always bombarding in groups, and that too in duo, not like just four of them going on one side of lane. They know they have to conquer both of the lanes, and then you see on the bottom lane that one of the Pokemon is always busy. And there you go, the goal being conquered back to back. Mr. Mime now getting 17 points and both 37 points to the 0 ratio. So that's the ratio you would always want to see, how exactly your attacker Pokemons are doing it for you. And there you go, Might. Mew is the Pokemon who is trying to get those kills, but again, can Mew do it all because of, the farming goes on. Truerippers again repeating its history. They are looking for farming once again, and they are getting those points.
Sensei is like, you do some more damage, I'll try to take this Pokemon. And as you see, Ghoul finally from the Eve to Sylveon right now leveled up. But there is screens also coming in from Devesh as well. He pulls back the right screen immediately using the solar beam. In the meantime, it is going to be Eldegoss stuck, and he's getting surrounded from all directions. There was a Nitro Ball immediately used, but they let go of the Eldegoss, understanding and seeing that Slowbro is here along with the Pupitar and Gardevoir. But look at what they do. They understand there is only one player at the goal zone. They immediately jump upon it, get the goal done, and Cursed is just running. And Darbari and Ghoul were only there to act as distraction, and with Cursed already leveled up to 7, and from there on not stopping, jumps to level 8, and this bottom lane control is not lost for Truerippers, but for some time at least their goal zone was vulnerable.
And then again, the Zoro are coming into the play. That's a speedster you would want to have on your side. And Daksh now being evoluted, he has the slow bro in his hand, and being leveled up, it always gives you the mobility. You always have some more attacks in your hand. You always have that mobility going up with those attacks. And there you go, that's Kyo coming up on the bottom side, and as you see, it's a good point collection coming from the side of Truerippers. But then again, it's a pause line. It's a pause line by the side of Mr. Mike. You have to be aware of that.
It will give us an idea of what SSL and Sports are kind of inclining to do. But look at this immediate feint attack coming in from Zorark, and it pushes all the players from Truerippers back as one Eldegoss, their supporter. They lose it. And now they're jumping upon the defender, which is going to be the slow bro, causing a lot of trouble for him as well. And you can see he's unable to do anything, unable to stop the goals from happening. He uses the surf on Ghoul, still doesn't work, and now Zorark is still alive, trying to do damage. And finally, the blue HP was there, not enough to recover, and they get taken down. It was a Psyshock being seen, but no use of the Psyshock as well, because they had already destroyed it, and Zorark from first, he's looking unstoppable, he's swooping in with all the attacks, but Ego finally on the Tyranitar. He's looking forward to swooping and fighting, but him and his moves are a little bit too late, because most of his teammates from the bottom lane were wiped, and they're recovering.
But then again, you see how exactly SQL has performed. It's like still a 0 for Truerippers at this time. The goalposts are being conquered, and it feels like half the match has already gone off in vain. So again, the time where Truerippers can actually score, the time has gone already in vain. And look at Might. He's just roaming off around, getting back that HP points for himself, and just getting back all healed up. He's going to go back to the spawn. He's going to back to the spawn of the opponent side, and look at Truerippers on the top lane trying to get that ability, but can't actually get it, because even if they are going to get that ability for themselves, it's not going to have a bigger policy. Okay, so for now, at last we see Truerippers getting pretty.
2 KO streak here for... Oh no! A 2 KO streak from you, but immediate Sylveon snaps and steals away the Regieleki, so it becomes an ally back to SATUL. In the meantime, Truerippers finally open up their goal score with 26 coming in, and maybe followed up with a lot more with goal assists coming in, and Mew along with a lot more of his teammates. So there should be a devastating hit here on the top goal zone coming through, and finally reaching 140, as well as bursting the first goal zone. SATUL on the other end, yes, they have taken down the bottom lane first goal zone, but now the score lines are close. Look look at how much Tyranitar was able to do with the Ancient coming in, as well as the help coming in from the slow bro. And now all they have to do is make sure that SATL are able to do a lot more. But look at what SATL does. Understood that it is Regirock which has spawned after Regice. They're quickly taking on a fight with this to get that defense on. Mew comes up with the solar beam, but it was a little bit off, and it is still going to be SATL who are going to be getting the second Regi as well. Oh!
Then and the allies coming up with the play, and that was so bad. The only Pokemon that Truerippers depends on, and Mew gets back to the base, and once again the speedster Zoroark coming back into the play. Again, the Pokemon getting chosen by the side of Epidual, that's always works for them. And on the top lane, then you can see it's going to be only one Pokemon. Azumarill coming back to the mobility, but Ego comes back into play. Can he do that? Can he do that again with the Tyranitar? No. Here you go again. Some vulnerability on the side of Ego. He is trying to go back, but again the damages won't be coming up on him. A good cover up by the side of Safe. Yes, it's 227, 274 points as Zoroark gets 46 points into the goal post. Again, it came to the side of S8QS. The streak goes on, and again, a huge lead. Truerippers were just 40 points away just 1 minute ago, and now they are at the bottom line of being 130 points away. 11 points being conquered up, but again, last 2 minutes. Yes, it is the time that the World Cup will be coming up in the last 40 seconds.
Truerippers think they can get a chance to goal, but it is just a trap. And look at this. Eldegoss thought, okay, I'll just try to run away, walk into the, I would say, mid-jungle of their opponent, and from there on walk into the legendary pit area and then move back to the zone or find a way of tall grass to just eat. Not the case.
Yeah.
After getting the goal on the top goal zone along with Ghoul as well as Zoroark, they immediately TP back to base. From there, jump to the bottom lane, and as soon as a couple of players from SAT got KO'd, they're back into the game. Now, Darbari and Ghoul are trying to keep control of the top lane as well as the Regieleki which is spawned, but with just 6 seconds left on the clock, they are concentrating on getting all their unites up, but Darbari G does not have his unite yet, along with Ghoul as well. But with Rayquaza already here, Darbari needs to keep a watch out for Truerippers not stealing this away.
Exactly, because you know that the Rayquaza is here. Truerippers would be trying to see it away, but you know it's S8UL. They always haven't focused on how Rayquaza is going to be a bigger point of view for them. They're always focused if they have a lead before the Rayquaza. And again, it's a good lead to be actually winning this game. But again, Truerippers, this Rayquaza means a lot for them. They will be going for it, and SATL knows that. They're trying to do the best of the blocks possible by the side of Mr. Mime. But then again, the smashing comes from both sides, and Mr. Mime gets KO'd. Yes, they know the main important Pokemon has to go around. Ego once again with the Tyranitar coming back to the battle, and again it's a KO streak on SATL. 340 points on the board. Rayquaza half HP down, but again it's a try that always goes on by Truerippers. Again, SATL is not being allowed at this moment. You know, they are being backed up on the bottom side, and again they are being pushed back. There you go, the Rayquaza has to go down.
Oh,
This time for
Tyranitar.
Truerippers.
What a brilliant use of the Unite, making sure he had the Unite at the right time, and Rayquaza was super low, uses the Unite, and now SATL are in trouble because they either have to find a way to get the goals in, or it is going to be, we are going to see the fourth one. 400 goals. If there is a chance that they get to 60, there can be something that can happen. But look at this, they are not stopping from Truerippers, and after they've gotten Rayquaza, they're just jumping onto the goal zones, getting the goals in. There is 60 that somehow they need to find a way to goal in, but look at Garden, you're already guarding it from the base. As soon as Mine stepped in to go for a goal, immediately jumping to their goal zone to protect his Truerippers, not letting this game go away from their hands.
Well, then again, it's like the last goal against Truerippers. At the last moment, got it for themselves, and then again, the time's up. Lucifer, we are going into the fourth one. We are going into the fourth one. SATL has lost all.
Finally, Truerippers understand what needs to be done. And knowing that they've removed Snorlax, I think worked out really well. You saw here
Correct.
Truerippers never, I wouldn't even say rarely, they never got cornered. Darbury on the Mamoswine, yes, he has his tusks to push the players inside, but not that great of what Snorlax can do with his block. And I think that's where they got this advantage. Cursed
You know.
played too damn good,
Mhm.
but you have to give credits here to Safe, who constantly with the Cotton Spore kept healing Ego and made sure that Ego is ready for the battle. And that's the reason we see Ego has 4 KOs as well as assists, but big assists coming in from Safe of 10.
Again, overall, if you talk about Mr. Mime, the work Mr. Mime did went unnoticed. But again, when you talk about True Ripper's ego with the Tyranitar, it never went unnoticed. You always saw how Tyranitar was present at the right
Mhm.
moment and at the given point of time. And it started with True Rippers being at 0 points for the first 4 minutes. Then at the timer when it went to 6 minutes, it was close to SA12. Again at the 8 minute timer, it was close to SA12. But then it was battle changing for them. It was match changing for them. It was game changing for them when they had the Rayquaza. Rayquaza, they got it by that Tyranitar, and then they had it all.
Yeah, and I was seeing in terms of who was using their unites first. SA12 tried to use the unite as well as the same time True Rippers were using was when Rayquaza was super low. But Tyranitar being right at the heart, right at the center of the pit as they were fighting Rayquaza is the reason they get it. You can see here in the entire data as well. Slowbro, that was Daksh who played it. Also, all he had to do was be there, defend, take as much damage as possible, and he was doing it both in the bottom as well as the top lane. But again, giving credits to Devesh is huge because with that solar beam, he was doing devastating damage for SATL, because of which they had to back off. But finally, until now, I had seen 52,000 in terms of recovery, but here, Safe. Hats off with that Eldegoss 80,000 in terms of
Yeah.
recovery. It is insane. That's the reason we say Tyranitar and Eldegoss, the combo is super deadly. And you saw how Safe was playing around Tyranitar, was always playing at the back, Mridul.
Well, then again, even after playing at the back, he always got the back for the team because you know how exactly he performed throughout the match. He knew what he had to do at the right time, at the right given time.
Mm-hmm.
Again, as you talk about how Zoroark was performing for the side of SA12, it was good. It was up to the mark and actually got the main points for the team. But then again, True Rippers did know how exactly to tackle SA12 at this time, and they started off with banning Snorlax. They knew if they had banned Snorlax, it can be a chance where SA12 loses that momentum, and that slight momentum change can make a huge mark on SA12. And actually, Two Rippers worked mentally on that
Mm-hmm.
and executed it in the game.
They did execute, but right now, SATL, who we thought should have had a clean sweep, have a little bit of troubles to face. They have a hiccup. They have, again, one more match where they can immediately close, or True Rippers can push it to the fifth one, all after
Yeah.
a short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Truerippers are saying that it is not done. Yes, they might have fumble, and this is the reason we said this is the debut. These teams were invited, so it is kind of okay to have a little bit of that first game jitters and unable to read your opponent. And I think Truerippers had that. Once they read that opponent, getting that Snorlax ban in, that is going to be their standalone ban every time that they try to face off Esetiel, I feel like. And this time as
Mhm.
well, Mridul, we are going to be
Yeah.
having the same ban.
Well, then again, they know how exactly to go with the Snorlax ban. But
Mm-hmm.
again, SATUL, I think so, is already with their side because again they know how exactly to be present at the perfect moment. And again, we have the liners, but that again we have to save it for the game because
Yes.
when the game is always standing right in front of you, you always have to focus what is going to happen. The last 10 minutes where it's going to be a big decision. Can SETL just finish it off at a 3-1, or again True Rippers is looking for a comeback and make it a 2-2 for the fifth game of the day? But again, it's like 10:43 p.m. on the clock. It's going to be 11, and I think Lucifer, like looking over the pace, are we going to touch midnight today?
That I think not, because as you said, we will keep our audience in disarray,
Yeah,
in a fog. We will not tell them what they're going to be seeing. But
yeah,
looking at what SAT will have planned, I'm worried for True Rippers now. I mean, what True
exactly.
Rippers did, SATL are looking forward to exchanging it. So
Yeah,
very interesting. So it's something that we have to wait. There can still be a chance that we reach over to 12, but it does tell us of how intense of a competition it is, and that's the reason.
correct.
You might have seen clean sweeps happening today, but that does
Mhm.
not tell you the whole picture, because this is the round robin stage. Couple of teams are still trying to feel themselves, understand what the other opponent teams are doing, and I think that's what True Rippers
Exactly.
were trying to do. Now that they have the idea, what more do they have got in the bag?
Well, then again, it's always about how the time goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Always some more Pokemons coming back into the meta, the patches coming into the game. And
Mm-hmm.
again, when you see that, how exactly they're getting warmed up with them, we saw Zorak in the previous game, how they were good with it, and how exactly well they performed with it. But again, it was not it for them. Whereas if you saw Ego with the Tyranitar, he was just
Oh.
massive. He was going like bombarding throughout the map, and now you see that the fourth game of this fight between Team SHUL and Troopers starts now.
And what is my done is like, you shown us Tyranitar. Let me pick out one of my own. He will be looking forward to doing a damage, and this time they also are bringing in Blissey, not
Blissey,
Eldegoss
yeah,
of what was bought from True Rippers. Eldegoss still
correct.
online from True Rippers. Let's see what they'll be doing, but they have decided that they'll be giving up the Tyranitar, coming up with 9 tails, and also a Venusaur, which will eventually evolve. Maybe the Petal Dance is the strategy here, but cool, trying to look forward to getting this Aeos energy, but Ninetales attacking with those ice events coming through, not letting them get that Aeos energy, but finally gets it, gets a goal in, and now I'm pretty sure he'll be looking forward to backing off. A brilliant light screen pushed out from Tensai to block Ninetales to push forward.
Again, Lucifer analyzing the whole lineups coming up from both the sides.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why True Rippers has left it with not True Rippers having a Mew. True Rippers had that Mew, and that was around, getting those points for them. But then again, it was paused. It is a pause right now,
Mm-hmm.
and we are going to go back in the game in a short while.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is some immediate pause coming through. We'll quickly
Yeah,
know what the issues. But as you rightly said, not having a Mew, Devesh played really well for True Rippers on the Mew.
exactly. Yeah.
And now not bringing that here is a little bit questionable. And on the other end, you just saw Might. He picked up the Tyranitar. He's ready. He's like, I'll show you what I've got. I'll switch,
Yeah.
evolve, bring out the right moves, and show as an ancient and a rampage of those moves coming out how well I can affect it, and how better maybe they can steal away the Rayquaza. I mean, it was
Hmm.
not a steal previously, it was a head on fight, but this time I'm not too sure how it's going to be swinging, Ridhil.
Again, exactly because the Snorlax is not present in the game, and SCTL focusing on towards Blissey as we actually saw on that side, and on the other side you saw that Mew is not there. So these are the small markings that you always have to remember
Mm-hmm.
because again these are the changes that will always lead to the bigger change.
Yes.
Again, Blissey is that supportive Pokemon who can always and always get your help done and help in actually restoring that HP. But again, Blissey, when present on the match, when present in the game, you know that the support is going to be perfect.
Mm-hmm. and I'm looking forward to. I mean, Blissey has both egg bombs coming through to do damage, as well as
Yeah.
just like we see the cottons coming out from Eldegoss, she will also be healing her teammate in terms of that Tyrant being up. So right
Yeah.
now it only becomes to how Eldegoss, not having a Tyranitar coming in from Truerippers end, what they will kind of incline towards, which Pokemon will be mainly looking forward to the supporter, whereas from SATUL's end we have the right idea of what the thing is that they have planned for, might this time perfectly going to be assisted with Blissey coming out. But
Correct.
on the other end, there have been changes from both the ends. So this change, as you rightly said, it's all about how the synergy will work. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not too sure of what the synergy is in the thought process of both these teams. But with Gardevoir again being a choice, which is still kept alive from True Rippers, they're ready for it. We previously as well saw Gardevoir was good in terms of doing damage, getting chaos as well. And day one, you were not there here on desk, but we did see Illusion OP coming on with Gardevoir and doing so much wreckage that I thought like, wait, what? I had to take a
Yeah.
step back. So let's
Yeah.
see if True Rippers are going to keep that alive, push it to the fifth round or not.
Well, then again, yes, Gardevoir is going to be that Pokemon who is going to be quite well important for the side of True Rippers. But then again, as we see, there's a kind of a network issue, kind of a technical issue,
Hmm.
always coming into the game and always peaking us. Because again, these are the remote events happening. This
Yeah.
can be the thing that can always happen. But we are not here to lose the hope because we know that the player is going to be back with some more strategies, a technical pause, as we can say, for both the teams because they
Yes.
can come up with some good strategies. Again, how exactly they landed up, they have some more time to actually brainstorm their strategies and once again be back in the game.
Yeah, apologies for that. I mean, again, as Mridul mentioned, it's not under our control.
Correct.
It's not predictable as well. So
Yeah.
we will look forward to what these teams will discuss in the meantime because True Ripper still on the slightest edge of the sword in
Mm-hmm.
this matchup. Again, they're not up for elimination. It is the round of robin format. The main thing that they will be losing here is points, and SATUL will be walking away with points. But at least they've done a little of a dent to SATUL before they run away with the points, is that they do not give them a clean sweep. True
Right.
Rippers, I'm not taking them out from winning this matchup. They still might have a chance, but they have to still push for this one and then go forward to the fifth round where they fight again with a whole new meta coming through in terms of the Pokemons that they'll be picking up and figure a way through. The battle will be too intense, it'll be very sweaty, very chaotic, and they have to still calm their nerves. True Rippers, after losing 2 rounds and still I would say bigger differences, right, Nridal? They still
Yeah.
did not lose hope. So I still feel like True Rippers have a chance. They can get themselves back in, but they need to put everything in.
Yeah, well, exactly now because from the previous two games, the first game was like it looked like it was always in the hand of
Mhm.
SATUL as you discussed. But then again, start of the second game, two Rippers did try to actually come up with a good strategy and they tried it till the end. But then it was a win for SCTUL, but how they came back into the third game, that was a decisive game. How exactly they
Mhm.
got it for themselves, and that is why now they are at the 2-1. But then again, we know that we are going to have the fourth match at any given time here. And with the fourth match, the decision is going to come. But then again, we are waiting for some more minutes, some more, that wait of those seconds is always and always troubling us casters, troubling us audience, because we know how much excited we are for the last
Exactly.
game of the day.
Now, after looking at the thought process from True Reaper's end, they've come in
Hmm.
ready with all guns blazing. They have grass type, they have ice type, everything. They were like, let's pull all of it out. And with
Correct.
the combo of the defender Mamo Swine, who also has ice moves, come with nine tails coming out as an attacker, I feel like there can be a lot of damage which can be done, but they have to play it smart.
Hmm.
On it to top on like a topping, there is two more Pokemons. One is going to be the Venusaur, which will be getting edge petal dance, and then Gardevoir with the Psyshock. So if all these moves combined, when they go for either a bottom lane push or a top lane push, along with Eldegoss helping them out with the Cottons out, it might give them an advantage or a complete control of a lane. But talking about the other end, there is Lucario.
Yeah.
Lucario coming in from Ghoul. We just saw what he can do on Decidui being the range attacker on that itself, if he's able to do damage, and any other Pokemons you talk about it that Ghoul has picked up, he's been too goddamn good on it, and he's done the
Yeah,
damage which was necessary. So
yeah.
that they will incline to Ghoul doing a lot in terms of damage, and then Tyranitar coming in and tanking all of it at once with Blissey helping out. And if there is trouble, they have a supporter which is going to be Mime, and Mime, we have seen him put up a barrier and throw down a confusion ray, which does
Correct.
a lot in terms of damage. And then if all of this does not suffice, they still have one more range attacker, Mridul, which is going to be Mew, which until now Truerippers kept at their hearts and played it throughout all these 3 rounds, and now this is the round that they've left it. It kind
Exactly.
of can backfire.
Exactly, because how exactly Mew was so important for them at a single given time, and
Mm-hmm.
now Mew is not important for them. So
Yeah.
again, SCTL did pick it up for themselves. They know that two Rippers had Mew at their heart, but then again, SCTL has now got the chance.
Mm-hmm.
Again, as you saw, Tyranitar is going to be that Pokemon. Quite impressive with the Lucario, because again, that is going to be the duo getting the points for you, getting those players bashed up, getting those Pokemon to the base, and that's how SCTL is already with their lineup. Quite aggressive lineup, I can say, with some good support that they've
Yes.
got from Blissey. But again, the aggression that SCTL has got in this match, or with their lineup, again, they're all set for the game.
Yeah, I feel like SATL are ready to pack a punch and make sure that there is going to be a trouble for True Rippers. It is going to
Yeah.
be a hard one, a tough battle, and it will be looking forward to which of these Regis, whether it's the top Reggie Aliki or the Reggie Ice Rock or Steel coming in, and who gets most number of those Regis. But now, after this technical small issue that we have had, we'll take a short break, give the teams to figure out to get back into the game as soon as possible. So, see you after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that break has and the issue of that whatever was resolved at the same time, and we are back here on desk to see whether this is going to be the final matchup between Truerippers and SATL, or are they going to push it to the fifth round in this best of five. I feel like, from my perspective, it is not about to go. SATL are not happy with losing out that Rayquaza and the battle, even though it went toe to toe. They were the ones who were ready for it.
Yeah.
Unite did not work. But Mrudal, I want to ask you, do you think it is going to go to the fifth?
Well, again, I think so. It's a bare minimum chance, a slight chance that it's going to go till the fifth. But then again, we already started the fourth game, which the lineups have been fixed, the picks are already set, and they are going for a goal. Going up to Lucario. There he goes,
What?
present in the mid lane. And yeah, all set.
We know that, like, Lucario certain times just go for jungle, but going to the opponent jungle, and now in a 1v1 situation with the Gardevoir and Truerippers strategy, they're like, Gardevoir is very crucial for us. That ranged attacker, once evolved, will do a lot in terms of damage, is very necessary, and that's the reason they let it push. But look at what happens, because Gardevoir and Lucario pushed and tried to fight with each other. I'm not too sure what happened. Why Chansey alone pushed to the opponent's end, and before Chansey could recover, gets KO'd right in their goal zone. Right now, Tensai, he's trying to hold off Safe from finding a way to goal in, and he's just buying time for himself. But in the meantime, Ninetales, it's already evolved, and now it is going to cause a lot of problems in bottom lane.
Well, then again, because Truerippers knows when they have to farm, and they will farm. The first goal already coming up for the side of Truerippers. Yes, 9 points are on the board, where you know that the clock is ticking up for them. The first 5 minutes matter a lot. Where Team SQL was leading the whole match, the match number 4, but then in the end, Truerippers got that Rayquaza, and then they had the game. But right now, look at that. Mr. Mime trying to do his work. But again, can he, like a solo Pokemon, can he do it? Well, then again, a KO has already been caused, and now Team SATL have 26 points on that board.
Well, previously as well, they had a one-sided complete advantage. Well, we thought they would be their game, but still Truerippers were able to come back. So I will not count out Truerippers. First, right now, having the view is trying to do damage to the Ninetales, understanding that if he gets closer, he'll be iced, he'll be frozen with the avalanche coming towards his end, and then he would have to give up his life. He's squishy, and that's the reason, making sure that his moves are ranged. And now they've fought with Ivysaur. Ivysaur is about to go down, uses Leech, and immediately tries to heal up, and Curse gets the call that they have more players here near the legendary pit. Let's just back off, and they're trying to block and at least KO Safe. But in the meantime, Devesh is trying to help, but look at how low Safe as well Tensai is, but it's going to be Safe losing the battle. In the meantime, Blissey running back to Lucario to make sure that Lucario helps out, and Eldegoss is not going to be the winner in another KO.
Well, then again, as you know, that Mr. Mime is that Pokemon who has always been a good pick by the side of, SAQL. And now that, as we know, Lucifer, how Mew is being used by the side of SAQL, it is a win-win situation for them. Again, you see some farming being done by the side of Truerippers. They know that the farming is going to matter a lot for them. But as soon as they move towards the base of SAQL, they already have the defense. So always and always, one thing, if SAQL has not been good with their attack, they've always been good.
They're still not concentrated on their own attention right now. It's just going to be farming, leveling up. But look at what Truerippers have done. They're like, he'll farm not only in the wild Pokemon, but will run into the jungle of the opponents and try to farm. But a wrong decision gets punished. Ivysaur is down. He might have been a distraction while all the other players take up the jungles and all the Pokemons in the mid as well as the bottom lanes and level up themselves. And that distraction worked. Truerippers are able to goal as well and forgo it, push it to 70, and now they have a 50 round advantage.
Well, again, that's a disadvantage here, as we see. Okay, it's a good, it's a good thing that Truerippers is getting that lead, but then again, for how long? Because SAQL is just going in. They have got that power. Again, the Pokemons have leveled up. They have got that evolution. Trying solo by the side of Blissey is going to be difficult, but that's a KO on Mew, and 65 points on the board for SAQL. So again, it's a trade situation where again you was the trade and goal post points for the good trade for themselves, and now it's a fight with
see if Truerippers will be getting it. North is Lucario, and now he's punching his way, takes down Dux, and as well as the Gardevoir. Two players going down, and it's going to be immediately SATL answering back a 2 KO streak. And now look at this, even trying to farm on the wild Pokemon. Regularly sits, helps them destroy the first goal zone of Truerippers. On the other end, SATL also have had goal zone destroyed. So it's an equal exchange as of now. But Reggie at the bottom is about to spawn as well in the next 19 seconds. And what is Piloswine doing is already reaching there along with Eldegoss.
Again, it was a 2-2 match from the from the start of the game. Whereas if we talk about the game number 4, it started from the timer of the 5 minutes where SATL was at the lead, but then Truerippers got all the things in their hands. Now, whereas you see, it's just like a 13-point difference at any given moment, anyone can be at the lead. And look at how Blissey is present in the attack. Again, some good defense being provided, a good support being provided by the Blissey, and that's, that we can see. But there you go, that real score is here with the power, and again, the good attacks coming up on that side. Yes, KO on Venusaur again tried his 11 best, but couldn't stand against that attack.
It did not stand, but they still will be able to get the Registeel of Truerippers. Follows it up with a brilliant play coming through because of the attack boost. They get 2 KOs more and a streak for themselves. Truerippers have a chance to go for the goal, but the goal is a little bit too overextended. I mean, they would have to extend and then they get the goal. That's the reason they decide to push the top lane, but they get stuck there. In the meantime, safe goes Mammoth mod, and he wanted to try and do damage. It did not work out. They were back in their goal zone. Now
Mr. Mind
with Theo
does the
coming
work,
in,
right?
they do get the Psy Shock through, but it's just the shock. There's no damage. The goal zone is not lost. And right now, SATL will be fighting for the Reggie on top, which is Reggie Aliki, but Truerippers have the same intention.
But then again, the Truerippers know that the bottom lane is true vulnerable for them. And then again, SATL already moving for it. We can see, there is going to be a goal pointer coming up by the side of Truerippers. Yes, they're going to get some more points. But then again, SATL was at the goal post. Truerippers was at the goal post. It's a good eyesight where, goal happening on both the sides. That now Residiki being targeted. It's being focused. Okay. But again, that will not be the focus. You know that Truerippers is going to try for that. And SATL knows that Truerippers is going to try for that. The last single point of HP.
And SATL playing very smart here, distracted them at the bottom and then switched their way to the top, and now you can see the Tyranitar doing so much damage. Everybody is getting super low. Evo comes with the Unite again with the bombs, but it's not working out because Lucario as well as Mine, they've respawned, and now the trouble is cooking. Tyranitar gets the first KO. Icicle Spear here trying to make sure that Might goes down, but the Blissey is still alive. As long as the Blissey is here, will cause trouble, but the Kyo Gardevoir is back, and that pushes SATL as well backwards to their goal zone, and Truerippers in the meantime have lost the lead.
Well, then again, Gardevoir doing the work on the side of Truerippers. Mammoth point being so amazing with all the attacks he has got. But then again, Team SATL once again getting charged up. They knew when they had to come in at the right moment. Half of the damage has already been done to the Reginiki, and SATL has to get that Reginiki for themselves, because again, for them, it's already only one post of Gyarados, and when you know it's a KO coming up on Lucario, you have to be there on the lead. It's just a 20-point lead, and you have to get those goal points for themselves. But then again, a good side where you know that KOs are going to be coming in, and mine goes on. A KO streak! Just 1 point away. Team SATL, you know that it's time you target that Rayquaza, or if the Rayquaza is not in your hands, I think it's a win-win situation for Truerippers, and we are going to this 5th game.
It feels it's gone because of how they fought and lost 3 players in that top goal zone battle. Tyranitar went on a rampage, but it still did not work out, and now look at it, it's getting difficult, and we spoke about this. Truerippers, look at the lineup that they have to play together, and they're doing brilliant job playing together, assisting each other. They're finding chaos. 1 KO was exchanged here from SATL, but it does not look like SATL have complete control of the chaos. Again, it is Blissey helping the Tyranitar out, but the rampage comes in again here. The Mammoth looking forward to crushing the players of SATL. It does not work. It does barely any damage here, and Safe has to return. He's running away. In the meantime, SATUL are looking for to quickly grab this Rayquaza, but because of this major health bar, it is taking time. In the meantime, Ninetales thought that he will try to buy time, but it did not work out. Instant wipe and a KO coming through, which gives more chances here for Rayquaza for SATUL. But there is the Blissey and the Eldegoss from the opponent team, but still
Okay,
it is
Goal is going for
SATUL.
it.
They're running for it. Goal. He's running like he's nothing to lose. He gets the first goal in. Mamoswine did make a jump, but it did not work. It was not enough. And look at Goal. He's looking forward to the AOS energies around. Free AOS energies. Grabs it, puts it, and on top of it, the bottom zone gets destroyed, and they start from pushing from the bottom. And just because this time was so low, there is no way for Truerippers to make a comeback. SATUL. What a pullback into the game.
Time's up.
The last 45 seconds, Lucifer, SATUL has done it. They have got the fourth game. And again, till the last 45 seconds, we had it on our breath. We knew how it was so important for Truerippers to perform in this game. They did so well. Always and always charged up SATUL, conquered SATUL like hell. But again, the last 45 seconds, when they conquered that Rayquaza, the hopes went so high for them. Conquering the Rayquaza was it, right?
Yes.
You know, SATUL was marking low. They were marking so low till the 9th minute. Even in the last 45 seconds, only thing that was remaining was the hope of getting that Rayquaza. Well, they got it in the last 45 seconds. Was so much chaos for SATUL. They had to just run for the goalpost, find the
Yes.
goalpost, and just, for the sake of God, get that goal in your hands.
The credit goes to the Tyranitar as well as Blissey.
Correct, yeah.
If they wouldn't have survived, Mamoswine would have destroyed. He went on a mammoth mash and still did not do a lot of damage. He was the one who was pushed back to the blue HP. But on the other end, Tyranitar stood like an anchor, stood like entire big cement wall, made sure that any damage put on fourth of them will not at all hit them, and that's the reason we see SATUL getting this victory. Might changing it up along with Darbury. Darbury has not done in terms of chaos. Might as
Yeah.
well. You can see he's not done chaos. But what he's done is delayed anything that Truerippers wanted to do. Prolonged it for so long. But you can see still Daksh on the other end, 10 assists coming in. He played a major factor. But what happened? That last safe switch up and KO being knocked, and Devesh unfortunately stepped into the tall grasses when SATUL
yeah,
were trying
right.
to fight with the Rayquaza. If that wouldn't have been done, I'm pretty sure this game could have won for Truerippers and we would have seen the fifth round.
Again, yes, you know, we had high hopes by the Ninetales because, again, that was a pick by the side of, Truerippers where Mew was not there. Again, right? Mew worked out for SATUL and it was a good position. Whereas Darbury, obviously, you know that the recovery would happen. Darbury would be so amazing with that. And in the end, Might with the Tyranitar did all the work that was needed for Team SATUL.
Yeah, you can see that it's not like one person has done a lot, but
Yeah, exactly.
players such as supporters taking 60 70,000 damage, Tensai
Mhm.
along with Darbury, that was the heavy lifting that was somehow
Yeah.
needed. Somebody needed to tank that damage on top of themselves and help their teammate to do damage. And I think that if Safe would have had a chance to connect that Mammoth Mash and do a lot more in terms of damage, it would have been Truerippers. But a great try. Truerippers, after getting so close, yes, will not be happy about it, but they've understood that they have chances and situations where they have to clean, ready themselves and push forth Mrudal, because this is not a done deal, right? They will
Yeah.
look forward to take revenge on SATUL very soon. This is the round robin format, as I mentioned, so they will be looking forward to getting points very very soon, but those
Yeah.
points are not going to be easy to grab. But this brings us to the end of the show for today. This is day one, but
That's
also as I
today.
said, there were three more matches which were done offline. Two of them were finished. One more Hyderabad Hydras match was left against Zahir team, which we'll give you an update about tomorrow. But for now, it's going to be me, Lucifer, along with Mridul, as well as on behalf of Raiders, saying have a great evening. See you tomorrow. Take care.